Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Okay. Just give me, I'm just making a tweet,
I'm fucking better than you.
We're going to talk about that cool down. There is a cool down in sight. Let's get a check with. What are you checking?
Jenny, my name is Jenny, and I check
Who
the
are you?
traffic. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Jenny.
Are we allowed to?
It's
Come
so
on
nice to
over.
meet you. I'll
It's
shake
nice
your
to meet you. Generally, at about this time, I'm here. Get out of here. Get out of my group. Nana, you look so beautiful today.
Thank you. So do you.
Yeah, do I? Do you know? Are you sure you know who I am?
Yes, I do.
I do.
I'm just kidding. It's Monday. I can't even think straight myself. Now,
Right.
you have all the men go into the shower if you live with a woman and just go
Once
like
the
this
chinchilla's
and
done playing, I'm going to
grab
put in my
all the hair
contacts, too.
and compost it.
Yeah, put it in a nice little ball. Drop it in the right bit.
Every day you look at the shower wall in horror, like, what is going on?
But now you can be happy to know that you're composting.
So we both.
People call me a
Bro, this is a long thing, but just to tease for like what we might look at on Friday, just watch their opening here. It's just
Okay.
like it's a clip preview for what's on the long ass pod. Mad funny, you're gonna love this.
Okay.
socialist, champagne socialist, and I'm saying Chinese style communist takeover, eminent domain. That shit's mine now. You guys f- that up. We're taking every single person from Skid Row and we're putting them into that luxury high-rise condominium. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Perfect solution. I don't have
Based.
investments.
Why?
So I think that was a
Why?
major L for me, I guess, but because I'm so stubborn, I just, I can't shut the fuck up. And I should have. Should have grifted a little bit. I think one of the worst things that I ever said in my career was openly admitting that
That's a great sting. That's a great opener. That's
Yeah,
excellent.
and by the time we look at it on Friday, I'll probably have the marks already in.
yeah,
So
it's
like,
already in it. They're already there.
the height and stuff is there too.
Yeah,
Or
no,
just the
not
marks.
not just the marks.
Okay.
The peaks, not yet. But let me find something else.
Zapata's going ham on a box right now.
I don't know
you
what
fuck
this
that
is,
box up, pal.
but I'm gonna play this. News.
I knew you couldn't resist this. This is me. Like, but you go back to that. You want to know what my favorite part is? The socks, the hairless legs, and the socks.
Why that specifically?
I just think it just looks funny because he's like it says it's a guy, right? But it's like this is a child. He's fucking around with his little brother's birthday party, Watch it go up. Watch his socks as it goes up. There, it's like noticeable.
We're in.
All right, let's just jump into it. Let's see what we got.
Radical.
Yeah, radical. This guy.
What'd you put on? Did you click Jesse Waters?
Mm-hmm.
That's evil.
The pro-Hamas crowd has had a busy week
Oh my
of fuss
God.
and chaos. Earlier, a group of Columbia students set up 60 tents on the university's main lawn to protest Israel. And now these loons have found a new way to show off their anti-Semitism: occupy their boss's office. Anti-Israel Google staffers getting arrested after storming the company's headquarters in New York, California, and Seattle, and staging a sit-in at the executive offices,
Good.
demanding that the tech
Hilarious.
giant cut ties with the Israeli government.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Google, you can't hide. Google, you can't hide. You
Oh, Google, did your Silicon Valley millennial company end up having a bunch of
anti-
weird commies in it?
Israel. Insanity didn't stop there. Protesters were
God,
chanting "Death to America" in the streets of New York.
Have you heard what
Piers
you
Morgan
say?
confronting an activist who doesn't think the vile chant is that big a deal.
What do you think about people chanting "Death to America" as they did in one video clip?
I think that that's just a phrase, maybe said.
My
by an
resolution:
individual.
Well, no, the whole crowd
airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
began joining in.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. So
Who cares?
This guy said it, and then the whole crowd began chanting it. What
Hey,
would you
what,
condemn that?
like, you know what makes this country really, really one of the great things that makes America the greatest country? Okay, the fact that it's extremely normalized to burn our flag. You know how many countries it's illegal to do that shit in? Even like Nordic countries. Nordic countries use the flag as Christmas tree decorations. But don't you desecrate them, right? Like certain, and then it's like other countries. It's like if you burn other countries' flags there, it's like it's legal to burn, like maybe Germany. I'm not sure, but for example, Germany would be like, oh, it's legal to burn the German flag, but you can't burn a French flag, right? Because they see that as like a nationalist type thing.
Yes, yeah. Where in America, burn whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter as long as it's your property.
Like, why do you think they're burning the flag? What do you think that means?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are you that much of a like fucking nanny state, Britain, Piers Morgan guy?
They are. They're nationalists. They're pathetic little bootlicking nationalists. That's the problem with them. But the other thing is, like, there was this one thing that happened where a guy took a pride flag, just a rainbow flag, from somebody's flagpole. I think it was in New York.
Yeah. You have to buy the flag yourself.
Yes, and that was the thing, right? Is people were like, "Oh, why can't he burn the flag?" It wasn't his to burn. That's the point. You can burn it. The point was not that he was arrested for burning it. He was arrested for burning someone else's flag. That's, life, liberty, and property, baby. It's all about property. It wasn't yours to burn.
But
so
like,
you don't get to
as I
burn
like
it.
to say, one of the founding things that happened in the revolution of this country is they took all the British people. Not they were all British at the time, but the people they weren't
loyalists.
regulars. They were like the governor's men, right?
Yes.
The regulars are like the redcoats and stuff. They took those people who were loyalists to the crown and they threw them in the river in New York, and then they took the statue of King George and knocked it down and melted it into bullets to fight the regulators that would come to the response of this thing.
Based.
And that's why burning the flag is a patriotic thing to do here. But what's interesting is like other countries, like it's Israel and America, most burn flags, right? Definitely America more than Israel, but they're like, we're burning the US flag, and we're just like, okay. And then Fox News is like, can you believe it? Oh my God. Oh. Like, isn't this the country you guys are supposed to love?
I don't know.
I'm here to talk about the entire.
Hang on,
Israeli
you're here to answer my
government.
questions, actually. Would you condemn what they were chanting, "Death to America"?
I think we should
Just say
condemn
no.
Palestinians actually being killed.
Why did they leave that
Dana, I'll
in?
go to you. It's very interesting how when they're called on it, they're not going to admit it. And in this particular
not
case,
you, though.
you've got all of these Google and Amazon employees, 90 Google, 300 Amazon, out of like 1.5 million Amazon employees who want to put an end to whatever business is being done with Israel.
Great
I'm not
observation.
shocked that Google
Obviously,
is full
yes.
of a lot of pro-Hamas
They got like
lunatics.
less than
remember what we
20
just saw about
people
the
from Google to show up to do these protests. Wow, crazy. And you're saying 1 million people, millions of people work there, and only 20 out of all of them decided
look
we're
at
going to
how much
fucking
is
lose our
happening.
jobs and our security and our livelihood and get arrested as well. Crazy.
Yeah. And look how much
revelations.
publicity they got.
Oh, huge. I mean, they're going to be the top story on
Massive.
Fox News.
Yeah, massive. They'll be able to get a job anywhere.
People are conditioned to hate protesters so much now,
Yeah.
especially road blockers. They've convinced people that that is the worst atrocity that people can do, and they lose their minds about it.
AI thing.
Like you've never been stuck in traffic, bro.
I do get it. No, I do get it. I understand. I completely sympathize. Like, it also turns people against you. Like, in general, just having that kind of disruption for a general everyday person who's completely tuned out of politics, right? No interest in it at all.
Well, guess what? Now they're tuned in.
But they're not. Now they just hate them.
No, there's no studies.
And they hate their message just because it inconvenienced them.
Studies that reflect what you're saying. Or polling or peer review.
What, a study?
There's none. There's nothing that reflects this. Because
it's probably
methods
not
are counter-effective.
studied. It probably hasn't been studied, but I guarantee that
protesting is studied.
I'm saying that it would negatively affect the message that they are getting across. So I understand where they're coming from.
Like if you look
I guarantee
if you look
every
at,
person
for example,
stuck in that traffic caused by these people gluing themselves to roads is going to go on to further hate everybody associated
I
with
doubt it. I doubt it. I think there's really just like it's always like one psychopath out of like entire society. Secondly, if you just look at how things age, right? So just think about this, right? The big fear was the Black Lives Matter riot, all the riots that were burning our cities down, right? And if you look at like any simple polling on like, what do you think of Black Lives Matter? You're going to see the skew depending on left and right, right? Even though a majority of these people who are on the left who would say, oh, I support it. And like, they don't look at any of the controversy, the fake group associated. They don't care. They just see the message Black Lives Matter. They say, I'm a liberal. I love this. If I just have to put my like and thumbs up or add prayers to this, I'm good, right? So they look at that and they all pretty much see it favorably. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to be represented. Now, on the other hand, with the Palestine protests, I think the blocking the road is the least of the problems here. The heavy influence from the IRGC and PSL that's been evident and obvious, and how, especially after October 7th, how bloodthirsty a lot of these like protest leaders were, because they were all organized by fucking IRGC and fucking like all these fucked up groups. So I think that's way more damaging than anything. But at the same time,
I don't think people are even going to care or notice that.
Oh, no. That was all they were talking about
for an entire day.
After October 7th, this was all that people were talking about for months.
You're talking
all the
just in general.
protests, all the protest coverage and stuff. They were showing like they would be like, they would send some idiot right winger to go talk to the protesters. The man on the street stuff. Yeah, no, there was genuine psychopaths, and it was like and like people were like discussing it and had a problem with it. And now that enough time has gone on, see, the thing is that the IRGC factions, they pushed too hard too early. It was dumb to do that after October 7th, right? All those protests they organized. Now it's these small groups of like people who are doing, you'll see these are like classic lib things, sit-ins,
Yeah.
Like the only sit-in that was based was for civil rights, and it was when black people weren't allowed to sit at like counters and shit. That was based. But like that's what you see is these sit-ins. But like one sit-in was just successful. Like they like occupied like some college and they like totally caved to the protesters' demands. They got like BDS, like anti-BDS rhetoric things banned from the college. They totally won there. This is obviously not going to happen, but like you said, this is huge news coverage. It was totally worth it in their minds. And like the people that they're blocking, San Francisco, like the Golden Gate Bridge, Oakland, like these are notorious areas for being extremely far left and sympathetic to these things.
So you think that they're just going to be sitting in a car like, this is fine, I'm just going to be waiting
here? No, I
day.
think they're going to be like upset that there's traffic, but then tomorrow they're going to go to work and not even think about it. Like, how often do you think about traffic that you were stuck in?
All the fucking time.
Like this specific time I was stuck in traffic, I can only think of like one time, and it was when my brakes blew out.
Specifically a single fucking road, and it's the road that I have to go on to get to my gym. Nobody does the speed limit, and it drives me insane.
Yeah, it's
every
like,
fucking day.
It's like out of the normal traffic, though. You know, like a bridge is backed up. You're trying to go somewhere that's like 2 hours away, and it's backed up from an accident, and people merging lanes constantly. Do you know how much that slows down the fucking congestion and shit?
Yeah,
if you're constantly merging lanes like an asshole.
People trying to cut up and get as far into the merging as possible. I'll sit halfway in that lane and slow down so they get pushed further back than they would have been. Fuck those cunts.
You're still making the traffic more congested. Anyway.
They were going to do it anyway.
Would they want to find a way to stop the protest and solve the actual problem? Yeah. So like them blocking Burning Man and like a gun was pulled on him. That was big for a minute, and then it got completely overshadowed by Burning Man becoming a swamp where people were like freezing to death, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I remember from it. There was that one.
And
then
there's the
Central
soup
America.
kids, which really drive people crazy. But a Palestinian protester actually like damaged a painting, like ripped a painting apart. And
I saw that one.
Nobody really cared about that one. But the soup kids, oh man, we could probably interview those soup kids, by the way.
Probably,
because they're activists. You know,
it'd be interesting.
It's like, when has a PETA protest changed somebody's mind about something? That's what I want to know.
Never. It only ever puts them against PETA, because PETA are psychopaths and do.
So I think
shit.
we've fleshed out a few things here on what is effective and not effective protests.
Depending on location.
Sit-ins effective. If you're sitting places, very effective. Ultimate non-violence of just like, I'm just sitting here. Yes. I'm not going to fight back. I'm going to like if like somebody gets violent, it just helps the cause so much more. Yes. If somebody reacts violently to your shit and you sit there calm. I think Vosh interviewed one. I know Sam Cedar has the one with the pink hair.
They want to make George Washington black, like the original White Lightning.
Oh my God, they're still on the fucking AI, Google AI making people black.
It's also the highlighting of how they've hijacked the word genocide. This is not a genocide.
Oh my God.
And they don't speak up when there is actual genocide.
Okay?
Like, but you do.
Sudanese right now, right? You want to talk about that? We could have a conversation, except for they couldn't answer the questions because they're Sudanese right now, right? And they don't speak up when there is actual genocide. Okay? No one's talking about the Sudanese right now, right?
Oh my God.
It's actually what day did this Fox News thing come out?
An hour ago.
Okay, top story, because it's been a year. Bad data. She's like, I heard about it today, so I'm bringing it up. That's what's happening here, right?
I'm very.
You know who did great? You know who I was listening to? Who was doing great coverage? Amy Goodman from Democracy Now! I don't know if she is using the word Janjaweed.
Okay.
But she was it might have been PBS actually. Yes, it was PBS. It's in there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if they use Janjaweed, but they interview like victims of the RSF.
I'm very tempted to comment. Nobody's talking about Sudan. Yeah, nobody was talking about him a year ago either. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Also, I want you to define that, like, because anyone can really define why there's a genocide in Israel, right? In Gaza, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah.
How many people do you think, if I went up to him and said, do you know what the genocide in Sudan? And they would either be like, yeah, to fake it, or actually no, but most would not. And then I would be like, what do you think it is? They wouldn't be able to tell me.
Nope. She wouldn't either.
Also the definition here in Sudan is vague because there has always been targeted ethnic cleansings in the Darfur region. It's just tribal things, right? You know, like the chimpanzees wipe out the other tribe, right? I'm comparing people to chimpanzees. I didn't mean to do that, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get it, because there's like the very documented chimp wars where they wipe.
Well, there's the one chimp war by Jane Goodall.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of specifically. We should stop.
But basically, is they there's a lot of tribal factions and alliances, and then the oil companies get involved and stuff like that. But like largely the war is going on around the capital. So the RSF has broken off and hit some of these units, and they are genocidal acts and ethnic cleansing. But these people have already committed a genocide that was like way worse, right?
Yeah.
Like all of them need to go to court for war crimes, and they've gotten away with it.
When was that one?
Like it
early
was in
2000s.
It was early 2000s, like when people cared about Coney and shit. When Africa had a slight bump from people caring about it for a minute.
Yeah.
But like the reason why they cared about it is because it was characterized as Muslims killing Catholics.
The Janjaweed.
Yeah, the Sudan wars. Like South Sudan is considered the Catholic one, so the Sudan, like that was the crisis, you know. And before that, it was like Ethiopia famine and like
I mean the only time you really hear right wingers talk about Africa is when they're saying that they're poor and dying, that they're all stupid and live in huts, or they or that it's just like genocides everywhere. But like they don't.
I just think that's like
it's only if they're Christians. It's only if they're Christians.
I think it's just a weak example to throw out if we're gonna call out like genocide that's going on right now.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that there isn't one. I just think that
there's just more pressing ones elsewhere that are.
I just think that it's different because there's a lot of systemic things going on there, like with the government war. If the Civil War wasn't happening, these people need to like lose power. There's an ongoing like political thing going on there. Meanwhile, like the Uyghurs, right? Like that's like a deliberate government targeting that's only focused on them.
Yeah.
Like the ethnic cleansing and tribal killings and stuff is just a side effect of the war that's ongoing. And it's the same way with the Congo. So like I see PSL commies all the time. They're bringing up the Congo and how the US is like complacent in a genocide there because I guess we back Rwanda. And I think I haven't looked or asked about why they think this, but I assume it's because we are with Rwanda. We back Rwanda and Rwanda fends the M23 rebels. Supposedly. Everyone knows this is the truth. But so because of that, I guess they're saying that that's a genocide when it's like genocidal acts have happened, right? But then we would also say that Wagner committed a genocide when they killed like hundreds of people in Mali.
True.
You know, like Wagner would be committing genocides on this scale all throughout these regions as well. So I just think it gets a little bit blurry there because it's like militants and things like that, when Gaza is like it's a state agenda that's clear and focused. Like Turkey with the Kurdish policy is like a state agenda that's clear and focused and central to the state. And I think these are like factors that really have to like be defined, especially because like if you look at like the Genocide Watch like index, right, like it talks about the laws that are passed leading up to extermination and stuff.
What's part of the stages?
Yeah. Well, it's like one is like persecution. I think 6 is persecution.
Yeah.
A conversation, except for they couldn't answer the questions because they have talking points that they walk into an interview with. And as soon as Piers Morgan asks them a question that's not.
It's funny that extermination isn't even 10. Denial is 10. And that's not the specific order that they need to happen in either. They can happen simultaneously, non-linearly. They can happen in order, out of order, backwards, forwards.
But then if you look at it from a legal precedent, like they've been taken to the ICC already.
Yeah.
Like it's not far off, no matter how you slice it.
On their approved list of talking points, it melts on contact. So that was pretty pathetic. I think that the ceasefire calls are to 2024 what defunding the police was to 2020 in terms of the political concept. And you'll see if these corporations actually fall for it.
Well, it's not necessarily because of that. He thinks the girl smells nice, I believe, and she was nice to him while the other guys were like treating him like shit. But like
I've seen
that movie is like the Expendables prototype. It's like the Expendables Pol Pot, you know? Because like the shit that the Burmese are doing is like Pol Pot shit. Even though the
Yeah.
Burmese military is brutal, but like that movie is like ridiculous.
It's great.
Yeah.
2020, they bent over backwards. We'll give you all the money. But and then now
And then
they
the
have
next
these
Rambo, he
sit-ins for
kills
these employees,
Mexicans.
which is weird because I thought everybody worked from home. So like, who cares that they're in their executives' offices? But the gall of these employees, to denounce
You
Google,
do.
not only
You
do
care.
They don't just
You
want at
care.
Google
You're
for those
complaining about
employees
it,
to
so
stop working
you
with the
do.
Israeli government.
You're the
They
one who
wanted to stop
cares.
working with our government. Do you remember they wanted to boycott working with the Pentagon because of all of this other nonsense? So they've got big problems at Google. I'd fire
No,
every
I
one of
don't.
them.
Well, yeah, there really isn't, Jesse. There really isn't a lot of them to find.
Yeah, that should probably be illegal to fire people for protesting and shit. Like that's that should probably be illegal.
I mean, there's like 300 out of 1.5 million, and 90 Google employees
said
out of
that already.
182,000. So, I mean, do you expect the leadership, even though they're parking themselves in the CEO's office? I mean, these people really have a lot of chutzpah, to say
Is
the
that
appropriate
office
term.
I thought you didn't care.
multi-storied? Is that a multi-storied office? I hate these people.
It's an open design.
By the way.
It's like your spine.
Oh, like Yiddish.
Like Yiddish.
Yeah, there you go.
Got
It's
it.
like opposite of a hassa. That's a pig that don't fly straight.
Okay.
Fuck
I
is
just
that?
can't imagine 20-year-old Jesse Waters
Uh,
sitting in on O'Reilly's office.
Greg Gutfeld's
Demanding
cool replaced it, I guess.
Why is there
Being
a
outside.
did Greg get fat?
No, but on Gutfeld's
out
show,
on the
this guy
pavement.
is one of the people who's on there sometimes.
What the fuck?
Because Gutfield, he has these
And-
like random guys to come in. What's funny
Sure.
is because you've seen the Gutfield show, right?
Mm,
Like how bad it is.
yeah.
So Pod Save America has one, right, that they do live, and the one that I just watched today, there was a few funny gags in there, like him going after the New York Times and stuff, and it's like, wow, this is literally Gutfeld's formula, except he actually makes it work. And it's just as political and like lib joke, right? It's exactly the same as Gutfeld. We'll look at it, and
It wasn't just
when
that
it's relevant.
radical
I'll have to look
Palestinian
at the
activist that
topics,
couldn't
what they were discussing.
Yeah.
condemn death to America. Hillary Vaughn chased down a bunch of House Democrats last night, and they wouldn't condemn death to America. It's the easiest thing to say. I condemn.
Do you condemn flag
That's all you
burning?
need to say. And if you're going to do a little sit-in at Columbia, fine. You want to have a tent, fine. If you sit in on the boss's office, like if Johnny pitched a tent at my office and had a mask on, oh, he'd be working for.
Hey,
Laura
remember
Ingraham.
when you
Well, forget about that.
let
How
the
about
air
on
out of your
Murdoch's
wife's tire to like entrap her in your car to drive her home?
Was that what?
Yeah, that's how Jesse Waters met his wife. He thought she was hot. They worked together. So he stabbed her tires so that way she would be forced to get a ride home with him, and he could fucking lay the moves on her because of the because the implication. That's an Always Sunny joke, the implication.
Jesus
you know that episode?
No, I
The
don't.
gang buys a boat. Okay, so the thing is that Dennis says that, okay, it's like, how Dennis is like totally an R-worder.
Yeah.
So he's like, they're talking about getting a boat because they'll get late. And it's like, yeah, girls will always put out on the boat because you're out in the middle of nowhere, because the implication. And they're like, what implication, Dennis?
Fucking hell.
Like, you understand if
Okay.
you're like setting up a
Yes.
situation, it's still not consent like that, Dennis.
That's even
Fucking
worse.
hell.
Which one? This Murdoch?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's right. You're a Murdoch too. Well, why don't you take it,
I would
Mr.
never do it.
Murdoch? Let us know how
Listen.
you would react.
Oh, it's easy. Thank you for coming. You're fired. Show 'em out. It'd have been quick. It would have been over in 3 seconds. The part that when I believe in something strong enough to risk my job or to risk judgment, I stand by it.
This guy's
right? So when someone
appearance
asks
confuses me.
do you support Israel and
Yeah.
what they're doing against Hamas?
Gutfeld's
Yep,
friend.
1,000%. Go to town. You have my support. If I didn't say
He
that, and they
looks
said,
like
"Well,
an
do you
East
support
Island
Israel?"
head.
I don't want to answer your question. Means I don't. So the Death to America chant, if you have the constitutional intestinal fortitude to just say, I support Death to America. It's what
I support Death to
them.
America.
I'm with them. This is my line. I'm not condemning it because I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with
I
it.
always have more respect for someone who tells me like it is instead of playing the game. Now, I've grown up like my neighbor don't like black people. Cool. I don't like him. We understand each other. We're not going to exchange sugar. We're not going to have camping. We know where our line is.
Yep.
When you refuse to do a line, that makes you spineless.
Not doing a line.
Are you a
and
cop?
No one takes you seriously on anything. These people, they make these.
You're not doing a line. You a cop?
Chants and they, death to America,
Why?
all this stuff, and they're
Just
blaming
do a line. It's fun.
Do a line.
America and Israel
Little
for
bump,
Palestinians and Hamas's problems. Why aren't you getting mad at Jordan and Egypt? Why are they not opening the doors? Like,
Oh
hey,
my
What did
God.
Jordan do in
we'll
Egypt?
take the refugees. We'll
They
bring
got
them in.
all the
We'll help.
lines.
Because there's a reason for that.
It's anti-Semitism.
It's a reason for that.
Uh-huh.
Does your
Because-
neighbor not like
I don't know,
black
Jesse.
people, or just not like you?
Well, I don't know, Jesse. For weeks, I've been like, hey, I'm your new neighbor. You coming by? And still waiting.
And I don't care.
Wow, Jesse, what a cunt.
Speaker just put out his strategy here, moving ahead on these bills. Are you disappointed? Yeah. What's your reaction? Disappointment. Is he letting you down?
Great interview. Epic.
Met for hours last night and proposed.
Are you disappointed? Yeah. What's your reaction? I'm disappointed. Epic. Awesome.
Surrender represented by his strategic choice here. There's no other way to describe it. It's surrender.
Do not diddle, kids. Wouldn't do it with anyone younger than my daughter. Gotta be old, older than my wife.
From Kansas is not wrong.
Ah! Ted Cruz.
In the 237 years of our nation's history, I don't know that there has been a more shameful day in the United States Senate.
Bro, you read green eggs and ham as a filibuster. Shameful?
What we just witnessed was a travesty. It was a travesty to the United States Constitution, and it was a travesty to the American people.
Uh-huh.
And it's important to understand why.
Ukrainians are dying.
We're here on the Senate floor
Yep.
right now, but I want the record to reflect. I'm going to do a very accurate count of the number of Democrats who are with us. That would be 0, other than the presiding officer,
Good.
and somebody has to preside. Not a single Democrat senator chose to come to this floor and listen to one word of evidence.
Nope.
Yeah, because it's fake.
Yep.
When it comes to the Constitution,
This is what you're doing
The
instead
Democrats
of like
concluded
saving lives in
that
Ukraine.
Joe Biden
Yeah, exactly.
and
And now he's
Alejandro
whinging
Mayorkas
about it.
defying federal law, ignoring the text of the statute, deliberately releasing criminal illegal aliens over and over and over again. That's just hunky-dory.
Mhm.
You can't impeach him for that. Every Democrat just voted. By the way, every cabinet member, guess what? You've just been given a blank slate. Ignore the law.
Oh
When
my God.
Democrats are in charge of the Senate, the entire cabinet could ignore the law. It is no longer impeachable in Democrat Wonderland when a member of the executive branch openly defies the law. By the way, every Democrat just voted that way. They didn't hear one word of argument. The majority leader didn't stand up and
Yeah,
say, here's the
'cause
reason
it's
why
fake.
it's okay.
Saying
Present
that when the
argument.
president does it, that
Nobody wrote a
means
brief.
it's not illegal.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
They didn't care enough to know what Senator Lee just laid out, that the Biden Department of Justice went in front of the U.S. Supreme Court and said if the executive defies the law, the answer is impeachment.
Oh, no.
The willingness of every Democrat to be blatantly hypocritical. Just last year, the Biden Justice Department said, no.
I don't
You
know
can't
when
sue in
Zapata
court.
escaped, but I assume it was when
we,
we
the
started
Biden
streaming. I
administration,
said
defy
he's
the law.
going
The
ham on
answer
that box.
is impeachment. In like 3-card money. Every Senate Democrat said, no. The answer is not impeachment. I don't know what it is. Actually, I do know what it is. There's only one answer left, which is everyone who is unhappy about the open border shows up in November, and to use the phrase, throw the bums out.
Uh-huh.
Because if you're not willing to do your job, is there not one senator on that side of the aisle who cares?
Wasn't it the Republican senators who killed the border bill, which gave Republicans everything they could ever want about the border? Interesting. And now you're whinging about open borders. How interesting. Should go fuck yourself.
Cares enough to honor the Constitution. By the way, the second article they threw out said lying to Congress is not a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not impeachable. Now, as the senator from South Carolina pointed out, Bill Clinton was impeached for lying under oath.
There you are.
And you know what happened? And he was ultimately acquitted. But after a full trial where they heard the evidence, where the Senate did its job. By the way, one of the impeachment managers was Senator Graham, who presented that evidence right here on this floor. And you know what? Before Bill Clinton, there's a guy named Walter Nixon. You may not know who Walter Nixon is. Walter Nixon was a federal judge
little man.
who was convicted of perjury. He was from Mississippi. He was convicted of perjury in front of a grand jury. And he was impeached. And it went to the Senate, and the Senate convicted him and removed him from the bench. So you want to know what the precedents were prior to today? You commit a crime, lying under oath, perjury. It is a high crime or misdemeanor that is impeachable. No more. Because
why do we not have an "I don't care" soundbite? We need one.
Too simple. Sometimes
I
naive.
understand the Democrats' rule here. This is
Anyway, he's just having a big cry because he's salty. Fuck this guy.
Okay.
Absolute fuckwit.
On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson spent the day juggling his foreign aid
Wait, I'm
priorities.
going to go put him in context now that
Potential threats to his job from
away.
members
It's
of his
apparently
own
been
party.
out
Lisa
and
Desjardins is here
destroying
to
my house for 30 minutes now.
explain. So, Lisa, lots of consequential topics all being debated at once today.
That's right. In the past day, some very significant breaking news, especially out of the House of Representatives, and even by the standards of this Congress. The drama and the stakes for this week are perilously high.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
After 6 cautious months,
It's a big day on Capitol Hill. And
Mike Johnson is now defining and risking his speakership with a high-stakes push to aid Ukraine and Israel.
I put out a preliminary plan, as you all know, on these measures to handle these matters from Israel to Ukraine to the Indo-Pacific region.
It's a big move, with reporters waiting for details, closely watching Johnson's fellow Republicans, after Thomas Massie of Kentucky called for Johnson to resign and said he supports a motion to vacate or oust Johnson, introduced by fellow Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, I'm not going to call the motion to vacate, but I will tell you that if it is called, there will be a lot of people who vote for it.
Massie says Johnson is helping Democrats. But today, most House Republicans, even rebellious types, backed Johnson as Speaker.
I respect Thomas, but I disagree with that. The last thing this country needs is to throw a speaker out.
It's a total waste of time and absolute ridiculous content.
If we're going to identify a problem with Mike Johnson, I understand. But you have to have a solution. So who are we going to put in there then?
As Republicans flirt again with chaos, allies are fighting to survive. Israel is on alert after weathering an extensive attack from Iran. And Ukraine is getting outshot by Russia, sometimes 10-1. President Volodymyr Zelensky told our Amna Nawaz that U.S. aid is a must.
I can tell you frankly, without this support, we'll have no chance of winning.
On this vote, the yeas are 70.
That aid has been paralyzed after the Senate overwhelmingly passed $95 billion worth in February. That large Senate bill has funds for Ukraine, Israel, the Indo-Pacific, and humanitarian aid, but it's unpopular with House Republicans. Instead, Johnson would pass 4 separate bills that seem to add up to roughly the same amount, but with more loans and less grants to Ukraine. Also included legislation about TikTok and humanitarian aid, though the amount for that isn't clear. In this blurb, Johnson is direct about his job. He's not resigning.
We're gonna work this out.
But it's not clear who or what survives, as Johnson gambles that his resolve will not backfire.
We're in unprecedented times. Okay, we're in dangerous times, as has been articulated here, around the world, and here at home.
And you are holding up money that will help sometimes, maybe, possibly get closer to solving that problem. You are actively making it worse. You fuckwit.
We need steady leadership. We need steady hands at the wheel.
Unbelievable.
Last week, a former Republican House member told us Speaker Johnson is like someone standing in a dike, trying to keep it upright. Tonight, he is feverishly meeting with House Republicans, calling them and hoping to, frankly, to avoid another internal disaster.
Well, let's start, Lisa, with Ukraine aid, because for weeks now, President Biden has been saying if the House Speaker just brings this bill to the floor, it will pass. Is that still the case?
Unclear, but I will say it wasn't even for sure that he would bring us to the floor. This has been an indecisive speaker. This is the defining moment of his speakership so far, but he does face major hurdles in all of these bills. Let's go through some of the challenges that Speaker Johnson faces in the House. First of all, there are some Republicans who oppose all funding to Ukraine. I am told many of them, when they were in their districts last week, heard that from constituents. Also, there are some who want more oversight in the bill of Ukraine than the Senate was willing to give on Israel. Now, there are some in both parties that would like conditions on Israeli aid. That is very complicated. And then we have the border, yet another simple, not at all simple issue. Some Republicans are demanding that there be border security elements in these bills before they can vote for any of this.
Imagine if they had just passed the border bill that they scuttled. Man, crazy.
So essentially, Johnson has two options now, trying to get all this passed this week. The easy way, which would be with House Republican support, get all this onto the floor, get some amendments, have some debate. But Republicans may not even agree with that. So then he's got the hard way. He needs 2/3 vote of the House, which would include Democrats. If he includes Democrats to pass these things, then his speakership is on the line.
Well, how close is he right now to being ousted?
That's the right question. Incredibly close. By my count, knowing just the two who support motion to vacate right now, 216 votes to keep him, 215 votes potentially to oust him, just one vote. And I know at least one Republican who is thinking about also voting to oust him. Now, one of the issues here, of course, is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I just spoke with her a short time ago. My sense is that she is not ready to pull this trigger this week. She is trying to push this off. That can change any day. Now, if they do put this motion to vacate on the floor, as you well know, someone that can say.
Imagine how fucked it would be if she got the speaker. Surely that wouldn't happen.
Speaker Johnson, House Democrats. However, a theory running around now is House Democrats also potentially, if the math works out, have the power to install Hakeem Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. I asked them about this today, and they said essentially if they have the ability to do it, they very well may.
Look, I think I feel very confident speaking for the Democratic caucus that we want Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker. Whether that happens in this calendar year or in January, that's the focus. Mathematically, it's
like
possible.
some money moves.
This is some high-level game theory in a way. I don't know if The Prisoners.
Like,
There's a reality show called The Prisoners. Who do you trust?
She
Who's lying? Who wants to-
basically she took like a she she earmarked the shit out of the budget for like campaign financing for like candidates and stuff. So basically it like makes it so like they're not going to be able to talk shit about her.
Okay.
Because she's like, she owns these people now, like she just bought herself a bunch of political power.
It's very interesting.
Oh, Bijou, now you want to freak out. Look, I gave you a chance
to make deals with who? It is not clear right now. The difference with this high-level game theory, however, of course, is the stakes are impossibly high for this country, for Ukraine, and for Republicans.
Well, let's talk about this unprecedented impeachment trial of DHS Secretary Mayorkas. What was significant here, and what was really just political theater?
There was a great deal of showmanship today, and we'll start with that. This was part of pomp and circumstances as part of the mechanics of how impeachment works. This is the first impeachment of a sitting cabinet secretary in our nation's history. So we saw the 11 Republicans in the House walk over those articles of impeachment today to the House. There they are, the 11 members. You might see Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Republican in the front. She's the one who's led this effort against Secretary Mayorkas, but there really was no action today other than the reading of those articles. To remind our viewers, there are two articles of impeachment here. The first from House Republicans is charging the secretary with refusal to comply with the law. The second is breach of public trust. We've talked about those here on air before. The Biden administration and Democrats, as well as a couple of Republicans, say these are political, that there is no proof that this is a cabinet secretary doing his job. And to that point, what did Secretary Mayorkas say today? He was on Capitol Hill in a budget hearing, did not talk about impeachment. Instead, when we heard from Secretary Mayorkas today was that he has an agency that needs more resources and that he needs more guidance from Congress over how to secure the border.
And that's in that immigration bill that Democrats pushed that Republicans ultimately blocked. Many of us remember covering that Trump impeachment trial, both of them. How will this be different from the Trump trials?
It will be faster. This is what we expect tomorrow. The Senate will convene shortly after lunchtime. They are required to do that. After that, the rules of impeachment are not really spelled out in the Constitution. There are just 9 pages of impeachment rules. We think this could just be a matter of hours tomorrow, but we'll watch it closely.
Lisa Desjardins, thanks to you as always.
Welcome.
The U.S. House plans to hold separate votes on aid for Israel and Ukraine this week, according to Republican Speaker Mike Johnson on Monday. This comes after months of Republican divisions have delayed aid. But pressure on the GOP to act appears to have ramped up after Iran's weekend missile and drone attack on Israel. Johnson cited precipitating events around the globe when speaking to reporters Monday.
We know that the world is watching us to see how we react. We have terrorists and tyrants and terrible leaders around the world like Putin and Xi and in Iran, and they're watching.
G? Did you say G?
For its allies and our
with
own
a
interests around the globe. Iran, and they're watching to see some tyrants and terrible leaders around the world like Putin and Xi and in Iran.
He definitely said G.
If America will stand up
Yeah,
for its
maybe.
allies and in our own interest around the globe, and we will.
Johnson said the House will break down the aid into 4 bills. 3 include
He's
aid
probably
for Israel,
thinking
Ukraine,
Xi
US allies in
Jinping,
the
you know?
Indo-Pacific, and US
Yeah.
national security priorities. The makeup of the 4th was not immediately clear. Johnson says the new House bills will provide roughly the same amount of foreign aid as a Senate one that House Republicans stalled earlier this year, which is roughly $95 billion, but differs by including some aid in the form of a loan. and Johnson expects the vote to come by the end of the week. GOP House Majority Leader Steve Scalise voiced support for the aid and cited Iran's recent attack.
If you just look at what we did to help Israel to shoot down the rockets and drones, those were a lot of American assets that were used, so we need to replenish our own supply.
House Speaker Johnson also faces a threat from hard-right Republicans to oust him if he allows Ukraine aid to go ahead. On Monday, Republican hardliner group the House Freedom Caucus released a statement calling for aid to Israel, but not to Ukraine. They rejected any suggestion the recent attack on Israel would ease the path towards more funds to Kiev. Top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries also wrote to his caucus on Monday, urging the need to support both Ukraine and Israel.
Have you seen the new Russian cope cages? No. They rolled one out. It was apparently people made fun of it. They rolled this one out. Apparently, it was highly successful.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess just because it worked once, so they tried it again. I don't know how the second one went, but it's like, I guess if you if it wasn't covered in training.
Another breaking headline from Capitol Hill on the House side: embattled Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says.
Okay, this is the second one.
Oh, they made another turtle.
Yeah, they did one of these the other day. That was like a shed on the tank. That was really funny. I should scroll on Twitter randomly like that. Oh, I just found it. Here it is. This is the one from the other day that they saw.
That's so funny.
Foreign aid bills on Saturday, and he's planning to tie them together.
It is the very thing Democrats have asked for and exactly what the far-right members of his own party have threatened to oust him over. CNN anchor and chief congressional correspondent Manu Raggio is joining us now with the latest. Manu, there are still a lot of moving parts about how this will be put together, who will vote on the rule, et cetera, et cetera. Give us the state of play.
Yeah, this is a key moment here in the House over this furious battle to fund the Ukraine, give it aid that it's saying it desperately needs at this critical moment. Republicans have been badly divided for months, and now the Speaker of the House indicating he's prepared to move forward with a package that includes aid to Ukraine. They're planning to vote on separate bills in the House on Friday, splitting up these aid packages between Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and some other measures.
Oh, speaking of tanks,
on TikTok, but after
the tanks and hell drivers too. People don't know this. I'm going to let you in on a secret. All right. Their treads are weak. You can disable the tanks by shooting their treads, and then they can't chase you. But I just think that's such a cool detail to put into the game. There's so many different things that you can shoot off of the robots that will weaken them. Like the Hulk, people go for the eye and stuff. But if you shoot out one of its legs, it can't chase you anymore, especially the lower level one that actually the flamethrower. So you shoot its leg out, it can't chase you anymore. Turns out if you shoot both legs, you can kill it in 2 shots from the front.
they vote on them separately, they'll be tied together. We expect them to be tied together as one big bill that will go back to the United States Senate. And that is causing furious anger among the right wing of his party, because a lot of Republicans on that right flank have said there should be absolutely no more money spent for Ukraine, and are also demanding new border security measures to be part of any deal. And that is not expected to be part of this underlying bill that if it eventually passes the House, if it does get the votes. And I spent the morning talking to a lot of those members on the far right, and many of them are indicating that they may support an effort to oust Mike Johnson from his job.
Is the speaker just out of his element here? No, I just think the speaker needs to get home and listen to our base.
I'm not very pleased with. Would you support a motion to vacate?
Yeah, that's hypothetical. I think that's, frankly, it's more bluster than real.
How disappointed are you with the speaker?
Very. I mean, I'm well past the point of giving grace here.
I haven't made up my mind yet. But I'm not happy about this rule, and he's pushing us to the brink here.
Oh my God, bro.
And the leader of this effort, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I just caught up with her in the hallways of the Capitol, and I asked her if she's planning to move forward to call for this vote, which any member can do, to seek the speaker's ouster.
Hey, psychopath, are you going to do the psychopath thing?
It is growing. I think some people are becoming more angry than I am. So we'll see what happens today. I don't know how much longer our members are going to tolerate the Republican speaker that we elected to pass our agenda in the House. We don't know. I don't know how long people are going to tolerate this, because he's doing nothing but serving the Democrats.
Now, the Republicans are badly divided over this, as I mentioned. There are a number of Republicans who are
That
coming
shit
to
my
the
mom
Speaker's
said.
defense, who do support more aid to Ukraine, but expect this to be this vote when it happens to show potentially a minority of Republicans that could happen who actually support this, because Johnson will have to rely on Democratic support to get this over the finish line. And that is clearly his calculus here. And also, which could be part of it, will Democrats come to his aid to save him from that threat of being ousted from the speakership? Much different than the historic and unprecedented ouster of Kevin McCarthy last fall, when Democrats all voted with 8 Republicans to oust him from the speakership. This time, many Democrats are indicating that they may
almost
save
like
Speaker Johnson
said something about how like
decision to move ahead with aid to Ukraine.
McConnell basically is just basically a Democrat because he makes the deals with the Democrats, and I'm like, yeah, that's how our system was designed. Like, it's a representative democracy. Like, it's like just like the way the Iroquois system worked. It would be like there would be like one guy, and the coalition would conclude. The guy would take it to the next level, and that guy would present it to the next level in the negotiation. Like, it's literally like built. This specific thing that you're mad about is like the most American principle we have. It was built in by the people who really founded this country long before white people, well, the Vikings came, but you know what I mean, long before white people were fucking around over here.
Yeah, all the action on Capitol Hill just underscores today the importance and the significance of the issue of immigration and just how divisive it's been. Manu Raju, thank you so much for the update.
Here in the studio is New Jersey Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Evil.
Coming in.
New Jersey Democrat doesn't add up.
Fellow congresspeople across the aisle, abject surrender.
Yeah, I don't care.
This is important news. Ukraine aid. They're gonna oust him because he
You know how
decides
narrow the
to
Republican majority
make
is.
the government.
That Democrats are going to have
Fine.
to help pass.
I really hope they
this,
oust him though.
Support for Israel.
I kind of
support
hope
for
they do
Ukraine and
too.
beyond. Do you think it's going to happen?
Well, a lot of this is more of the same, right? This is the same group of people that no matter what happens, they throw bombs, right? The same foreign extremists. And it's why Democrats, Republicans group have had to work together consistently to actually legislate, right? To keep the government open, to prevent a debt ceiling problem over and over again. That's what we've been focused on. And right now, we know that we have several
bro,
crises
why are
going
you
on in the
being
world that
so
we've got to deal with, right?
charitable?
And the easiest
Because he's the centrist.
thing would be to take the bill that the Senate sent us with 70
Chris
votes.
Christie is
and put it
also
on
the
floor
Jersey guy, right? This is how they just are there.
and pass it. You have Democrats, Republicans coming together to make sure there's resources for Ukraine, for Israel, humanitarian aid, Taiwan.
But you saw why
at this
the
time.
speaker's not doing it.
Right, but he keeps trying all these other machinations, and guess what? The bomb throwers keep throwing bombs. No matter what he tries to give them, you're back in the same place.
So will these bills, I know we haven't seen them yet, but assuming we will soon.
I love that
actually
they're
pass
turning
this
us
Saturday?
into a
This is the
third
current
world
plan.
country.
Well, so first
you know,
things
like
first.
Trump said that, and
If
it's
they're
like
consistent,
you
if they're
are
consistent with the
you
language that the
all the
Senate
things
still
that
has
make
70
like
votes,
these
Democrats and Republicans.
countries like so dysfunctional and stuff. That's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
But the broken up in pieces, of course, I could see that actually passing. You could see an overwhelming number of Democrats and Republicans coming together to get it done. The thing I worry about between now and then is it's open to amendments. So what amendments will some of the folks who just saw try to add to the bills, will they pass? Because if you put a poison pill in, right, the whole thing blows up. And that's what we're all worried about.
I want you to listen to what some
Just
of
pass
your
the bill.
fellow Democrats have said about the increasingly likely prospect that Republicans will try to oust Mike Johnson from the speaker's chair.
I will vote to keep Johnson as speaker. Just do your job and put it on the floor, and let's get this thing done
Why
already.
is CNN super cutting?
If Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone who wants to
Fuck this.
I don't know. I'm here for it though.
Fine.
want states to secede from the union, brings up a motion to vacate, I will not support her doing that under any circumstance. Democrats don't even
That's
let her
good
rename post
summary.
offices. I'm not going to let her make a motion to vacate.
Will you join them? Will you effectively side with, looks like the majority of Republicans, and support Mike Johnson to stay in the speaker's chair?
Right now, I'm not making that commitment until I think it's putting the cart before the horse. I got to see how this actually plays out. Does it get done? Does he do the right thing? Part of my frustration now is we've waited 2 months. He's had the Senate bill. He could be helping Ukraine. He could be helping get humanitarian aid and help Israel.
2 months?
People are dying.
November.
This weekend. We know that Ukraine is literally outgone 5-1. Right? They don't have defensive measures; they're being depleted. So we have a huge crisis going on multiple fronts. Plus, in Taiwan, a huge challenge from our number one
So
adversary.
you're not giving
China.
him your support.
And every single day that it takes longer, the worse it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And the more money you're going to have to spend to fix it.
Support for free.
I want to actually see does something get done here. He could have brought this to the floor Will this proposal work that he's trying? Like, if he did it the right way, I guarantee you'd have a lot of people supporting him. The question is, will he get this done? And then you can ask me that question.
Okay, but you're obviously open to it.
I want to see what happens.
Oh my God! Stop asking. He said he's not going to answer it.
You yesterday were a co-sponsor of a resolution that passed that condemned the chant "From the river to the sea" as blatantly anti-Semitic.
Oh my God!
Passed overwhelmingly.
This guy is the worst.
Today, there are representatives from Columbia University, other administrators
This is
on Capitol Hill. They're
I
being
oppose
asked
everything that he
questions
says. This is that guy.
Yeah.
about what they view as anti-Semitic. I'm going to listen to some of what's happening.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Columbia's code of conduct? Mr. Greenwald.
Yes, it does.
Ms. Shipman.
Yes, it does.
Dr.
Oh yeah,
Shafiq.
Columbia.
Yes, it
We'll
does.
cover this
And
more. There's some more
Professor Shizzle.
Columbia
Yes,
stuff
it
in
does.
there.
Mm-hmm. Is it in the U.S.?
Oh, it's all over because it's Gaza as well. They're just
reaction
taking Columbia to town right now.
Yeah.
So obviously, given that I helped author that resolution, I thought that calling for the destruction of Israel from the river to the sea and the elimination of the Jewish people is anti-Semitic. I think there's never been a question
no.
about that. And yesterday,
Notice how he
Congress
had to
overwhelmingly
characterize
affirmed
it.
and now you see
Yes,
today,
he had to preface it and frame it. Yeah.
the Columbia University, all these representatives from Columbia also said this is a violation of our code of conduct and unacceptable.
It's quite different from a few months ago when it was
Yes, when
hard
people
for
were
them.
equivocating and unsure whether or not it was. And I thought that was outrageous then, and I'm glad they followed up today.
We are about to enter a commencement season. You saw what happened at USC, that the valedictorian was asked not to speak.
Yeah, this will be in there more. The valedictorian.
Allegedly.
Is this USC South Carolina or Southern California?
Southern California.
Okay.
So the valedictorian, because she's Muslim, they didn't let her give her speech because she's
Seriously?
Muslim. I'm dead
Oh my
serious.
god.
I'm
Dude,
dead serious.
That is such a USC thing to do. That's so fucking funny.
They did it because of safety concerns. A Muslim.
Safety concerns. Are
What
you
is this? Fucking
kidding me?
2001 post 9/11.
On her social media page talking about the abolition of Israel. Just quickly, are you concerned about?
So she didn't say anything bad.
Over and over?
She liked a post by somebody who was connected
Amazing.
to a more extreme movement. That's what
Amazing.
The issue is.
Hysterical.
There's
It's
something
always
like that. Or
that.
she retweeted or liked a post on social
Mhm.
media, right? And that's why I say I cannot wait for these people to come for me. Is this you retweeting a terrorist? Yeah, it was good. It was good information. He was right, you know.
Like, yeah. What do you want me to? Yeah.
He was
Get
correct.
over it.
It's called
Yeah.
a source.
Not close enough. I haven't spoken to I put a call in to the university to find out more details and obviously
Oh,
understand more
shut
about
up.
security issues. That's always my number one concern. But listen, I think we're entering a time where we
Are
have to make
you
it clear
across
calls for
this
genocide and
fucking
elimination of
country,
people.
bro?
By the way,
You're not
if
even
it's
in the same
Islamophobia, if it's
Fallout
anti-Semitism,
canon.
its numbers have spiked off the chart. Right in my home state of New Jersey, huge problem, like one of the largest problems in the country right now. We've got to make sure we come together again. We've got to tamp this down, and we've got to focus on
Palestinians are the Arab people, or what? What are we talking is the big problem here, my guy? AK Nation. Okay,
The Republicans
how long
are-
is this? Because one of the majority report things I put in here has a
20
lot
minutes.
of great clips with Sam
20 minutes.
making fun of these people. This might be the one. How long is it?
20 minutes.
Okay, I think the one with even more clips is longer than this.
There's a.
So this is going to be about abortion.
Mm.
This one. So we should save this to come back to when we're talking about the abortion stuff, which I also want to show some of the love it or leave it stuff.
Okay.
So put a pin in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's them coping with Trump saying the state should decide.
Right. Okay. Well, let's go to Trump court.
And him being a sleepy guy.
You sleepy little guy.
One more note I want to say, and it's more of Trump's demeanor inside the courtroom so far today. His eyes are closed. He is leaning to the left.
Donald Trump falling asleep again in court. So far, his criminal trial has gone on for 2
David
days. We are
loves
in
it.
day 3 right now. Trump falling asleep during 100% of the first 2 days. Mediaite reports Trump fell asleep again. at day 2 of hush money trial.
Now
Several
remember,
reporters
Biden
shared
is the
on the
one
air
where they
that
have
Trump
the
fell
one
asleep.
picture of him at like a UN conference where he's like closing his eyes, and they said that they said he put his head down for a second, and an aide came up, and they said the aide was coming up to wake him up because he fell asleep. It's like it does look like he might have nodded off, but it also looks like he might have just been lowering his head to like look at something.
Yeah.
And an aide just coincidentally came up. So like still we have Biden fall down more, but Trump fat slob who can't stay awake.
Court CNN contributor Norm Eisen tweeted Trump is asleep again at 11 a.m. This was corroborated by others.
11 a.m.
MSNBC.
Bro, I would literally,
that
if I was
Adderall
the court reporter,
shortage really hurting him, huh?
yeah, if I was the court reporter, I'd be like, bro, Trump's asleep.
They did.
And that would be the viral tweet.
And he
just,
has
bro.
to be there for these ones. Like the other ones, he showed up because he was fresh and performative and ready to go. This is obligated. He can't do shit. He has to be there.
Is Yasmin Vasugian passed along contributor Lisa Rubin's observation that Trump is having his eyes closed and leaning to the left. Let's take a listen to that report from MSNBC.
One more note I want to say, and it's more of Trump's demeanor inside the courtroom so far today. His eyes are closed. He is leaning to the left, a little bit quiet. His arms crossed as well. That's what we're getting from inside the courtroom. Lisa Rubin giving us some of those notes.
Yes. So Trump very, very sleepy. And despite running against Sleepy Joe, it seems to be Trump that is really the sleepiest of everybody.
Exactly.
Also,
That's
very
really,
interesting.
David
really
loves
the funniest
this
part, right? That's really the funniest part. Pod Save America also did a really funny joke about the Chick-fil-A milkshake thing, where he's like, so they think Biden's weak for eating ice cream, and they also have this whole anti-straw thing, so they can't put two and two together to see that's ice cream through a straw.
Trump was warned, you will be jailed if you don't show up to court every day.
That's
Trump making a number of requests, and you could even call them demands. He wants to mistrial in order. He doesn't want a mistrial.
He was like, he won't let me go to my son's graduation. It's like, okay, bro.
Tomorrow, in order to go to the Supreme Court,
maybe you should have thought about that before you
during...
committed a crime.
Wait, he wants to not appear in court so he can go to the Supreme Court to just be an audience member.
And also go to his son's graduation.
And arguments about presidential immunity. He wants to skip trial next month in order to go to his son Barron's high school graduation, despite the claim from Michael Cohen that Trump has never gone to any of his kids' high school graduation. So it seems like that may be a ruse. And the judge is warning Trump, you will be jailed. Here is a Mediaite report. Judge Juan Merchan issuing Trump a stern warning. Show up or be arrested. According to MSNBC Vice President of Editorial,
if it was still the early 2000s, I would have used a racial slur right there that would have been comedic gold. But it's just not funny anymore to say those things.
Show up, there will be an arrest. And that would be certainly an extraordinary moment in American history to see a former president under criminal indictment during trial arrested for skipping trial. So Trump's demeanor, certainly bizarre. In a moment, we are going to talk about Donald Trump actually lashing out, kind of reacting to a potential juror. The latest news is that as of this moment that I'm recording this, by the time you hear this, it may be different. As of this moment, 7 of the jurors have been selected. A number of jurors have been no-go'd and dismissed. We're going to actually hear from one of those jurors very soon. But we are moving forward on this trial, and it is believed that
I think
there
really
will be opening arguments on
most of these things. It's like the intention behind it, right? But where someone is always, and it's always going to be someone named Karen who's going to get irritated on someone else's behalf, and I just don't want to deal with that. That's really. Jack can say it.
Monday.
What can I say? Cunt.
I also want to go back on what I just said. They were going to have Wednesdays off. So maybe actually today is not day 3 of the trial, and day 3 will be tomorrow. I will follow up on that and let you know. Let's now talk about what's going on with the jurors. I have been tracking my genealogy for years, and the service I've always used to put my family tree together is
use an app to give us your family's blood data. That way we'll sell it to the insurance companies. Was this VOA? I'm really interested to hear VOA's framing on this.
Something weird happened.
U.S. presidential candidates Joe Biden and Donald Trump had decidedly different schedules this week. Trump is in a New York courtroom facing 34 felony counts of falsifying business records.
I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election. Not fair. Not fair.
Biden's on the campaign trail near his childhood home in the neighboring state of
Wait till you hear about Bill Got It.
Trump's trial involves him attempting to squash unflattering news stories during his 2016 campaign. Prosecutors say Trump falsified payments to a former lawyer to hide that the money was going to two women who said they had earlier extramarital sexual encounters with the then candidate. Trump has pleaded not guilty to the charges, and his lawyers argue the payments were legitimate legal expenses. Trump says tying him up in court is election interference by a weaponized judiciary.
Campaign funds.
Assault on our country. Has a
Trump
to do
did.
this. Yes.
Yeah.
country that's failing. It's a country that's run by an incompetent man who's very much involved in this case. This is really an attack on a political opponent. That's all it is.
Trump does not have to testify at this trial, but former federal prosecutor Nyama Ramani thinks politics means he will.
This case is as much for the courtroom as it is for the court of public opinion. And Trump is in the middle of an election year, and he will take the stand and he will talk to the American people and those undecided voters. I think him asserting his right to remain silent, I think.
What is going to be epic is when and if he takes the stand and he is obliged to answer questions and actually going to be challenged on the bullshit that he says. That will be interesting, because that may break the cult immersion. If their God Emperor is being questioned and clowned on in front of everybody.
No. Bro. There's really, Pod Save America did it best. This one that I'm thinking of. I'm going to see if I can find it. Of them doing the milkshake coverage. Okay. So we'll put a pin on it. We're talking about God Emperor. Continue this while I find it.
Okay.
That will be used against him by undecided voters.
With his opponent in court, Biden has the presidential campaign trail to himself.
Donald Trump looks at the world differently than you and me. He wakes up in the morning in Mar-a-Lago thinking about himself, how he can help his billionaire friends gain power and control and force their extreme agenda on the rest of us. Listen to what he says. He says, quote, "I'll be dictator on day one. Quote, I am your retribution."
Biden said he and Trump have competing visions for the U.S. economy that raise questions of fundamental fairness.
Folks, where we come from matters. When I look
How
at
long ago was the milkshake?
Mar-a-Lago, I see it through the eyes of
Week.
and that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. Where honesty and decency matter. Where faith matters. Where family is everything.
Trump says being tied up in court while Biden is out campaigning is not fair.
I should be right now in Pennsylvania, in Florida, in many other states, North Carolina, Georgia, campaigning. This is all coming from the Biden White House because the guy can't put two sentences together. He can't campaign. They're using this in order to try and win an election.
Trump has squeezed in some New York campaigning around the trial, but his time in more competitive states appears, for the moment, confined to the weekends. Trump rallied supporters in Pennsylvania last Saturday and has a North Carolina event scheduled for this Saturday. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
President Donald Trump's first criminal trial started today in New York City. It's the first of 4 criminal indictments that Mr. Trump is facing. It's an historic moment, the first criminal trial of any former president. He faces 34 counts of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged extramarital affair that surfaced during his 2016 campaign. Mr. Trump today cast himself as under attack, calling the trial a, quote, political persecution. Joining us now from New York is our William Brangham, who's been covering the former president's.
So I think they have their framing of this is just so good.
Before we go, we got to talk about the biggest story of the week, one that got wall-to-wall coverage on the country's most popular cable channel. Donald Trump's visit to Chick-fil-A in Atlanta on Wednesday, where he put on a true masterclass in retail politics. Here's Fox News anchor Martha McCallum and guest Clay Travis struggling to contain themselves.
We're going to show a little bit from that.
Yes.
From Donald Trump buying everybody milkshakes and chicken at Chick-fil-A. Watch.
Can I have 30 milkshakes and also some chicken? And we're going to take care of the customers. Is business good? Making a lot of money? Everyone get rich, right?
The idea that
not them
try to sell that Trump is an awful human being.
that he's Adolf Hitler. I don't know that Hitler was regularly buying journalist milkshakes or walking into Chick-fil-A or Dairy Queen like this. I think
he was definitely buying the Aryans then.
So decisive and strong leader in the Gallup poll, Trump 57, Biden is at 38, although more people think that Biden is likable. He's at 57, Trump at 37.
While this is going on, while they can't even contain themselves because they're so happy to talk about the milkshakes, it's talking about a shooting, the Ramadan shooting in the corner, while they're over here like, ooh, milkshakes.
Yeah.
People think that Biden is likable. He's at 57, Trump at 37. I guess they weren't at the Chick-fil-A.
Oh, man.
30 milkshakes and chicken. Dan, is this the milkshake election? Is that
such forced fake laughter?
Oh, I know. When they come back from the clip, yeah.
Awful.
But like
only after a
that
good
framing
deal
of just them like not even being able to like contain themselves and how excited they are to talk about Chick-fil-A. Like, come on, bro. These people there's nothing there. They just yap.
Of sparring over various motions. Walk us through exactly what happened.
Jeff, the day started out with a lot of conversation about the gag order that was placed on Donald Trump by this judge, Juan Merchan, and whether or not Trump violated it today or over this past weekend. I mean, it's important to remember I cannot think of a criminal defendant in recent American legal history who has so aggressively and sometimes violently gone after the judges and prosecutors who are overseeing the cases that he is in the middle of. And in this case, Donald Trump has gone after Judge Merchan and particularly his adult daughter quite a bit. He has argued that because she worked for a Democratic organization, that thus the judge should recuse himself from this case. That is not happening. But the judge put a gag order on Trump back in March, expanded it last week. But still, today, Donald Trump was posting videos where one of his supporters was going after the judge's wife. Over the weekend, Donald Trump at a rally was going after one of the key witnesses in this case, Michael Cohen, his former lawyer. And the prosecutor.
I think we watched this.
We might have.
Seems vaguely familiar.
We might have.
That's fine. Just to cap off this segment, actually, I'm gonna have actually no, just to cap off Trump and Biden. I don't know what this is, but we'll cap it with this.
What'd you find? Oh, this is the one I was gonna pull up. This is what I had pulled up anyway to show you like how his show is better than Gutfeld. So I have it pulled up on
well, if you've got it, you do it, because if you want to show me something,
hang on. I might have closed it. Can you send me the link that you have open right now? I just closed it on accident.
And then I can find and organize the rest.
Hopefully this is even the right one, Might not be. It's not.
It's not? Okay.
Well, this is just funny because he's going to make jokes about Trump sleeping if we want to hear him make jokes about Trump sleeping. But I wanted to show like how he does it with an actual audience, and like the jokes are not killer jokes, but they're funny enough to be like bad late night, unlike Gutfeld.
Right. He's got a live audience.
I've never laughed at any of them. I was laughing at the lady he had on today because she was funny, but that's the thing, is they bring funnier people on. That's the key, they're smart.
And we're back. I'm here with Chris, Kendra, and Hallie. Hi.
Okay, hang on.
Lazarus is back to.
I have it here.
Looking like the Babadook.
There's more light on her this time.
Let's.
In a ruling that said that the 160-year-old law is now enforceable. So saddle up, women folk. We're going down the pass to get a potion from a little trading post called CVS over the border with New Mexico.
That's good. That's.
No, I.
It's funny because
you got a good
her.
joke in your hands.
Yeah.
When Paula Poundstone isn't sure it's over before she compliments it.
No, I was just thinking about the future for Arizona.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Oh, Bud Light. woke beer.
It's going to be great. You know, their new license plate says our women are hot. Yeah, that one's over. That was it.
The law, which was on the books, before Arizona became a state and before women had the right to vote, outlaws abortion from the moment of conception, except when necessary to save the woman's. I oppose today's ruling, and I am calling on Katie Holmes and the state legislature to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support. But Lake praised the very same near total ban in 2022 when she said this.
I'm incredibly thrilled that we are going to have a great law that's already on the books. So it will prohibit abortion in Arizona. And I think we're going to be paving the way and setting course for other states to follow.
But you have to understand, Paula, this was from all the way back in 2022. It was a completely different time. The Cybertruck wasn't even out yet. We'd only seen pictures.
Yeah, no, this is, you know, they also, Arizona
right
has been really ahead of the curve on a lot of the spittoon laws.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's where they should be, how often to be emptied.
Yeah. And how many per?
How many per?
If you have a factory, there has to be a certain amount of spittoons per factory workers.
Because that's basic. That's OSHA. That's OSHA.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's, yeah.
You know, when Charles Dickens came to the country, he said that because people used to spit on the ground, and he said it was disgusting and that it looked like a carpet. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad we stopped that.
Yeah.
Maybe there, you know, that was requiring water utilities to remove toxic forever chemicals from drinking water, which officials say will help prevent thousands of illnesses, including cancer.
Wait, when did they decide to do that?
Today, I guess, or this week. This week
to
they
take
decided
forever chemicals
out of the water.
Did they say toxic or just forever?
They're toxic forever chemicals.
And they just decided today.
Well, I think
to
we've come,
take them out.
I think they decided they've been trying to get to the point where they could issue this rule.
Who decided to put them in? That would be my first question.
I think kind of. Well, sure. I think we can get it just sort of the.
Is there any way
ways in which
Arizona can take us back to toxic forever chemicals in our water? We hope against hope. My fingers are crossed.
Yeah.
It's just weird that today they decided to take out the toxic forever
Well,
chemicals.
I think we've been learning more and more about how dangerous these chemicals are and the way in which they last forever. These were common chemicals. They were used in things like, for a long time, they were using things like all kinds of like fabrics, and they were all over the place. And now they were trying to say, hey, we can't have this in the water because, and you're right, like they should never have been. In
we didn't know when it was just fabric.
We did a lot of like, you put it in the water, and if you have trouble, come call us, you know?
Yeah.
It's a lot of that. There's a lot of like,
if you have
it's
trouble,
fine.
crawl across the floor towards your phone while gripping your intestines if you have trouble.
I guess forever doesn't mean what it used to, said a molecule of perfluorooctane sulfonic acid that entered your bloodstream when you played blocks on a carpet protected by Scotchgard in 1993. One of the products it was in was Scotchgard, the original formulation.
Yeah.
And another poison
You know,
news.
I'm probably never going to get pregnant, because I'm too old. But if I did, it's exactly what I would name my kid.
Polyfluorooctane sulfonic acid.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Polyfluorooctane sulfonic acid.
Yeah.
Standing up during the incest bill debate saying not only should marrying your first cousin be illegal, it should be against the law to marry anyone who looks like even a bit like you. Marrying someone who shares 0 genes was good enough for my unrelated grandparents, and it's good enough for me. Gino Bulso. Bulso also argued that basically two women on each side here and 2 men on this side here. What's interesting is which couples get to sit together. Like you've never been hurt and stabbed, like you won't be convicted. Live, laugh, glove, Paula Poundstone. I'm so sorry. That one in the holster. Navalny wrote a memoir titled Patriot, which will be published in the U.S. in October. This is a personal attack on anyone who's ever said, I can't write under these conditions in regards to somebody using a leaf blower outside. The Vatican released a new document on Monday, which says that any sex change intervention is a grave violation of human dignity. And we're the experts in dignity, said the Pope from beneath a giant gilded hat while sitting in a glass-enclosed throne on the back of a pickup truck. The document states that gender theory intends to deny the greatest possible difference that exists between living beings, sexual difference. And here I thought the greatest possible difference that exists between living beings is being...
Oh, I'm sure that this is bad. if he's associated with them. I'm really like waiting for Jack to come back now at this
An
point.
uptight,
I was
overworked
ready to
female
bump to
executive
him,
in the
and then
big
he
city
walked
travels
away.
to her rural hometown to finally sell her family's decrepit old house before Christmas Eve versus being a hunky but disheveled contractor sent to fix a leaky roof of a decrepit old house who hates coastal elites, chugs beer, and swears no woman could ever tame him. Anyway, Mr. Pope, we've got cousins marrying over here, if you care to focus on that. Speaking of gross emanations from Europe, the Paris 2024 Olympics may have to cancel or postpone the swimming portion of the triathlon if France can't clean up the filthy River Seine after a nonprofit warned that the river had higher than permitted levels of bacteria, including pollution of fecal origin.
Wow. Well, they can't just use tap water.
The French public are against cleaning up the river because they are afraid it will lose its perfect flavor. Said French officials, we were doing
that might have been the only funny joke of the entire thing.
Dave Matthews Band tour bus drove across the bridge.
He does this whole thing talking
Dave
shit
Matthews
about
Band,
New York
their band
Times and
famous.
how New York Times, like every now and then they stumble across news, but really all the New York Times is a game company because they make like Wordle and the crosswords. And he mentions like something, he does a joke about the Monday crossword and she doesn't understand. He's like, Mondays, the New York Times crossword is the easiest one. And I think like this kind of comedian is key to have like riff with him because they like are so detached from anything that he's saying that it makes it funnier. Oh boy.
And do you think that we should be a Christian nationalist country?
I believe that we should be protecting our freedom of religion, and it seems that Christianity is under attack in this country. It's pretty evident.
We don't
when
have freedom of
college
religion.
campuses allow
That's not what
things
the law is.
to be talked about, everything under the sun. But when anyone tries to speak about Christianity, they're pretty much shut down. You see it in protests around the country. People are shut down, and it's really unfortunate. So
shut up.
It is important to me that that's protected.
And do you think the Bible should be taught in public schools?
No.
I mean, why not?
We have a separation of church and state.
You know, it might be to some people, but not to me. I just know that God is
Look
in
how
charge,
magnified her
and
eyes
whatever
are.
he does it's the only thing to be doing.
Listen,
that
Grandma,
can
if
be
you
done.
can't see past
he's
your
gonna take a
nose,
lot.
you probably
He's
shouldn't
going to
be
go a long ways
commenting.
before he destroys the evil.
Here we go.
And
Now,
what's
Jack,
evil as you define it now?
anti-old people. Old people
Yeah,
don't
well,
deserve
you
rights.
know, I can't go that far. I know the evil and you know the evil, but we don't speak it that way.
Uh-huh.
Christians don't anyway.
Uh-huh.
No, I mean, when you
demons
refer
are
to evil,
plain.
because I don't know what, evil to me is people who kill people.
Well, Biden's evil,
Uh-huh.
and that's about all I can say to that.
In what ways is he evil?
You know, yeah, I got it all out. Thank you.
So the Constitution was not written for
Translation. I don't know. I'm running away. See ya.
No, she's like, I think I need to not incriminate myself. Thanks. Bye. That's what I got it as.
moral, unjust people. The Constitution was written for moral, spiritual people who could discern the times and the seasons through the Word of God.
We have, God. God is trying to help America, and the man for the mission is Trump. So we need to follow.
It's a literal cult.
But what if Trump were to lose? What would that mean that didn't work
He
out?
won't
Or
lose.
what would it mean for the country?
He will not lose.
Well, God has his plan, and God knows everything. If that happens, it means suffering for the people, and I don't think God wants that at this point in time. I think that most of America is a faithful people. America is actually following Christ more than we think, and I think that God knows this.
Do you think America should be an exclusively
Change the background from cityscape to mountains and desert and chuck a Talibani outfit on him and have him speaking about Talibani stuff and then same. Same.
Christian country?
Yes, I think that it should be a Christian country.
Let's say we became a Christian country.
Yeah.
What would you say to your Jewish friends and neighbors?
I think that the base of this nation was Christianity, and they know that.
Nope.
Just like Israel was the Jewish religion.
Nope.
And we know that, and we love them. And we respect them for how their nation is, and
the founders
they respect
hate
us
you
for how our nation
actually.
is run. And I think that both nations are very, very close, commandments-wise and everything. I think that
Abraham
the right
Lincoln
path
would call
is
you
to
a
keep
racist.
America, a Christ-like America.
But we have a separation of church and state in this country.
There is separation, but not in the Constitution. The Constitution was based on our Heavenly Father.
I don't think they use those words, though, right?
Not those words, but the men that did the job of writing the Constitution, they were very faithful men.
And we're standing in Virginia. Thomas Jefferson wrote.
Oh, it's putting the facts at the bottom.
Everybody here is free to worship whomever they please. Do you think we should teach the Bible in public school?
Yes, I do. I do believe that. I believe that it does brings the spirit of America, and that it helps the children.
You know, Michael Flynn, he said that if the country is one nation under God, it should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Is that your mom?
What would that do for Donald Trump's Jewish children who don't worship the same God?
But don't they still? I mean, it's still the same God. They just don't worship Christianity.
They don't worship Jesus.
Right, right.
Isn't Jesus the God of Christianity?
Well, what is that thing where? What's the effect? Is it Dunning
So-
Kruger? That is the one. That's the one where somebody is like, the more ignorant they are, the more confident they are about the subject.
I think it is. Yeah.
And what about our Muslim people in the country? Should they be made to worship Jesus as well?
No, I guess everybody, we should have our. How about we keep religion out of it?
She thought about it.
Michael Flynn
She
the other day
genuinely
said
thought
that
about it.
The country is one nation under God. Do you believe that? I do. He's saying because we're one nation under God, we should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So
Psycho.
what then? Like Donald Trump has children and grandchildren who are being raised
This is
Jewish.
gonna be
What would happen in
hilarious.
that case to people like that?
Well, the Jewish religion, that they have the right to believe in their person, which is God. The Jewish religion believes in God. I personally am Roman Catholic. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
And what about a Muslim, friend or colleague? What would they have the same protections?
As far as their religion goes, sure.
So that Michael Flynn thing, one nation under one God, it's not, he's saying that there's one Christian God is the way I hear it, but you're saying that shouldn't be.
Well, in my eyes, it is, because I am a Christian.
Right, but it should be mandated to the country is what I'm saying. Should we be one nation under one God as the United States of America?
Well, that's what's printed on our money, and that we should.
We say in God we trust, right?
Correct.
Money, right? But I'm asking, do you think we should all?
Here's an easier solution. Remove God from your fucking money. The fuck are you doing? Like, it's bad enough that we have the head of some fuckwit in England on our money.
Well, that's the reason why they put it. Just like how
and
the Jews,
you guys
just
have
like how the
some
Jews,
imaginary man-made figure sitting on your fucking money.
He appears to Abraham and says, "I am the Lord," because they're like, "Fuck you" to the landlords, right? So that's what that's why the God thing is on the money, not because they believed in God or anything, but they're saying they're invoking an authority above the crown. That was like the point of it. It's the similar to how the Jewish faith ends up being founded in that regard, except America way cooler than Judaism. I said it. Whoa, hot take.
Adopt one God, the same God.
I think if whatever religion you're in, you believe whatever higher being is,
or you're an.
It needs to be removed from politics and anything to do with country in general. Just religion, get rid of it. See you later.
Yeah, well,
bye, nothing.
It was injected
Not a single
into
mention.
it because of like the evangelicals come out with Bush Senior, right? So he wins because of the evangelicals. So they inject themselves into
because of
politics
Reagan, right?
because this is when, well, dominionism kind of starts back then, but it comes full force where they realize that if they can wield political power, they can influence the 7 pillars of society. Which, by the way, that episode's, I put it on the second channel, right? So you just need to link it to the Patreon.
Yes, I'll put it on the Patreon. After this,
So after this stream, the extended cut of our next episode will be up, which is not about dominionism. I was just thinking because we just did one about dominionism.
The one we just
that
released is about dominionism.
Yeah, but they talk about the 7 pillars there.
Yeah. It's but as I was saying, it needs to be completely and utterly removed and isolated. But the other thing is, you can't be anti-theist like communism becomes, because if you kill God, the state becomes God.
Well, like,
because it's people who are looking for authority and are going to look
that's
for
what
authority
Robespierre's
regardless.
flaw is, right? So like I think the US founders had but I think if they looked and they realized that these types of people would be around later trying to they would have been a little more
Hesitant
heavy-handed
about using it. Yeah.
But because they're just invoking a symbol of God, as in it's still above the state. Like there's still even above the state, there's still like a hierarchy and answer. It's like trying to say that even we as the government aren't the ultimate authority over your life. Like this is a founding principle of the United States.
Yeah,
while
just
they
understand
continue
that
to
the
be
state
authorities
is not,
over people's lives.
It's very ironic, but it's saying we are not the be all end all of your life. But people are like, but God must be.
You know about the presidential seal? Have we talked about this?
Possibly. I remember talking about it, but I do not remember.
The eagle in its claws, it has arrows. It has like a certain amount of arrows. That's like symbolizing something. And then it has like what is for peace? It's like ivy or something. What is the peace plant? Or it's like laurels or something? Olive branches. It has olive branches in the other hand. And they're in the other talent, and it's turning towards the olive branch to say that, like, we will kill you, but we prefer to use the olive branch.
Yes.
Like that's literally what our presidential seal means.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard. That's hardcore.
It is pretty metal.
And I think more of that stuff, like more turkeys, more eagles, because I don't know if you know this, but Benjamin Franklin was insistent that our national bird should be the turkey.
That's hilarious. Why?
Just because it's like it was more like a common thing,
Fair enough.
It's like, you're gonna tell me that Canada's bird is not the Canadian goose? I'm not looking it up. It's the Canadian goose. Okay.
Atheist. Well, I'm not. No, not you. I'm not saying. Sorry. Yeah, no, you're. I don't.
Plus, imagine that.
Dude, these people can't fathom that people aren't religious. It's insane.
Imagine a man. Yeah, they also think that like they're half of the country. They also believe that.
Yeah.
Right.
Insane.
So like, you know how the Man in the High Castle, like alt universe is, right?
Yes.
That, except it's replacing the eagles with turkeys, right? It's the same America we have now, but instead of eagles, it's just the glorious turkey. Thanksgiving has like a whole new meaning, Like and they'll like be like, the turkey is what sustained these people, like how the corn is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be like, without the turkey, like, the genocides that we did wouldn't be possible, but they'll phrase it in like a nice way.
Michael Flint said that America is one nation under God, and he says if America is one nation under God, they should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that?
I'm an American, one nation under God. That's how I feel, but that's a little touchy, a little touchy.
General Flynn recently said that America should be one nation under God.
It's because the sheer principle of a nation under one God is very like, where it's
also this is the Pledge of Allegiance,
God,
which was written by a communist, where they're getting this from.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Because that is only in that, isn't it?
Yeah. Does her national anthem have any reference to God? I don't think so. It's about rockets. It's about a war.
Yeah, maybe not. Because it's obviously on the money.
Yeah, I'm looking up why it's on the money real quick.
In God we trust.
Yeah.
I think is what is on the money.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
1955, Congress passed a bill which mandated "In God We Trust" must be on all currency.
Unfucking believable. Okay. So "In God We Trust" is on the money because of fucking Christians. Doesn't count. Fuck those people. Remove it. That's justifiably removable.
"In God We Trust" is the official motto of the United States?
No fucking way.
It's also the motto of Florida and Nicaragua. Okay.
And one nation under one God.
Bro,
how do you feel about that?
They used to have like legionistic shit on there. And when I say legionistic, what do you think I'm talking about here?
Like Roman legion?
No. Like demon legion. The legion. The demon that Jesus casts out of the pig, or casts into the pig. The demon that tempts him in the desert. That's Legion.
Okay.
Right. So it's like the Legion of the Damned, right? So
that's way cooler.
So before it was Latin, and it was like e pluribus unum, which was out of many one, which is Legion as fuck. Like that is some shit you would hear Legion say.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so like I like that better. Like the satanic shit is cooler.
Yeah.
You know?
Put that back on the money. That's sick. Fuck this in God we trust shit. That's way cooler.
One God.
Okay,
I am a Christian
so
myself, and I
okay.
do believe in God.
The earliest mention of the phrase can be found mid-19th century. The origins of this phrase as a political motto lie in the American Civil War, where Union supporters wanted to emphasize their attachment to God and to boost morale. It first appeared on the 2-cent piece in 1864. Oh, okay. Guess what? Okay. A law passed in 1955 by joint resolution of Congress and approved by President Dwight Eisenhower requires "In God We Trust" to appear on all American currency.
Fucking Eisenhower.
90% of Americans support it on U.S. coins.
And there's more things. I think it's on a much deeper level when it comes to big politicians. We have career politicians nowadays. We don't have anyone who is of the working class any longer. We have career politicians, and I don't believe that that's right. So.
And then finally, I want to ask.
So you're gonna vote for Trump, who's a billionaire, and not in any way sympathetic to you or any of the people that you know at all.
The Eisenhower administration struck a deeply religious tone, which proves a fertile ground for lobbying and inclusion of the motto in more confess. This is often attributed to the influence of Billy Graham, a prominent evangelist of the time. The fucking Adolf Hitler of Dominionism is the reason why it's on there. No fucking way, bro.
That's such a hilarious circle to come around to.
After intense political pressure for inclusion of a natural motto appeared for the first time on some postage stamps, though lobbying for universal inclusion by Michigan Senator Charles E. Porter and Representative Louis C. Robert failed, so they failed to push, and then
What a random video for this to happen on.
Christian. Michael Flynn, who you recall from the previous administrations, he recently said that if America should be one nation under God, they should also be one nation under one God. What do you think of that?
As a Christian, I'm a Catholic, but overall I'm a Christian, and I don't really agree with him on that end. I mean, we all disagree on things.
You're a Catholic? Why are you voting for Trump? He literally hates you, idiot. You fucking idiot.
How do you feel about not supporting someone, or do you feel a bind to support someone who is Catholic?
I don't feel a bind to support him.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No,
Michael, that's not what this is about.
To support abortion and the murdering of millions of innocent children, I don't know how he can receive communion and say he's a Catholic. I don't know how he can do that. And that's our faith. That's what we believe, and we're a pro-life church. I mean, I go to church right down the road, and every single Sunday, that's the first thing they say is we are a pro-life church. And for him to have the position he does and not support that, it's pretty embarrassing, to be honest.
There's a lot of talk about religion in this election. And Christian
imagine being able to be an adult and not listen to a fucking organized religion when it comes to the matter of civil rights. Crazy. What a concept. Fuck off.
I think the national anthem was also written by a commie. I need a fact check on that one. I know you might be thinking of Emma Lazarus and the Statue of Liberty as well. I don't know if I think she's more anarchist and gay than a commie. But basically everyone in that communism was still like, it's not like how it is today. Like everyone was a commie in a way. Because, at the end of the day, it's government doing stuff is what we're talking about. Taxing the rich is the commie shit we're talking about. Actually challenging authority, though, is popular.
It's a good Lord that put us here. It's a good Lord that wrote the Constitution. That's what it's all about. And
wrong.
I'm
Men
all
wrote
about
the
it.
Constitution.
Crediting the Lord with the Constitution.
I'm sorry, what was
You're
that?
crediting the Lord with the Constitution?
Yes, I am. I credit him with everything.
Michael Flynn, he recently said that we are one nation under God, and he thinks we should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that as well?
Well, Yes
I'm
and
done
no.
with
That's,
this,
that's
though.
a that's a
Let's get to some
that's
actual
fine line
news
there.
instead of
I
this.
believe in Jesus.
We interviewed Trump supporters, and turns out they're stupid. This is managed democracy at its finest right now.
All right, let's hit some stuff.
Boeing has faced intense scrutiny for months, and as our aviation correspondent Miles O'Brien reports, new whistleblower claims were the focus of a congressional hearing today.
Boeing is at a moment of reckoning. It's a moment many years in the making. It is a moment that results not from one incident or one flight or one plane or one plant.
Lawmakers and whistleblowers today slammed Boeing's safety culture, highlighting supply chain mismanagement, relentless production pressure, and allegations of other design errors that have besieged the company.
I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program.
Engineer Sam Salahpour is just the latest in a long line of Boeing whistleblowers. He told a Senate subcommittee he has serious safety concerns about the 787
Man's a
Dreamliner,
short king.
a fuel-efficient long-range wide-body that is Boeing's newest design. The alleged problem? Pieces of the fuselage improperly joined together.
In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems, pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
That said, the Federal Aviation Administration has taken no moves to ground the 787 and have not said they are unsafe.
Fuck?
In a statement today, Boeing dismissed Salapour's claims and said, under FAA oversight, we have painstakingly inspected and reworked airplanes and improved production quality to meet exacting standards that are measured in the 1/100th of an inch. We are fully confident in the safety and durability of the 787 Dreamliner. The company also denied any fatigue problems with the fuselages under repeated testing. Boeing's public
that would be quite catastrophic for them, considering basically all their MAX planes are fucked. Those planes are not going back in the sky ever.
Oh, they are.
It's insane that they could
are,
ever
and you'll
be
fly
back
on
in
one
the sky.
too.
I will not.
Mm-hmm.
battering comes amid a series of harrowing, fatal, and near-fatal mishaps and
The
accidents.
best thing
with
about
its
this is
737
Travel
aircraft.
Sites added a feature where you can filter out Boeing
Yes.
planes from your fucking
Yeah.
booking
Yeah.
because it was
So
in
good.
such a demand for that feature.
Mhm. Yep. And it's only 2 manufacturers, so Airbus is going to get a lot of sales real
Yeah,
quick.
I think
and
there is
Boeing
a
gonna stop being
Airbus story. I'm not sure if I
Yeah.
put it in though.
Okay. Because Airbus is going to have to either buy Boeing out and fix their problems for them, and therefore be a massive global monopoly, which issues. But yeah, we'll come to that.
Airliners. In January, an improperly installed door plug on a 737 MAX 9 blew off mid-flight, prompting the most recent round of public and regulatory scrutiny. Boeing's safety nosedive first came to public light in 2018 and 19 when 2 737 MAXs crashed, killing 346 people. In the wake of those accidents, Boeing
Skill
faced
issue.
a criminal charge.
Okay, they didn't just crash. Boeing's faulty systems made them nosedive into the ground, killing everyone. That's what
That's
happened.
the crash. Actually,
that it defrauded the FAA. The company paid more than $2.5 billion to settle. Ed Pearson, a former Boeing senior
Billion
manager
Nelly.
who left in 2018 and a whistleblower himself, said little was learned.
The world is shocked to learn about Boeing's current production quality issues. I'm not surprised because nothing changed after the 2 crashes. There was no accountability. Not a single person from Boeing went to jail.
Pearson feels the FAA policy that allows manufacturers to police themselves is also a key part of the problem.
The gold standard is now fool's gold because the only thing that is more dangerous than a dangerous environment is the illusion of a safe environment.
Salapour's allegations land on a long, troubling list.
All the problems that we
They're
had,
so
we put
fucked.
Band-Aid over Band-Aid to resolve the problems, and Band-Aid over Band-Aid doesn't cover it.
He says he and other
They're not gonna be
whistleblowers
fucked. They're
endured
gonna be
professional
bailed out. They're
retaliation
gonna be
and
just
threats
fine.
after raising
Capitalism at
concerns
its
internally.
best.
You just try to escape from that because this is hell, that I was
Yes.
subjected to.
Rather than saying, you know what,
you've got a point. We need to maybe do something about this. They're telling you to hide it. They're reassigning you. They're threatening you.
Threaten you, sideline you, transfer you.
In response, Boeing said retaliation is strictly prohibited. But the company also said, we know we have more work to do to foster a safety culture, and we are taking action across our company to encourage all.
Retaliation is prohibited unless you don't get caught. Unless someone just mysteriously commits suicide in their truck in a random car.
Retaliation is prohibited. They mean it. They meant the whistleblowers when they said that.
Yeah,
that was a threat. That was a subtle threat, actually, from Boeing. Yeah, my mouse. All right, PG, you ready to come out?
About a fifth of America's total petrochemical production is concentrated on a stretch of land along the Mississippi River in southeastern Louisiana. Those facilities provide many of the essentials of modern life: plastics, fertilizer, and even medical equipment. But that production also comes with serious risks. The area has also long been known as Cancer Alley because of the high rates of cancer among people who live near those plants. As William Brangham reports, a new study now documents how those risks may fall on the next generation as well.
All right. Not long ago, Tisha couldn't imagine making memories like this with her son, Cairo.
You sharing with mommy?
He was born prematurely, almost 2 months early. Weighing just 4 pounds, he had to live in this incubator, had a slow heart rate, and sometimes stopped breathing entirely.
My first time seeing him after birth, I was holding him and he looked so peaceful. And I was like, oh my God, he's so peaceful. And I took a picture and seconds later, his alarms went off. He had stopped breathing and of course, just me being new to the experience, it was very overwhelming.
There we go.
Tisha, who asked me not use her last name for privacy reasons, has lived in Louisiana's St. John the Baptist Parish most of her life. The community sits within an 85-mile stretch of land that's home to some 200 fossil fuel and petrochemical operations.
Growing up, we knew nothing about how those things were affecting us. You know, you just had asthma, you just had eczema, you just had all of these other different issues. Your grandmother had cancer. A lot of people, women I know with fertility issues, a lot of women I know trying to get pregnant and can't, or experiencing a lot of miscarriages or early births. And we just thought that that was normal life.
Last month, researchers at Tulane University found that in Louisiana's most polluted areas, pregnant women had a 25% higher risk of low birth weights and a 36% higher risk of premature births. Prematurity is the leading cause of death among infants in the U.S. Black and low-income women in those areas face the highest risks.
It's a wake-up call in terms of how we think about the consequences of industrial pollution. And what you emit today affects the health of somebody who's going to be born in 6 months or 9 months, right? It's not decades from now.
Kimberly Terrell is a staff scientist at Tulane's Environmental Law Clinic and was lead author of the study.
What was really surprising was the proportion of adverse birth outcomes that could be attributed to pollution exposure in Louisiana. So our study suggests that a third of the cases of low birth weight and about half the cases of preterm birth in the state can be linked to pollution exposure.
The Mississippi River is full of petrochemical plants as well as grain elevators because they are truly the gateway to the world.
Louisiana Republican State Senator Eddie Lambert chairs the Environmental Quality Committee, which oversees the agency that regulates the chemical industry.
I'm sure your committee has
How's
seen
that going?
a number of studies that have linked living in these areas to disproportionately high negative health outcomes. You don't accept that as a
I don't
premise.
accept that as a complete truism. I mean, there may be some correlations. I mean, I'm going to tell you, let's start looking, vaccines. We've had an explosion of vaccines in the last, 20, 30 years. Now you have autism.
Oh my
is there a
God.
connection there?
Oh my God.
People who think they are.
There's a lot of people who think there are, but there's no good evidence that they are connected.
And that may be the same thing with some of the situations with the chemical plants.
There's no fucking way he's doing this.
Circumstantial evidence that's there. But you know what? Let's really dig down and see what is what is that?
Thank you for smoking. There are other reasons women in these areas.
That's insane.
May be experiencing poor birth outcomes.
Is it, economically depressed? Their health? What kind of prenatal care are they doing? I mean, there's all kind of factors.
But Terrell argues
I wonder
those
how much
factors
money is
were
being
accounted
paid
for
by
in her
this
study,
company.
and they aren't exclusive.
They are compounding. It doesn't make sense to say, we're just going to ignore pollution and focus on, poverty or healthcare access. If we know pollution is a risk factor, and we absolutely know that pollution is linked to low birth weight and preterm birth across the board, why aren't we addressing that?
You think on balance right now, you guys are hitting that correct balance of economic development versus protecting people's health.
We could probably be doing a little bit better on both. You know, I would like to see no pollution. That's a perfect scenario. Now, how much of a negative impact there is, I don't know. But I know they also bring a lot of things to us that we could not exist without.
Yeah, did you know that the tisms in Australia is caused by vaccines in America? Crazy, right?
Them. Would
That's
it
what I
not be for
heard.
the chemical industry, especially fertilizer? You could not support the world's population.
A recent report from Human Rights Watch found that for decades, the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, or LDEQ, has repeatedly failed to
LDEQ.
enforce the minimum standards set by the federal government and to protect the environment and human health. And Terrell says that agency still hasn't acknowledged the racial disparities in who gets exposed to pollution. From 2019 to 2021, the department allowed industrial emissions of pollution that were 7 to 21 times higher in mostly
Incredible.
Black communities compared to mostly white ones. In an email to the NewsHour, the department declined to comment.
I think the key is that the DEQ needs
Sus.
to take an unbiased approach to environmental justice analysis in its permitting decisions. And what that means is when a facility wants to build a new plant in a community of color, DEQ needs to say, okay, what's the existing burden of pollution here? And is this community overburdened?
2 years ago, the Environmental Protection Agency opened up a civil rights investigation looking at whether state regulators here in Louisiana were allowing oil and gas and petrochemical companies to build and pollute in a way that disproportionately harms Black communities. In response, Louisiana's then Attorney General and now Governor Jeff Landry sued the EPA, and the agency dropped the investigation. The EPA declined to comment, citing pending litigation.
We're going to focus on mitigation with climate change.
In Ascension Parish, another community with concentrated petrochemical plants, Ashley Gaignard is counting on a younger generation to enact change. She founded the organization Rural Roots Louisiana to teach kids about environmental issues.
That creates another generation of awareness. It preserves our land. It sustains what we have. Because if we don't start preserving it, the industry is going to buy out every piece of clean property that they can.
True.
All three of Gaignard's children were born premature and with low birth weights. She says at the time, she didn't connect her baby's poor health with the air she breathed when she was pregnant.
My son born with an undeveloped lung, and he's had really horrible asthma all his life. And to have a kid get told he can't take recess anymore. When you learn you got formaldehyde in the air,
They're banning our
methamphetamine in
gas
the air,
stove.
and benzene in the air, and all of those chemicals have effects on your respiratory system, you get angry.
Back in St. John the Baptist Parish, Tisha says even now she worries about how the air could be harming her son.
If you could, would you move far away from here? Is that something you thought about?
It's something that I thought about, but I love here. I don't want to be anywhere else. I want to be home, and I want my baby to know home and love home the way that I do. So what do you do when you need to be home and home is
What a great shot. Really?
home the way that I do? So what do you do
Oh,
when you
at
need
the
to be
end,
home?
showing the chemicals next
What
to the
a
playground.
fantastic shot.
Mm-hmm.
What a great final shot. Like, really.
Yeah.
Just perfect.
Also,
Disgusting.
CBS is also not 24/7. You know,
Mm.
it's like they do they do the news hour. It's 1 hour that
Yeah.
they have to produce.
Mhm.
It's like,
Home. And home
and they
is
still produce better
unfortunately where-
content than SNL, which also just
Yeah.
has to do an hour a week. They do an hour
Mhm.
every day, and I think they
Sure.
just do a weekend update thing.
Mm.
I think it might
Yeah.
just be Saturday, and they don't do Sunday. I'm not sure though.
A Newport Beach man shot and wounded a home invasion suspect early this morning, one of two suspects who broke into the house located in an upscale gated community. KTLA's Rachel Menitoff reports the victims and suspects knew each
Rachel
other.
Man on top. It's like Xena on a
Hi,
top.
good evening. This is a pretty secure
Manitoff,
community. It's
okay.
gated and there's a 24/7 guard on duty. So for people who live here, this came as a real surprise. The one thing police did want to stress today is there's no threat to the community. The intruders actually knew their victims and where they lived.
This was a home invasion robbery that happened here just off of Newport Beach Coast Drive.
Sky 5 over this upscale Newport Beach neighborhood, the scene of what officials are calling a targeted early morning home invasion. 2 intruders apparently broke in from a side door in this gated community near Newport Coast Drive and Pelican Hill Road around 4:45 a.m. And according to police, the assailants knew exactly who lived here.
We know that there is a relationship between the suspects, the 2 suspects, and the victims, the residents.
And what's that relationship based on?
That I cannot comment on at this time.
The homeowner ended up shooting one of the intruders, who police found injured, laying in the street with a handgun. They found a second person nearby in the bushes. That man was found dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Nice.
Today, the city's mayor doubled down on the consequences for violent crime.
If you are coming into our city to commit crime, expect that there is going to be resistance, that is.
No, why?
Because of how felony murder rule, I doubt this is actually why he killed himself, but like because of how felony murder rule is, thinking that his homie just died, no, he knows that he would basically get charged as if he killed him.
Murder, yeah.
Yeah, when it was supposed to be like a breaking and entering, which is like not a serious crime.
Fair enough. I stand on this ground that felony murder is like the best law in America.
Well, I mean, it also depends on awareness, right? If people are aware of it.
True.
Before they do a situation with felony murder.
Because pretty much any time you do a B&E and you've got someone like as a getaway driver and you get shot and die, that getaway driver's getting pinned murder.
So
like you better think twice, buddy. Like don't go doing that shit.
The whole like reason just being like I'm gonna kill myself after a bad breaking and entering is very strange, though.
It is. So it does raise a few questions.
Just like how I want to know the motivation behind that guy that was being like who shot out with the police. Is he just a regular guy? Like what was going on there?
Exactly what we saw this morning.
It's unclear how the 2 suspects made their way into this normally secure community. All lanes of Newport Coast Drive were closed for several hours, leading some residents to believe the intruders hopped a surrounding fence.
I asked the security gate and I said, do you have any cars coming at the time between 4 and 5? And they're like, no, there's definitely no.
Huh?
It's this second helter-skelter murder that was just prevented. There was the next Manson family going into that residence.
So they have the gate, and he was like, yeah, most likely they came through the gate.
The fact that police say the suspects and victims knew one another makes sense to nearby resident Adam Fowler.
It's a lot of gates, a lot of, invite-only type stuff. So, you have to at least have an idea of where you're going and certainly need to know it's not a place where you can just walk in and knock on somebody's front door.
And there were 4 people inside the house during the home invasion, including a juvenile. They were all evacuated safely. As for the suspect who was shot by the homeowner, he was taken to hospital. We don't know what kind of condition he's in right now. In Newport Beach, I'm Rachel Menetoff, KTLA 5 News.
Thanks.
Elephant walking down the road. Oh my god.
Free him.
King.
Only in Butte. A circus elephant got
Let him roam. Let him roam. Go. Go, man. Go. He's like, fuck it, I'm free.
Where are you going, friend?
I shall become a woolly mammoth.
Elephant walking down the road.
Amazing.
It's not every day that the circus attractions make their way out from under the big tents. For a Montana town, though, the show was on the move as an elephant got loose and wandered the streets. This photo shows the big girl eating grass behind a business.
That's
the manager
so
said
funny.
The circus was happening says the elephant was getting ready for a show when it got spooked by a vehicle.
It looks like that guy was like following it the whole time too.
Yeah.
And with it the whole time, the guy in the black shirt.
Yeah.
It's not like you can like rope and like capture an elephant,
No, you just kind of got to wait for him.
You have to limit your liability by making sure your elephant doesn't kill somebody.
He was as
Yeah.
as that house. He is a she.
She.
Viola.
Oh,
Don't
okay,
be
excuse
rude.
me.
Here's her vagina.
Do you know what she was saying? She was saying, if you're not going to come see me at the circus, I'm going to bring the circus
I'm
to
gonna
you.
come see you. I wonder if that
Oh
happens
my
circus
god.
sales.
How cringe
So-
could you be?
That's
They're
broken
abused by the
news.
circus,
Back more people to the
dude.
circus. We need
How
to
cringe
Yeah.
could you be?
pull the numbers. How much did the circus make?
Local news shit. They can't just be like, yeah, well, fuck the circus. This elephant should be free. Free the elephant. It's the local news. They would
Yeah,
get like one call
I
and
bet
they
those
get fired.
windmills will keep them cool. That's what this is. right?
But the Karens would get mad if you said anything slightly
Windmills
controversial.
do not work that way. Good night.
The first night. How
We
much did they
did.
make the night after Viola got out?
Poor Viola. She just wanted to have a little fun.
Poor Viola. I think she had a good time. I think she's all right. She
She
got
enjoyed
some
that grass.
fresh grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff they're serving at the circus was probably old.
Exactly.
Well, that's all the time we have this morning. Thanks for watching.
Wait. No. No. Stop. Not yet.
Now know the name of the construction worker whose body was recovered at the Key Bridge Sunday. The Mexican consulate says his name was Carlos Daniel Hernandez. He is the fourth person to be recovered. 2 others remain trapped under the debris. Now we're also
There's
getting a much
more
closer
about
look
this.
at the
FBI
Dali, the
opened
ship
up
that
a
hit the bridge 3 weeks ago.
investigation officially, so there's some other bridge stuff. They're kind of going kind of random, so it's going to be hard to format this later.
Yeah, I know.
For
I'm just.
clips.
I know that there was not much organization, but I'm looking.
The point of impact is a tangled mess, and some of the containers look like they could topple over at any second. About 140 containers need to be cleared off that ship.
We want to get this port open as soon as possible because we know there's a lot of the economy that's at stake to get this open.
Coast Guard is leading a team of more than 370 people trying to clear debris out of the Patapsco River. Maryland Governor Wes Moore says he plans to return to Capitol Hill.
We're going to get a stand up here too, because that was a good quote.
Clean up and rebuild.
Articles of impeachment against Homeland.
That was still, that was more impeachment stuff there.
I know. It's because it's literally on the list is a mess.
Jeff Hogan, the WR Live Center. That's brand new information here. The
Yeah,
Washington
that's why
Post
you
is
gotta
reporting,
find
and
it ahead of
several
time.
other news outlets are reporting
That's fine.
federal criminal investigation
Videos have been short, so I've been trying.
is underway into the bridge collapse. The Baltimore Key Bridge that left several people dead. It is now under that federal criminal investigation
Can we
because
say
the
several
FBI
if it
and the
was
U.S.
six?
Coast Guard, as they lead this criminal
Can we say several people dead if it was 6?
Sure, half a dozen.
investigation into the disaster, they're asking questions about whether the crew failed to report an earlier issue with that ship that delayed its departure, but they still allowed it to leave. So after the bridge collapsed and those 6 construction workers were on it and plunged into that river and died, the National Transportation Safety Board has been investigating this and what caused it, but they're also now looking into this criminally.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
4 hours of debate this afternoon. The Colorado House has
We'll stay
passed a
on
bill
this.
that would ban the manufacture, purchase, sale, or transfer of so-called assault weapons.
When you're tweeting about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get the white folks under control?
Please define assault weapon.
Defines the term to include 50 caliber rifles or a semi-automatic firearm with a detachable magazine and a modification like a pistol grip or a muzzle brake.
These people are clinically retarded.
Originally, the violation was punished.
I am a doctor. The people writing these laws are
Donkey
clinically
brains.
retarded.
Do you have a
huge
certificate
$250,000
that says you don't have donkey
That was made-
brains?
Yes. Yes, I can see this. I can make it say it.
Dr. Toboggan. Mantis Toboggan.
Petty criminal offense. Now it's been changed back to a fine, but a far smaller one, $750. This bill now moves on to the state Senate.
Idiotic.
Now to the search for 2 men who were caught.
Okay. I think we watched this one.
I mean, we can just like throw this all under U.S. news, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm basically doing.
Yeah.
Is I'm just
Just
doing
doing
like
a
U.S.
miscellaneous.
news. Yeah. Or Oregon's going to split.
Shifting our focus now to Oregon.
Yeah,
Judy
this has
Woodruff
been on
recently
there for a
traveled
minute.
across that state
Yeah.
to learn more about the perceived
just
divide
clearing it.
between some rural and urban areas in this country. It's her latest installment of America at a Crossroads.
For Ian Williams, it isn't just about the caffeine buzz here at Deadstock Coffee, located in the heart of Old Town Portland.
The reason why the shop exists is for the community to come together.
The sneaker-themed shop reflects 36-year-old Williams' love for basketball, shoes, and the people who gather here.
We are a city that accepts so many things, whether it be, culturally or sexual orientation, whatever it might be. Like, we accept so many things, and it's a beautiful thing.
Williams, sometimes known as the mayor of Portland, is deeply involved in this community and worried about its future.
Portland, the government, the city has allowed people to make the rules. And so then when we talk about like things being dirty and people like mental health issues and things like that, we're not regulating. We're not on top of whatever's going on.
Rachel Cody, a native Portlander who moved back here in 2018, acknowledges its problems. A consultant by day, she's also worked to help build stronger communities in the city.
Portland has enough problems to take care of on its own. I mean, obviously the houselessness for our citizens, support in getting people who are addicted or having troubles with addiction, the services they need, at least off of the streets, feels really evident. It's a safety issue now for people. We have a huge violence issue in Portland that's bigger than it's been in decades.
Portland is Oregon's most populous city and is one of the economic hubs of the state. Just 80 miles from the Pacific Ocean, it sits at the northern tip of the Willamette Valley, where the vast majority of Oregon's people live, many in urban areas like Salem and Eugene. They've helped turn the state strongly Democratic.
God bless you.
A Republican presidential candidate hasn't won here in 40 years. But east of the nearby Cascade Mountain Range that divides the state, many have different worries and far more conservative views. On the high...
It's a state made for just white people.
Racist. Okay. Black people aren't allowed there, according to Jack.
That is Oregon's history.
Desert is a constant struggle to keep the cattle healthy, says 58-year-old Lonnie Carter.
Listen to them. They'll tell you.
And safe from Mother Nature and from the government.
I've had wolves right there in that field by my house.
Carter runs this 19,000-acre ranch with a small team of family members and ranch hands.
She wouldn't have made it out there by herself.
Chief among their concerns are the uncertainties.
Every ranch out here has water rights, and the state of Oregon controls that. We don't own the water. If a reservoir is low on water, they say they can come take our water without even nothing.
Communism.
And they'll drain my reservoir, and they don't care about my fish. They don't care about fire protection. They don't care about my irrigation.
Communism.
This ranch not only sits literally at the geographic center of Oregon, the people here find themselves at the center of a passionate debate. Increasingly, Americans in
what's with their
rural
pornographic
and urban areas
names?
are
Judy
growing farther
Woodruff.
and farther apart on critical issues here in Oregon and across the country.
This is so striking because it did not exist in the American past.
Professor Suzanne Mettler of Cornell University researches the growing.
I was just telling you Oregon's history. Don't fucking shoot me.
Divide between urban and rural Americans, she says, has grown dramatically among white Americans.
It's only beginning in the 1990s that we began to see rural people in all parts of the country line up in one political party. Prior to that, both parties had some supporters in rural places in different parts of the country. But since the 1990s,
when somebody was challenging me on this,
to be a rural
and
person,
I said that you're wrong, you're delusional, that this system that you think has exist, where it's only been these two parties, is just not existent, and it's been it's like worse now than it ever has been. Like we're more like segregated on two sides of the political aisle than ever before. Like the Civil War is the only time you could like actually compare, and even then that wasn't a political thing, that was a war,
means in so many places that you're a Republican, and it's led to a wider and wider divide. It's enormous and it's growing.
The rural parts of the state have gotten less political power. People are looking for a solution. I've talked to representatives who...
The political divide back in Oregon has been so great that some are calling for drastic changes. Matt McCaw is the spokesman for the Greater Idaho movement, which wants to break off the eastern, more conservative counties in Oregon and join neighboring Idaho.
The west side of Oregon is very different than the east side. It's populated, it's green, its climate's different, the culture's different. You get out here on the east side and it's high desert. There's very little moisture. It's culturally very conservative.
The proposed Greater Idaho would encompass all or parts of 17 counties in eastern Oregon. So far, 12 have passed ballot initiatives in favor of leaving. The latest in Wallowa County passed by just 7 votes out of nearly 3,500. The entire area represents roughly 65% of Oregon's landmass, but less than 10% of the population, and just one of its 6.
Oh, is this them talking about the Greater Idaho? Yeah. This is my favorite. This is my favorite thing.
Landmines
going to split off.
District.
You could get those people in eastern Oregon, state government from Idaho that matches their values, is the kind of government they want. And that longstanding problem of the urban-rural divide goes away.
It would also allow people like him, McCaw says, to be represented by a government more aligned with his views, favoring more restrictions on abortion rights, lower taxes, and fewer limits on guns.
It's partisanship on steroids.
Carrie Timchuk, The executive director of the Oregon Historical Society dates the widening chasm between the
Oh,
East
look,
and
he's
West
white
to the
too.
diverging economic fortunes in the state. In 1990, the northern spotted owl was listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act, marking the beginning of the end for Oregon's timber industry, and with it, jobs for many in the state.
They were union jobs, family wage union jobs. Many of the union members, most were Democrats. And when the environmental movement happened, the spotted owl especially, and they lost all those jobs, it moved them away from the party. That was
So now we're
equivalent
blaming
to
it on
what happened
owls?
in Ohio and Pennsylvania with the manufacturing jobs.
This is the time period
Yes,
when
sir.
people in rural areas start to feel like the economy is bottoming out. Once you get into the 2000s and they feel that these policies are being hoisted upon them.
Urban areas, Mettler says, were able to bounce back more quickly from economic downturns. That fueled resentment from those in rural areas that account for about 20% of the U.S. population.
I don't live in the
That's when we
South, but
start
I
to see
like
this politics
cowboy
of
hat.
grievance and resentment. People in rural places started to feel that the Democratic Party was run by elites, people who were better off than them, and who were imposing policies on them without asking them what they would like, or without listening to them, or without being respectful of their communities and their values.
Timchuk says in any event, the political and logistical hurdles for secession are too high. In order for the border to change, both the Idaho and Oregon legislatures would have to sign off, and it would require an act of the U.S. Congress.
The economics that would involve, the legal issues.
Yeah, because the
would
U.S.
keep, there
Congress
would
are
be a
going to
lawyer's
decide on
dream.
something
There's
like
so much
that
going
at
on
this
there.
point.
That is just never going to happen.
So we got 400 cows.
But for rancher Lonnie Carter, it's not an idea he's willing to let go of.
My grandkids, the owner's kids, it's their right to.
You're not going to
have
have
a
any
good life without someone
grandkids
coming
because
in and taxing
we're
us
going to
death and telling
replace
us we
you with
can't do this and we can't do
Latinos.
that on our own piece of property. We don't go over there and tell them what they can and can't do. They're destroying their city over there.
Have you tried to have a conversation with some of the folks who have a different view on these issues?
Is she
Oh, yeah.
tiny or is he really big?
They've been pretty interesting. It's been a couple of years. I met with a couple.
Oh, he's
from
got that
Portland.
inbred
They were like,
giantitis.
"Why would you want to do this?"
Well,
And
actually,
I
it's
said, "Because we
actually
don't win."
it's a
And they
trick.
said, "Well, we don't
You
need
know,
ranchers or farmers." This lady
you
actually
know,
thought
it's like
you
the
can go
Hobbit
to your
films.
butcher and tell him what you
Oh,
want.
the
He
house
pushes
is
the
just really
button
small.
and the
Yeah, well,
machine,
no.
and out comes her meat.
She's further away
that's
from the
not a
camera.
joke.
It's a
If the
forced
whole
perspective
country were to say,
thing.
well, we're going to organize ourselves only by what our politics are. So some of the country would be red, some of the country would be blue. Do you think it's healthy that we divide up into our respective beliefs?
I do. I think it's very healthy. In fact, I think it's far healthier than
You're a
having
moron.
groups of people that have radically different worldviews and value sets trying to force their worldview and value set on
This is
another group.
ultimately a white supremacist talking point. They think that the races can't live together.
It's
and they won't
called
get along.
compromise. You
Yeah,
fuckwit.
but these guys are white supremacists. So
No,
what
I
they're
know, and
actually
this-
saying is
that's
that
why
we
they're
can't get along
fuckwits.
with black people.
Yes, that's exactly what they're saying, which is why I've got a video queued up about Oregon.
Oh,
I believe, and I think most
Just to
people
show you.
in the United States
Careful.
believe
You
that
know, Men's Health
we
did
would be
claim us for
better
that
if we
rock
allow
thing, by the
people
way.
to
When we
have
spent
government
like
that
2
makes sense
seconds
for
on
them
their
and
video.
policy that their
Yeah.
communities
It
actually
had
It
no
didn't
want,
affect
effect.
rather
anything,
than
though.
Yeah,
forcing
yeah.
policy on people they don't want.
But Mettler says movements like Greater Idaho go against the grain of our democratic system of government.
I have heard of some other efforts where, you know, bills have been introduced for parts of the state to separate. That's even happened here in New York State. We could see the whole country getting divided up
Good.
and, into multiple states or
Hopefully
seceding
more.
to join other states. And this
And
is
then a confederate
to-
system.
it's no way to have a democracy.
And actually
It's
have
no
America
way
like it should
to
be.
Well, this is
engage
the
in,
the
trying to
issue that I
solve
point out
large
that where
public problems.
confederism has its weak points
Fails.
is that it can be
Yeah.
exploited by fascists to create
Yes.
fascist enclaves and shit.
Yeah,
So
which is an issue, however. One that you just have to deal with, unfortunately.
Problems together.
Professor Mettler says divides like this can be bridged by building coalitions and respect.
I think Democrats in a state like that need to work harder to listen to rural people and finding out why is it that people don't like the way some policy was put together, and is there a way to do it that would make people more satisfied.
Despite the challenges, coffee shop owner Ian Williams remains convinced it's possible to learn where others are coming from. In 2020, he took a road trip across Oregon and as far away as Texas, documenting it all on social media. He brought his coffee setup in the back of his truck, sneakers and all, served people coffee, and had conversations he otherwise never would have had.
Lex
How do we
Friedman
meet in the middle and say, like, I understand what you got going on in your community, with your family, with your people. We don't get on the same page. We just start with, you're wrong. We don't do a good enough job understanding.
In Crook County.
Yeah, no, the only people that you should come at with like, no, you're wrong, are tankies. Beyond that, listen to people.
You shouldn't even talk to them in general. Just
don't even acknowledge their existence. Just barrage them with memes. Just shit post at them.
Mm-hmm. Just tell them
voters will
your
weigh
manifesto about SpongeBob SquarePants when they try to tell you about their manifesto.
In May on the next ballot measure to support talks to join Idaho. For
There's
the
never
PBS
time
News
to
Hour,
mop the
I'm Judy
ceilings during
Woodruff
the day.
near Post, Oregon.
Have you ever asked yourself, why is Oregon so white? Oregon's racial composition is heavily influenced by the implementation of 3 Black exclusion laws during its early history. Prior to the state's admittance into the Union in 1859, Oregon fashioned itself as a white utopia. When it became a state, it was only one that explicitly forbid certain races from occupying, laboring, and possessing land within its boundaries.
Well, anti-slavery. I guess.
I think they still were pro-slavery.
Of course they were, even though it says they're not allowed to labor on the land.
Although these laws were
That's
revoked,
why it was
they
revoked.
were generally effective in preventing Black people from inhabiting Oregon in its formidable years, and consequently, Oregon would develop into a primarily white state. Have you ever asked yourself, why?
There you go. Bit of Oregon history. Thought I'd bring that up.
If anything, SpongeBob is more on the communist side of things, because it shows it doesn't matter how good and dedicated and passionate you are about your job, the business owner's capital is going to come first above all else, and you will never move up. There's no such thing as upward mobility. You are just a cog in the machine. Squidward is the one who's actually figured it out. Squidward is the one who's got true peace and happiness.
How do you justify? Just cause?
Hmm?
How do you justify it? Just cause?
Well, SpongeBob needs to do all this extra excessive shit, like jellyfishing and like playing with bubbles and shit. Squidward is like already content, just like with his clarinet in his house. I want to go back to my plain house with my plain wife. Your wife is scalding hot. What are you talking about? She's average at best. I don't remember what he says. Hell yeah, let's hear from this guy.
Fucking
other guys.
Will Ferrell movie.
Yeah. With I want to go to my plain house with my plain wife.
Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani is in Washington this week, a trip that was scheduled before the Iranian attack over the weekend that sent hundreds.
This is still U.S. This is still U.S.
Sure, okay.
Because from here, there's connections to this with the sanctions to Iran. So you can connect this to the sanction stuff with Iran. There's a few stuff on that with the G7 and such, and that will, or you can at the same time you can connect this with the other like meetings and stuff, and how Biden is putting tariffs on China and going to the steel stuff with Biden. So you have it's a choose your own adventure situation you're in right now.
Okay, that's fine.
Toward Israel. The sharp increase in Mideast tensions has become a focus of his visit, which we discussed in a wide-ranging interview today. But first, a look at what else is on his agenda, including the future of U.S.-Iraq security cooperation and improving Iraq's economy.
Iraq's Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani kicked off his Washington visit at the White House, meeting with President Biden on Monday to discuss the status of U.S. forces in Iraq, as well as expanding economic and diplomatic ties.
Partnership between Iraq and the United States is critical. We've seen over the last decade as our troops have served side by side to help defeat ISIS. And we've seen this in our strategic framework agreement as well.
But the meeting was overshadowed by Iran's drone and missile attacks on Israel this past weekend.
Should we help the Kurds liberate themselves in Iran and Turkey? Well, Iran and Turkey are a little bit different than the other situations going on. Iran is problematic because the IRGC exploits the divide to keep the regime in power. So the Kurdish nationalism there is like an injected idea largely by the regime itself. And then it goes to the Persians, and they're like, the Kurds don't even want to be a part of you. They hate you just because you're Persian. They hate it. They think you're their oppressor because you're Persian. And it keeps this divide going. Like if you look at our interview with Pega, who's she's actually Lori, right? So she's like, she literally is like basically Kurdish, right? Like she has Kurdish family, but she's a Luri Persian. And Luristan is like literally right below the Kurdish region. It's like they're like neighboring provinces on top of each other. And the Lurs were like mountain people that are like one of the oldest ethnic groups in Iran or Persia. So they have a lot of relations with both Kurds and Persians. But she even had some of these sentiments about Kurdish nationalists in Iran and how they like divide the movement, you know, and like the identity of Jinnah Amani and stuff. Like I was saying, like I don't understand why it's so hard for people to like, you know, especially inside Iran in the Iranian movement to not use her right name. You know, and like Pega didn't like that when I said that. You know, for example, but in Iraq, we have a scenario where you have these two clans, right? So like the referendum. I mean, we like some of our episodes, our first episodes, we're talking about the referendum with Javi, my friend, and she's talking about how it was just a ploy, like a power grab, you know, by him. So that's a factor as well. When we look at things like Iraq, it's like, how are these paths being pursued? So like, for example, an ideal way to pursue autonomy would be Somaliland. You know, 5 elections, 3 peaceful transfers of power or something like that. Like pretty good, you know. So that would be something to see, is that the there as well, the divide is exploited by imperial powers to keep them from actually being able to nationalize. But also the Barzani nationalist is like one of the worst kinds of political parties in Kurdistan. The Taliban are worse, but we don't really hear from them. But they're like pro-Israel, pro-Turkey. You know, if I see a Kurdish person like saying like a bunch of like Zionistic shit, I immediately know if I go to their page, it's not going to be long before I find some pro-Barzani shit on there. It's just who they are. So that's one of the things, is that there's a lot of the young people are going for like it's happening in Lebanon as well, but it's more likely to happen in Kurdistan, where they'll have like this liberation from this like corrupt state type thing, where they're like choosing a new option that's like not connected to these tribal elites and is all about coalition building. So that's gaining a lot more popularity. So I think in Iran, the entire nation needs to be liberated. It's wrong to focus on just Kurdistan there, even though the Kurds in Iran, it is the worst region of Kurdistan, and they're some of the most oppressed Kurds. Turkey, I don't even know what to do there. I mean, Biden has said it before that they should have representation in the government, and we should coup Erdogan democratically through the electoral process. Like, I don't think Biden was wrong on that. It just unfortunately didn't happen. But you never know. Coalitions can fall apart in these parliamentary systems. So, you know, thoughts and prayers, I guess.
Yeah. There's a 24.
Yeah, what does this guy have to say? What does this guy have to say? We love Iran more than America. We give them all our oil.
We encourage all the efforts about stopping the expansion of the area of conflict, especially the latest development. And
yeah, and this is what I was saying.
And to protect the safety and security.
Like, it's such a big deal for Iraq to if a conflict gets kicked up right now. Like, they don't need it. Like, and the U.S. being a strong ally to Iraq as well. Don't want Iraq pulled into this. Unless they're like, hey, we can manipulate this to kill Iranians and take more of Iraq back for us. Which would just be unpopular.
Yeah.
Security of the region.
While in Washington, the prime minister is hoping to boost U.S. investment in Iraq's economy and expand the relationship with the U.S. beyond security, all while shoring up a long and complicated relationship. In 2003, the U.S. invaded Iraq to oust Saddam Hussein's regime while vowing to destroy weapons of mass destruction. As it turns out, there were no chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. The war killed nearly 5,000 U.S. service members, and it's estimated that 500,000 Iraqis died, according to a University of Washington study.
Better.
After the U.S.
See that?
withdrew its troops in 2011, the Islamic State took over parts
said-
of
Not a
Iraq.
million.
It's
In 2014,
estimated
US
that 500,000, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is the maximum estimate you definitely could put. I prefer I prefer a little over 250,000 it to be more comfortable. So between like 3 and 4, which is basically 500,000.
Yeah.
And also there was a new study. I think they might be referencing this new study that did have a more accurate counting, but I'm not sure. Anyway, they also sourced it, right? They didn't say 1 million Iraqis. Who said this? Right? Where's the evidence? Where's the death certificates? So I still think Iraq body count is the most accurate, because they're actually using like certificates, identification, and linking like bodies and things like that.
Yes.
But that's also why it's technically like undercounted. It just has to be by default.
Yeah.
But how much undercounted? I don't know if it's a big difference between 300,000 and 500,000.
Forces returned to the country at the Iraqi government's request to help recapture territory from ISIS and train Iraqi forces. That same year, elections in Iraq saw a coalition government come to power that included Iranian sympathizers.
Boo! Coordination framework.
Personnel are
Boo!
currently stationed in Iraq. Many Iraqis want coalition troops gone and have been pressuring the Iraqi government to demand the withdrawal of U.S. troops from the country. Those demands have only intensified since the war in Gaza started last October, a situation complicated by the presence of Iran-backed militias in Iraq that have attacked U.S. forces, one of which, Kataib Hezbollah, launched a drone strike earlier this year that killed 3 U.S. service members at a base in Jordan.
I thought it wasn't
and
launched
last
by
year,
them.
the same group abducted Princeton researcher Elizabeth
I thought it was
Surkov,
launched by the
a
Syrian
dual
Hezbollah.
Israeli-Russian citizen.
Whoever they
'Cause
want you to
don't you
believe it
remember
is.
this? Like I was saying it was Kataib Hezbollah, and then I was like, okay, I need to make a correction. The evidence shows that it's a Syrian group that also goes by Hezbollah, unrelated to them.
Yes, you did say that. Yeah.
But they did still slap chop the leader of Kataib Hezbollah, who also has a hostage right now that's like an American, I think.
Seriously?
Yeah, and I was like, what happened to just killing people who took American hostages? So she has to be a dual
what happened to
citizen.
that?
Has to be a dual citizen, because they don't care if you're. That's the one thing.
Mm.
If you're an American and you're like, hey, dual citizen sounds interesting, don't get captured by terrorists, because you're lower. You know, they don't even consider you an American anymore if you're a dual citizen at that point. You're like a foreigner to them. They don't care. They're not going to come rescue you.
Drawing international attention, all of it serving as the backdrop for the Prime Minister's visit and the basis of our interview this morning in Washington.
Nice.
Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to the NewsHour.
They also interviewed
You're most welcome.
Zelensky.
Your visit comes at a sensitive
really?
time for U.S. relations in the Middle East following Iran's unprecedented strike
See,
on
I haven't
Israel
heard
over the
anything
weekend.
about this guy.
The attack has inflamed concerns of a wider regional war. President Biden, whom you met with earlier
Which is
this
good.
week,
I
says
want Iraq
has a
president
role
to be
to play
quiet.
in maintaining the
Yes.
peace. How
And
do
not
you
be
view
like
your role?
Maliki stirring up shit.
Yeah.
The last guy didn't like.
The region is witnessing turmoil in the Red Sea, Lebanon, Syria, and recently this escalation, which happened after the attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, which is a dangerous development and a violation of international law. Iraq has tried after the Damascus event to de-escalate, and we urge the Iranian side not to respond to that. The intention of the Netanyahu government is for these regional tensions to continue, and unfortunately, when these wars continue in our region, that impacts the security and the stability of those who live.
The U.S. helped block Iran's attack on Israel last weekend by using Iraqi airspace to shoot down drones and shoot down an Iranian missile over Iraq. But your military did not participate in that effort. Why not?
Guess who did though?
Our
Guess who
security
did?
capabilities are still developing.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So also, of course, Iraq didn't participate, but allowed their airspace to be used. I mean, think about it. Missiles actually impacting Israel would make the situation much worse for Iraq. Like, let's just be realistic about this. Any like the commies cheering on like this retaliation attack, right? Like, think about it. Like, use your brain for a second and like how Israel's overreaction response would hurt people in Iraq and Iran and all these countries. Oh, but it'd be worth it because they toppled the Zionists. The Zionists aren't going anywhere, especially if you fucking doing radical shit to them.
Yep. It's only going to make it worse.
Yeah, you have to cuck them into submission.
You can't beat extremists, political nor religious extremists, with violence. You have to manipulate them. You have to beat them. Like,
yeah, well, that's the thing is
smart.
that they're so irrational that they can't compete on that type of political scale. I mean, look at HTS, right? They're reforming more and more, becoming more liberal. And like I said, this Democracy Now! Thing where they talked about Saudi Arabia is that we shouldn't confuse liberalism and democracy.
Yeah.
They can, and like Freedom House, it's like political and civil rights. Nope, two different things. You can have no political rights and have high civil rights.
Yes.
And that's the ideal that I'd like to see, because at the end of the day, most people don't have a say in what their government does. Like, even if you have a democracy, let's be realistic about it.
Yeah.
But if everyone has the same like civil freedoms and stuff like that, like even if they just like, hey, just don't criticize the government, that's a much better world. So less violence, more hugging and kissing.
So they can protect our airspace. Iraq and its security policy aims to keep the country away from any conflict or
It's
attack
funny
on
how
other
Iraq's
nations,
airspace
because
isn't
the
used
ultimate
to
goal
stop
is the
those
security and
missiles that
stability of
hit
Iraq,
Erbil.
especially in these difficult times.
What's
If there is an Israeli attack on
HTS is basically Al Qaeda. So Julani, the Syrian guy who we like meme with because he's like in windbreakers all the time now. Let me just show you like what Julani used to look like. So they used to be Al Nusra Front, HTS. So basically when HTS was formed, they basically pushed Al Qaeda out, and it's more of like a core Idlibi rebel group. But they're a terrorist organization. They're a recognized terrorist organization. But like this is him, right? So this is him like back when it was Al Nusra Front, right? And then it's like, oh, I have to do the PBS Frontline interview. I'll put on my suit, you know. He even like trimmed his beard down, you know, to look like more prim and proper. And like they're really effective as well militarily. And this guy also Julani actually fought in the Iraq War as well against the Americans. So considering he's basically the emissary that we have in Idlib, who's, you know, they're going through these look, terror designation unfair, he claims in the Frontline interview. But he's like the best shot we have for a good leader in Syria. And I'm saying that including like Rojava, right? Because as much as the Kurdish system is good, I don't want it to go anywhere. I'm not saying I want it to go anywhere, but as far as like a new leader for Syria, it just isn't going to work out if it's like that system. It's not going to work for the
it won't work. It's not that kind of government.
But like these people, the northern Idlibis, like gaining independence from Assad and like maybe being able to form a coalition with the Kurdish regional government for like an autonomous like thing, that would be good. Hella titty sucking. No, it's like something, you know, something jihadi, like, you know, martyrs for the cause of God spreading, you know, something like that.
Hella titty sucking.
But they, you know, they're letting women into their Shura Council. And there you go, the Shura Council. Anyone who's going to tell me it's not democratic can shut up. The Shura Council is 100% democratic. I don't care if people would be like, America's not a real democracy. Shut the fuck up, okay? If you have input and if it's not designed by like one guy at the top, if there's a simple discussion before something is passed and acted on, it is a democracy. Shut up. Like, it is such a loose term Get out of here with that nonsense.
Iran that uses Iraqi airspace. What will you do?
I'd do it better.
Iraq rejects the use of its airspace from any country. We don't want Iraq to be engaged in the area of conflict. And I reiterate and stress that this escalation will engage the region in dangerous calculations that nobody will control the reaction.
This found a really funny
This is why part of our talks with Mr. Biden were to urge the parties to de-escalate and to end
This is
these.
so funny. Stop this terrorist. And he's like the nicest looking guy, like smiling and shit. Stop this terrorist. $10 million reward. He could never do anything wrong. Look at him.
Security arrangement in Iraq. The U.S. has some 2,500 troops in Iraq, largely advising and assisting local forces to prevent a resurgence of ISIS. The Iraqi parliament declared that U.S. advisors should leave. Is that departure based on a timetable, or is it based on the security situation on the ground?
قرار البرلمان في عام 2020 وأيضا البرنامج الحكومي.
Our parliament's decision in 2020 and the October 2022 government program called for the end of the Global Coalition's mission, which was done in coordination with the United States. This coalition emerged upon the invitation of the Iraqi government in 2014. We are speaking about 10 years ago. Now there is a noticeable stability in the region. There is preparedness of the Iraqi security forces. And ISIS now is no longer a threat to the safety and security of Iraq. This led the parliament and political forces to end the mission and to transition into a security bilateral relationship with the United States and the rest of the countries of the global coalition.
I hear you say ISIS is not a threat, but this week, the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, while standing next to you, said ISIS remains a threat to your citizens and to ours. How is ISIS no longer a threat?
ISIS
inside Iraq doesn't represent a threat to the security of Iraq. The elements of ISIS are in Syria, and we are working with the global coalition to secure our borders with the Syrians in order to prevent any infiltrations. The cells of ISIS are there. We are not speaking about armed
what's
people.
crazy
We are
is
speaking
like
about ideology, extremist.
Like a lot, like I openly like broke off like open friendly relationships with a lot of my friends in Iraq and Kurdistan there, because like they started spouting like transphobic nonsense straight out of like America. And I'm like, this is not like a problem that affects your countries. You know, it's the straight up Uganda eat the poo-poo stuff. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? What do you like, especially like, you know, like, because there's a lot of Kurdish feminists, they all swallowed this shit and became TERFs like overnight. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Unbelievable.
It's because of the Kurdish nationalism. I'm telling you, it might be considered like left-wing nationalism, but it's still nationalism. Okay, look, Ottomans used to be gay. Okay, don't put that on everyone else. Actually, Turks are still gay.
Ideology that believes in killing and violence. We are tracking the recruitment and financing cells, and we are working on limiting them, controlling them. This is one of our concerns. What happened in Gaza will lead to a double escalation and violence, and maybe we'll regenerate a new Daesh ISIS.
The last time the U.S. withdrew from Iraq, ISIS took over a good deal of the country, and the U.S. military had to come back into Iraq to fight against them. What's to prevent that
all
from
nations
happening
aren't
again? Are the
necessarily
Iraqi security
evil.
forces that have been trained by American
It's the
troops,
nation state.
are they now capable
Yeah,
of
the
defending?
nation state itself.
So
the
like,
idea of the nation state.
once a nation actually gains power, right? Because like really the nation was invented in the French Revolution, but the way we use it is just like, it's like you know, like especially inside America, like there's all these independent nations inside America because of the tribal system, or what do they call it even? It's not the tribal system. Anyway, reserves, I don't know, reservation system, whatever, tribal agents. So like that's the difference, is like if nations can work together, like you know how the American democracy is built on 5 and then one other 6 nations coming together to form a democracy. Like that's the thing. This is like it's coordination and equality that exists among the nations that's more important than having a state that is like the authority on all these nations that exist within that framework.
Off,
except for Super Earth. I don't know. Yeah, I guess Super Earth is a nation because they're so cohesive. You know, like ethnic tie. You know, unless you're a cyborg, then you're a human. You know.
هذا سؤال مهم جدا. بالتأكيد الأوضاع.
This is an important question. Certainly, the situation in Iraq is different radically now than in 2014. Now, ISIS does not have popular domestic incubators everywhere in the region, especially the liberated area. Also, the Iraqi security forces have gained unique experience at the advanced level, the top levels among forces in the region in counterterrorism. Another thing is the political stability.
Golden Division.
My government is supported by 280
He's right,
members of a broad
He's right,
coalition
though.
of
It's really.
329
Hey, look, Golden
like,
Division.
It's
I literally
really
said it.
underrated. Oh, did he? It's so underrated how good these guys are, and it's not like they're like nice guys. They are like hunter killer teams.
Yeah, they're hectic.
Government is supported by 280 members of a broad coalition of 329 members that include all the components of the Iraqis. This is a factor of strength. And there is the economic development. In Iraq, we are not speaking about
Did he
ISIS
say
anymore.
Golden Division? I
Only
didn't
here,
hear
when
it.
I speak
Where
with
he
the media,
did.
do we talk about ISIS.
He might.
In Iraq, we're speaking
He
about
might be
development,
talking about like
investment
the
in companies.
coordination PMF framework, which sucks.
Yeah.
Go back, see if he says about the specialists.
Culture.
Remains a threat.
That believes in conditions.
When the U.S. withdrew from Iraq, ISIS took over a good deal of the country, and the U.S. military had to come back into Iraq to fight against them. What's to prevent that from happening again? Are the Iraqi security forces that have been trained by American troops, are they now capable of fending off a resurgent, potentially resurgent ISIS?
هذا سؤال مهم جدا. بالتأكيد الأوضاع.
This is an important question. Certainly, the situation in Iraq is different radically now than in 2014. Now, ISIS does not have popular domestic incubators everywhere in the region, especially the liberated area. Also, the Iraqi security forces have gained unique experience at the advanced level, the top levels among forces in the region in counterterrorism. Another thing is the political stability. My government is supported by 280 members of a broad coalition of 329 members that include all the components of the Iraqis. This is a factor of strength. And there is the economic.
Maybe he didn't say it explicitly. Maybe I was hearing shit.
Yeah, so he's just
development.
talking about the
In Iraq, we
security
are not speaking
forces,
of-
which is more of like I think that's more framing towards the PMF, maybe, but it might be their armed forces in general. It's I'm not sure
About ISIS anymore.
because
Only here, when I speak with the media, we talk about
counterterrorism
ISIS.
tends to fall under the role of the police domestically, right? And that's in most countries. Like the police have a counterterrorism unit.
Yeah,
It's not a military thing. We have counterterrorism for exporting, right? But not internal counterterrorism. That doesn't come from the military. So just like the Kurds, like their counterterrorism thing, it's like like they come out of like civil training. They're like in the security division, not the military thing. But then they also have like the elite units, YAT, that like are multi-gendered units. They're like military units that also do raids and stuff.
Yeah.
In Iraq, we're speaking about development, about investment in companies, universities, culture.
Please.
I do want to talk about economic development, but first, do you expect any U.S. advisors to leave Iraq this year in 2024?
اتفقنا على منهجية.
Not the way it looks right now.
We have agreed on a framework in the Joint Security Dialogue and then also issued a joint statement with President Biden and committed to the outcome of the U.S.-Iraq Higher Military Commission, which will assess the capabilities and operational conditions. According to that, we will have a timetable about how to end this mission.
Iranian-backed militia groups continue to operate from Iraq, and this is even after they killed 3 U.S. troops on the border with Syria. You say you won't allow Iraqi territory to be used by any non-state actor, but the fact is they still operate on Iraqi
the
oil. Why
ISF,
is
the
that?
Iraqi Security Forces, is a term invented by the DoD to describe law enforcement and military forces of the federal government of the Republic of Iraq. During the Iraq War, these entities received training and instruction from the U.S. 101st Airborne and the 82nd Airborne Division. According to Iraq's constitution, the Peshmerga are responsible for the general security and stability in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. The ISF consists of following agencies and departments: Ministry of Defense, Sub, Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, then the other one, Ministry of Interior, and the subgroups, Iraqi Police, Facilities and Protection Services, Border Patrol, basically Department of Border Enforcement, and then PMF. So the PMF is part of what he was talking about, but so is Golden Division.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
The government has repeatedly stated its commitment to not allow any one side to play an outsized role in any operations that will lead to destabilization and lack of security. We have made that clear, and we have taken practical measures against all those groups attacking diplomatic missions and military bases in Iraq. And we will not hesitate to take legal measures against anyone who wants to tamper with our security.
Half of Iraq's population, as I understand it, Mr. Prime Minister, is under the age of 25. Most of them were born after the invasion. And there is some 32% unemployment, if I have that number right, that affects that age group. Why is that the case in Iraq, which is such an oil-rich nation, and what do you need to change that?
This is one of the strength factors that we have in Iraq, that we have a young population and human capital that we have to invest in. This is one of the priorities of my government. We're trying to reform the economy so that we're not entirely dependent on oil.
You need to, because the young people fucking hate you.
And agriculture. And we focus on education and health in order to provide young people job
You
opportunities.
do need to focus
and
on your fucking
entrepreneurship
health
programs.
ministry too.
We don't want young people to depend solely on government jobs. We want them to be involved in the private sector. Now,
And
traveling with us are a number of
that is
businessmen
another
of the
thing.
private
That's a
sector
side
of
effect of
Iraq.
the United States, is like overdoing the government jobs, you know, which is fine in like a socialist uplifting like initial framework. Like that's what they did with the Great Depression. There was no jobs, the government invented them. They created
Yes.
acting troops that would go around the country.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
That have been meeting for 2 days with U.S. companies and businessmen.
As you try to entice U.S. companies to invest in Iraq, do recent developments in the region undermine or at least complicate your message that Iraq is a safe place for American investments and American workers?
I will give you a simple example. The Basra Oil Company, one of the companies of the oil ministry in southern Iraq. Just this company has contracts with
The
34
Iranian-controlled
American
one.
companies that are currently in Iraq. We also have different European and Western companies working in Iraq in different sectors. There is a good number of investments that amount to $5 million with Qatari companies. Emirati and Saudi companies are also trying to enter. This is what we are talking about in Iraq, about investment opportunities. That means that we have safety, an attractive environment for investment.
Elizabeth Surkov, an Israeli-Russian woman who was a graduate student at Princeton,
you go.
she was kidnapped by Kataib Hezbollah. This is
There
the
you go.
Iraqi
She's
Shiite
Israeli and
paramilitary
Russian.
group
That's
that
why
is
she
backed
hasn't
by
been
Iran.
rescued.
What are you doing to ensure her release?
After the kidnapping incident, we formed a broad security team to track the investigation and to track all the
Maybe
information
Mossad
in order
will
to reveal the fate of
kill
this
them
citizen
eventually.
and also to
Yo,
follow the
no, because
perpetrator.
this is what's
Her family and
that's
friends say
right.
that you have the
Because
influence
I
and
looked at
relationships needed
the
to-
post, and then like one of the top comments was this like notorious like Assadist who I normally block, but I guess I didn't encounter him yet on my new account. And it just says she's Mossad, and I could not stop laughing at that comment because it's just such a classic dipshit answer from these people. It doesn't matter if she's Mossad; you're still doing a crime, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm surprised that Israel isn't more proactive with Mossad when it comes to getting hostages.
Free her, that you've done that before for
Why
other
would they- I
captives
guess they
of
don't
this
care.
same group. Will
No, I
you
guess
do that
not.
for Elizabeth?
Our measures are continuous, and investigators are monitoring every piece of information to reveal the fate of that citizen.
Finally, considering the legacy of the U.S. involvement in Iraq, looking back, is Iraq better off now than before 2003? Is Iraq better off with Saddam gone and an elected government now in your country?
come on, bro.
Certainly,
they
Iraq
are.
represents a unique example in the Middle East because it is a real democratic system that has a constitution protecting the rights of all the people.
Based
All
answer.
minorities are living
I
there.
don't have a
Mhm.
strong opinion on
Yeah.
him yet. You know, he's a politician. He's going to say shit.
Yeah.
There's nothing like, and it's PBS. It's pretty softball. We're trying. I mean, Iraq is a great ally. We're not going to ask him hard questions, but we'll ask him to Egypt for, you know. He's also
And duties.
new.
We have sacrificed a lot for this system, and we are committed to maintain.
Until his government kills 100 protesters on a bridge like the last guy did,
Yeah.
I don't have that strong of an opinion of him.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair way to do it.
Iraq's leader already had lots of ground to cover with President Joe Biden before this weekend's stunning Iranian attack on Israel raised fears of a wider regional war.
Stunning.
Even though the U.S. is describing the aerial assault as a failure, Iraq's leader acknowledged that
Nice.
the conflict between Israel and Hamas is of major concern in the region.
Nice.
We are actually very eager about stopping this war, which
I'm surprised they even let them get to Israel. I guess they needed the pictures of the Iron Dome shooting them down, huh?
Well, I mean, they intercepted most of the shit before they did get there.
I figured that's how it worked. How they how they did it.
Claim the lives of thousands of civilians, women, and children, and we encourage all the efforts about stopping the expansion of the area of conflict.
The two nations have a delicate relationship after decades of U.S. military involvement in Iraq. U.S. anti-aircraft assets in northern Iraq were used to shoot down some of the Iranian missiles. Biden said Iraq, a longtime adversary of Iran, has a role to play in maintaining peace.
Simply put, our partnership
longtime adversary of Iran.
in the Middle East, and I believe in the world.
Earlier Monday, al-Sudani's deputy met with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and both hailed the regional cooperation that thwarted the attack and urged de-escalation.
And I think what this weekend demonstrated is that Israel did not have to and does not have to defend itself alone when it is the victim of an aggression, the victim of an attack. In the 36 hours since, we have been coordinating a diplomatic response to prevent escalation. Strength and wisdom need to be the same sides, the different sides of the same coin.
We call on all parties for self-restraint and respect the rules.
State Department. Blah. Turpentine. Where is it? Where's that?
Socialism. Blah.
It's literally called Blah. I'll find it eventually.
Socialism is a cocktail that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients.
State Department. Blah.
25 years ago, almost today.
Can't hear you, Biden. Speak up.
Grandpa, what? Huh?
They don't fix it.
It's AP, right? It's got to be AP, right?
It's PBS.
Oh, shocking.
Here's more awful PBS, I guess. Maybe it's 24 minutes. Incredible.
That's the audio. The audio's all the way up?
Incredible. Yep.
Hover over
All the
that
way up.
speaker. Crazy.
Huh?
That's
Yeah.
crazy. They didn't maximize. You got to level it for negative 14
unbelievable.
lufs. Negative 14 lufs, guys.
Yeah, no comment. You can't even tell them. Dislike. Why are there people liking it? You fucking useless idiot.
Well, if you turn up your speakers louder, then you'll hear it.
Sure. Well, that
You can go to Biden Steel or more Iran stuff.
Yeah. Steel.
Hello, Pittsburgh.
Oh, they got the audio for this one. Good job.
I turned mine up. So that was like a when you
Hey, it's
oh
good
they
to
got
see
the
you.
audio. I was like, ugh,
Robert, thanks
my
for the introduction
ears.
and for sharing your story about being a third generation
Huh?
still worker for the Marine Corps veteran. Where are you? Over this side? There you are. Well, I want
He's
to
lost.
your new president, by the way.
Senile guy lost. He's looking around. He doesn't know where he is. Ha ha.
Great to have you, Dave. You've been a good friend. And we're both
Still a bit
longtime
quiet.
friends.
Yeah, well, he's
Both
also
longtime
turning
friends
away
of
from the
Tom's
mic,
as well.
being
We miss
you know.
him. Dave, you're doing a great job. His footsteps, and it's just going to get better in my view. There's an expression that comes to mind.
Who's Dave? That's
Go
what everyone's
home
saying.
with
Who the
them
fuck is he
running to the
talking
dance.
about? Who is Dave?
And you brought me to the dance. No joke. The mayor and I are buddies. I told the mayor, and I mean it sincerely. The first outfit ever to endorse me as a 29-year-old kid running in a tough year for United States Senate, make me the second youngest man ever elected to the Senate, was a guy named Ewing
Wild.
Marcelo. And back in those
Insane.
days,
Oldest
we were
president,
big
youngest
steelworkers. We
senator.
were a lot of steel workers in Claymont, Delaware, where I was from, because they worked in Worth Steel Company. And I'll never forget coming to me and saying, "We're going to get your help." And I came out to Pittsburgh, and steelworkers endorsed me. It changed everything. Nixon won my state. Nixon won my state of Delaware with 60% of the vote. and I won with an astounding 3,100 majority. 3,100 majority, and it's thanks to you. I really mean it. I'm Pittsburgh, and because of, and I really mean it. My love for Pittsburgh goes back to my Scranton days. My grandfather Finnegan always talked about Pittsburgh. Anyway, make a long story short.
Thanks,
Bottom
Grandpa.
line, for all kidding aside, is I'm president because of you guys. I really am, and I'm proud. As I mentioned earlier, I'm proud to be the most pro-union president in American history. Yeah. Well, I was raised, it ain't labor, it's unions. Unions. I had an uncle say, Joey, you are union from belt buckle to shoe sole. Well, I want to thank some folks who had my back and had to stay back in Washington, couldn't be here today. Representative Summer Lee, and, you know, by the way, their vote's going on, and Chris DeLuzio, and Senator Bobby Casey, who's one of my closest friends, as his dad was. And John Fetterman, who I want to
John Fetterman cringe.
Yeah, very cringe.
And thank you to all the state and local leaders here, including the mayor of Pittsburgh, Ed Gainey. Ed, you're the best buddy. You really stepped up.
You're best buddy.
And a great leader, JoJo Burris, an Army veteran from a steel-working family. He was my guest at the State of the Union just a couple of years ago. He came back home to Washington, Pennsylvania, and decided to run for mayor, and he won. And he's still working as a steelworker. But that's America. Look, folks, I was almost exactly 5 years ago that I began my campaign for president right here in Pittsburgh, where I announced. I said one of the reasons I was running was rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class.
Middle class.
It's been mentioned 1,000 times.
He just needs to slow down. I even slowed him down so we could hear him.
There's like like I would make like when I would get so many teachers to agree to this, but we would get a project and I was like, can I make a video for it? And they said yes, and then it was like, gloves off, I'm gonna make whatever, you know. And like this is like 7th grade, right? So like this is a really dumb like joke that we put in here, but like I'm like reading a script and mumbling, right? And they go, we can't hear you. And I go, I said,
That is fairly funny.
It has a steel spine. It really does have a steel spine. You heard me say it before.
So there's the mall here, Destiny USA. That's like one of the biggest. It's like Mall of America is like for pussies, right? Because they have like 2 Build-A-Bear workshops, epic, right? So like this mall is like way cooler than that. They like basically they made it so in the winter like you can basically pub crawl indoors. Right, because like it's like winter a lot here, so you can still like go bar hopping from all the like craft beer stuff that they like put into this mall.
But it's all indoors.
Yeah. But they have like a rope course, they have a go-kart track, so it's like Mall of America where they have like the like rides and shit, you know, except it's actually better. And for a long time when they were trying to get the money, and by the way, the guy who like funded this is like went to like jail for corruption and stuff. The guy who like ran the project or something like that. He's a crooked guy. But for a long time, it was like these I-beams, right? Across like where the lots are that are now parking lots, just these grass lots. And it was just like these piles and piles of I-beams that got rusty and rustier and rustier. And in front of him, it says, you see steel, we see jobs. And I was like, okay, when? You know, they finally built it. Like this is that like that for years though.
Yeah.
And that's what it reminds you of. The steel backbone. You see steel, I see jobs. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say, pal.
Didn't build America, and you guys. That's why I'm here today to announce a series. I stand by you, the American Steelworker. Look,
Someone's looking for their phone.
An iconic American company for more than a century, and it should remain a totally American company. American owned, American operated. Created by American Union Steelworkers, the best in the world, and that's going to happen. I promise.
I think we need a president who, like, when he starts yelling and stuff, his teeth fall out, and it's like
American
a comedy gag.
Now work out, compete as long as they have
would be
fair
funny.
competition. But for too long, the Chinese
So go gadget
government
chompers
forced
fly out of
these
his mouth.
Chinese steel companies, pushing them to make so much steel as much as possible, subsidized by the Chinese government. Because Chinese steel companies produce a lot more steel than China needs, it ends up dumping extra steel into the global markets at unfairly low prices. And the prices are unfairly low because China's steel companies don't need to worry about making a profit because the Chinese government has subsidized them so heavily. They're not competing. They're cheating. They're cheating. And we've seen the
They're not competing,
communist
they're cheating.
cheater.
That's a great line.
Communist cheater.
That's a good line.
Flooding the market in steel towns all across Pennsylvania and Ohio were hit very hard. Between those years, 2000 and 2010, more than 14,000 steel workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio lost their jobs. 14,000. Let me ask you, we're going to let that happen again? No! I promise you, and I'm not going to let that happen again. Look, right now, my U.S. Trade Representative is investigating.
Yeah, I think we get the point.
Okay.
Also, I just think we should mention, obviously, this benefits Japan, who wanted to buy this company. So this
Yes.
is also like a signal to Japan because it will benefit Japanese steel doing these tariffs.
Yeah, so it's
Without, because if Japan
likely-
does tariffs and stuff, then China will get real
Mm.
butthurt. But
Yeah.
the United States can slap China around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Japan doesn't have to worry about it, and I guarantee that the meetings with Japanese Prime Minister last week were exactly about this. They said that it wasn't, but I guarantee it was.
Trade practices by the Chinese government
Anyway.
regarding steel and
I hope
aluminum.
they talked about
That investigation confirms these anti-competitive.
the
trade
one place
practices
where
and
capitalism
Walmart
can't reach.
consider tripling the tariff rates for both steel imports and aluminum imports from China. We know that Chinese steel and aluminum are being imported in America through Mexico that avoids the tariff. Just yesterday.
All right, let's go to Europe.
He's doing the car loophole thing.
That's fine.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, that's a Republican talking point.
Yeah.
Trump literally says it about how the auto industry in Mexico is killing us and how he would actually support the auto
He does,
workers.
yeah. He loves that line.
CHOSA is putting the finishing touches on a statue of former British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
Okay, but why?
Here in Kosovo, CHOSA and other ethnic Albanians idolized the British politician. During the 1998-99 Kosovo War, he had a leading role during a NATO bombing campaign that halted the advance of Serb forces and ultimately helped the small Balkan nation win independence. More than 13,000 people, mainly local Albanians, were killed in the conflict. And while some supporters later became disillusioned with Blair over his role in the US-led invasion of Iraq, many here remain enthusiastic. National records indicate more than 10 people are named Tony Blair, Tony, or Blair. The spellings altered to fit local pronunciations. Tony Blair Gashi was born 2 years after the war, his name chosen by his father.
He wanted to pay a tribute of our people, of our gratitude of Kosovan people toward Tony Blair. And he always wanted to have a boy so he can name him after Tony Blair. And pretty much that's what happened in 2001 when they had me.
Now 22, Gashi met the real Blair when he visited Pristina in 2010. Blair was greeted by several boys, all named after the politician. The moment stuck with the young Gashi.
It was like
That's got to be wild, right?
So weird.
Pretty much a prophet for our people.
The life-size clay statue of Blair will be cast in bronze and placed on Blair Boulevard in the eastern town of Ferizaj. The ceremony will take place on June 12th.
Nobody sits
which
for
marks
these
the
fucking
end.
governments harder than these people, right?
Yeah, Kosovo does it next level.
It's like that. No Stalin statues. Bill Clinton, Tony Blair.
It's the most irrelevant people.
Not to them.
End of the 1998-99 Kosovo War. It was commissioned by the We Remember Tony Blair Foundation. The former British Prime Minister has been invited to the statue's inauguration, but there's
British people.
The situation is very concerning. It's right to show solidarity.
It's
with
very
Israel.
concerning.
It's right to have made our views clear about what should happen next, but it's clear that the Israelis are making a decision to act. We hope they do so in a way that does as little to escalate this as possible, and in a way that, as I said yesterday, is smart as well as tough.
I really
the real need is to refocus.
I think Israel doing
back.
the whole like, "Hey, we'll come back for you at any time" thing and never acting on it is a funny way to fuck with Iran. So
I also agree that is quite funny.
I think that's the best case scenario, and I hope that's what the scenario is.
Yeah.
I'm sure if it
Hamas,
wasn't for
back on the
outside pressure,
hostages.
they would have already bombed Iran, though.
Yeah.
Back on getting the aid in, back on getting a pause in the conflict in Gaza. That's why I'm here today, to talk to the Israeli government, to talk to the
And it's like,
Palestinian
whoa, they
government.
care more about bombs in
Try and push
Iran
those things
than
forward.
they do in
And we want
Gaza.
to
You know
see-
why? Gaza has no political power.
Mm-hmm.
Iran does. Iran has a lot of political
coordinated
influence.
sanctions against
Iran has the
Britain
ability to
has in
drag
many
things
ways
in.
led the
Nobody
way
gives.
with our
Nobody actually gives a fuck about Gaza politically.
No.
You know, anyone in power basically doesn't give a fuck.
Let's turn our attention now to your
Like,
help.
you can't
A
get
landmark
to the head of
smoking
state if you care about
ban
human
bill
beings.
has cleared its
No, you just can't.
Oh, this is epic. I want to
like
see
being a-
Ace's reaction to this one.
It's like being a billionaire. You can't be a billionaire without having shit on a couple people.
Right, and
at
probably
minimum.
responsible for deaths.
Yes, yeah.
first hurdle across the
Felony
pond.
or,
Now, the goal gradually
yeah,
phase
felony
out
murders.
cigarette smoking for good. Annie has been looking into this, and Annie, there are actually a few places in the U.S. that have suggested doing this same thing.
Yeah, I mean, this headline catches your attention, right?
Right, absolutely.
Well, let's start
Right.
with this new bill in the UK. Right now, it's illegal for anyone to sell cigarettes or tobacco products, as well as vapes, to people under 18 years old throughout the UK. The new bill will make it illegal to sell tobacco products to anyone born after January 1st, 2009. The
Didn't this just fail in New Zealand? Cool.
legal age of sale will be gradually raised until it's eventually illegal. That means children turning 15 this year and those younger than that will never be legally sold tobacco. The phase changes also mean that anyone who can still legally buy cigarettes now won't be prevented from doing so in the future. New Zealand passed
So they're
the same
creating
measure
a
2
black
years
market
ago, but
for
the
young
country's
people on tobacco.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're creating a tobacco black
I
market, which
think
can be
this is an
grown in
interesting.
backyards.
I think this is an interesting way to go about it, being like grandfather clausing, right?
Mm.
I don't think it's going to pass, but I kind of want it to pass just to see as a political experiment how this works out, you know, in 10 years how it's going. So I'm more
Prime Minister
curious than
says-
I am a supporter of it when I say I want it to pass.
Also, the banning of vapes, I don't think should be included because nicotine.
Well, they're a gateway.
is-
They're a gateway nicotiner.
Sure, but nicotine is not the addictive part of cigarettes.
Yes, they are. Nicotine is.
Bullshit. It's everything else they put in the cigarettes.
Well, so for starters, okay, nicotine is the addictive substance in cigarettes.
Like, it's the base addictive,
Hang on,
yeah.
let me finish. So if you watch Thank You for Smoking, which if everyone here, if you haven't seen it, everyone, it's required watching. Okay, for political and lobby stuff, it's required watching. So in Thank You for Smoking, like there's a whole thing where they talk about how this came out. They got like taken to court, and I think it didn't change, but they purposely, when people started learning that it's unhealthy, they made them chemically more addictive. So they enhanced the added addictive
Yes,
nature
that's what
of
I'm
cigarettes.
talking about. Yes, because nicotine is not. It's not necessarily inherently bad for you, is what they're figuring out.
Yeah, I mean it's like caffeine isn't necessarily bad for you.
Yes. But everything else that's in the cigarette is bad for you, which is why the whole vaping of a nicotine delivery system is like, sure, it's like a better way to do it.
Yeah, the
It's still
only
probably
and
not
like
great.
people are convinced that the water vapor is somehow worse than the fucking chemical tobacco smoke. Like,
Yeah.
I heard vaping's worse. Yeah, you're an idiot. That's why. Like, come
Yeah,
on,
it's like
it's fucking water vapor.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
It's literally water.
At most, it's like oil, vegetable oil.
Yeah.
You're breathing in vegetables.
Well, it is water that evaporates.
Yes.
It's all water soluble shit. So
It's why dabs are better for you than smoking.
dabs
weed.
destroy my lungs. They're dead. So there's that side effect. All right.
Well, I
My
think that's
lungs-
volume. I think that's more volume
No, it's
issue.
just they're so harsh. They're so harsh. My lungs are already damaged enough from like being in war zones and stuff. I probably got mesothelioma with all the fucking down buildings in Syria. They had to have been
Right.
using asbestos shit, right?
Surely.
Constantly getting kicked up in the air. Fucking chlorine, fucking being thrown
Yes.
around.
Yeah, it's definitely something. I don't think smoking's the higher priority of your worries.
Well, I'm just
People
saying,
who appeal-
like if I dab a lot, which I don't at all right
Mm-hmm.
anymore, but like when I had a roommate who offered them, I like won't say no if something's offered. Like if it's a line of Coke, I'll be like, oh maybe, and I hate Coke. Like it tastes like shit, and then I'm gagging the whole time when it's dripping down my throat. I start like shooting nasal spray to like flush out my nose because it's disgusting, and it like doesn't even work on me. Like just I take Adderall already, like Coke does nothing to me.
That's so funny.
Appeal the law. And we actually just told you about this
One time
town
at a
month
house
ago in the
party, a guy
US.
dropped a huge bag of cocaine outside my downstairs bathroom, and then I took it and I told my friend to come over because I got a huge bag of coke, and he did like the whole bag. Some people go really
The whole
crazy for
bag?
that cocaine. Yeah, he is. I think
Who's
I'll do
taking
another line. I'm like, okay,
That's
bro.
hilarious.
Things a step further. We're talking about Brookline, Massachusetts, just got a court approval to do something similar to this, and it bans the sale of tobacco to anyone born on or after January 1st of 2000.
Here's
That
the
covers any
reason why these
born
don't work in
the
this country,
21st
right?
century.
So this county I'm in, they have strict tobacco laws, strict tobacco taxes. They have like you can't sell to anyone. It might be under 21 now, but I remember when it
Yeah.
got flipped to 19 was like right when I was coming of age, and we had to be like, who's the 19-year-old who buys all the cigarettes for the kids at high school, which was
Yeah.
like my best friend PJ at the time. And the thing is that we have sovereign nations. Like a sovereign nation is like not that far from where I am right now. Like it's a longer drive because it's like I have to go through the city and to like the other side. I mean, if you think she's a baddie, but like like the people already are driving out to the reservation to buy cigarettes just because of the taxes, like there's no way an age ban is going to work out. I think they might, because if it's a federal law, they might enforce it.
True.
Because I know that they still will ID you. It's not like they sell cigarettes to 18-year-olds there.
To minors, yeah.
I mean, they do sell them to 18-year-olds, but I don't, because
Well,
I don't think the
when I was
19-year-old
there,
law applied to them.
yeah, because when I was in America, the law changed to 21 because we were
Federally?
going to.
Or just where you were?
I don't know if it was federally. It might have just been South
Yeah, I don't think
Carolina,
that's a
but
federal thing.
We were going to instead of going out to bars because gross, we would go to the hookah bar instead, and then it changed and they couldn't go anymore.
Lame.
Yeah, very lame.
And California is also working on a bill that would eventually
There was
ban.
a fucking pretty attractive Kazakh girl that was there too. That worked there, so that was a little disappointing, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the laws changed, so couldn't do it anymore. I was already buying alcohol for obviously just me.
Tobacco sales for anyone born after January 1st, 2007. So that's more strict than the UK's proposed bill, but less restrictive than the one that we just told you about in Massachusetts. If signed into law, California's bill would mean by 2073, people wanting to buy cigarettes would have to show ID to prove that they are at least 67 years old. And we'll keep you updated on the status of these bills and the impact on your health. But certainly a talker out there, Allison and Wisdom.
Definitely something to think about.
I'm 6,000 years old.
A tale
Can I
of
have
two
my
economies.
cigarette?
China's economy grew
I don't know. You're earning my flow, my order.
Huh?
Uh,
Huh?
I had something. It ruined my order. I was looking for other European stuff. Uh-huh. This will work.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Sunday condemned Iran's attack on Israel and said his country needs help from its allies to fend off threats from the air, just as Israel did. In a nightly address, Zelensky said that, quote, Israel was not alone in this defense, adding that, quote, when
He
Ukraine
said,
says that the
Russia is
allies
pee-pee
cannot
poo-poo.
turn a blind eye to Russian missiles and drones, it means that it is necessary to act, and act strongly. The war in Ukraine has escalated in recent weeks. Ukraine's top commander said on Sunday that Russian forces aim to capture the town of Shavis Yar by May 9th, setting the stage for an important battle for control of high ground in the east, where Russia is focusing its assaults. Since late March, Russia has launched multiple major attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure, inflicting significant damage to the Ukrainian power system and causing emergency power cuts in some regions. This senior employee at a plant that is undisclosed for security reasons says he had to go to the bomb shelter after seeing
Undisclosed
that
for
no
security
power
reasons.
units
I'm pretty
were
sure they
left
can figure out
intact.
which plant it is, considering
Zelensky
like they can
again
see
called on the
outside
U.S.
from those
Congress
shots.
to approve a vital aid package that has been blocked by House Republicans for months. Republican Representative Steve
great
Scalise
picture.
said that in response to the Iranian attack, the House would change its schedule to consider legislation that supports Israel and holds Iran accountable. It was not immediately clear to which legislation he was referring. Iran has supplied thousands of drones to Russia throughout its invasion of Ukraine. They've been used to exhaust Ukrainian air defenses and hit infrastructure
Extremely successfully.
far from the front lines.
I have no idea. I don't know. I guess she went to school there and liked it. But
U.S. President Joe Biden.
Kazakhstan, number one. You have inferior potassium. Oh, God.
Okay, we are moving to Sudan, I guess, because there's a lot of Sudan stuff.
We want to turn our attention now to Sudan, where, of course, there's the ongoing civil war there, massive humanitarian crisis and tragedy affecting millions, tens of millions of people there in Sudan. And we are very honored to be joined here once again to discuss this issue by Mossab Baba, who is a researcher on Sudan. Mossab, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene, Rania. Nice to be on with you again.
You know, I guess there's so much that could be said. I mean, I saw something this morning that I just wanted to get your comments on. You know, I saw that General Burhan stated that no one who did not stand with him and the Sudanese armed forces during this conflict will, in his mind, be allowed to play any role in the government or in the future of Sudan, which struck me as such a bellicose statement, especially because I saw the story alongside another story of the SAF bombing camps in Darfur, and just thinking, so I guess that means that everyone in an IDP camp in Darfur can't have any role in their own country. But I just wanted your comments on that, because I thought it spoke, so much to
a genocide there.
The genocides? Are they defending the genocidal side?
They're like, oh, well, they're insulting the guy who's the coordination government, saying like he's excluding people from his government. But they have a good point, actually.
Yeah.
But it's like, of course, he does actually think that, though, Eugene. He doesn't want them involved in the government. He committed a genocide against them years ago. Like, why would he care what they have to say?
Of how they've been pursuing the conflict.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where for Burhan, you know, the only way that he can stay relevant and out of jail and without any accountability is by like, putting the pedal to the metal on this war and refusing negotiations and refusing to actually, realize the destruction that's happened, and behind them, of course, the main faction kind of behind them were like, the NCP, which was Bashir's political party. It's we came to a point last year where they were close to coming.
Oh, they just
to
cut
some kind of
Rania out.
negotiations,
Okay.
but it seems like there was pressure from like Bashir's previous political party and which is the Sudan's version of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is nothing
Muslim
like
Brotherhood
other
mentioned.
movements kind of in the region. And
Yes.
they
All Muslim
are
Brotherhood
gaining
chapters are
some
different,
kind of
pal.
ground. So it put a little bit of wind under their wings. Last year, the RSF and their militias, they pretty much ransacked Khartoum, and they started a turning point also in public opinion was when the RSF then moved into Jazeera state. So once that happened, there's been a lot of the public opinion swaying squarely against the RSF. And, it's already been, the RSF has already been kind of had a lot of enemies inside of Sudan. But
why is that? Why could they possibly have so many enemies?
At least they're not doing the what side is better here. I'm waiting for them to say why it's the US's fault, but
these movements have kind of, gained them even more enemies. So I think also as far as Burhan, because he's starting to get, Iranian support, he's starting to get some Turkish support, and not in the form of like outright politically, supporting him or anything, but like providing him with things like drones, and, last time when we were here, you asked about, I think Ronnie asked about like the Ukraine involvement. And so it seems from then, the Ukrainians want to kind of prove that they're actually there in Sudan.
You will never
so
see
they
it
put
coming.
out, footage of them in Khartoum, rolling with the SAF and stuff like that. So he's getting support. It's not vocal support. It's kind of support under the table. So he's kind of feeling that if he doesn't take this support and goes for any kind of compromise, there's going to be accountability going forward, because most Sudanese are looking for some kind of accountability for what's been happening, not only since the war started on April 15th last year, it's almost a year now of war, but for even before that, of how much even Burhan himself has propped up the RSF as a militia and worked with them hand in hand in Darfur to attack, the indigenous groups over there in Darfur, the liberation movements, and kind of going to war against them. So he knows that there's no logical reason why people would look at him as some kind of leader or anything, since he already propped up the RSF, and now kind of going back and aligning a little bit more with the Islamists and having them, support, the foreign ministry, the interior ministry, all of this stuff. And it seems like he doesn't have a lot of control over them anyways. And there also has been kind of more takfiri groups, like Salafist groups, that have been popping up, and they've been taking kind of more of the forefront and saying, we're waging a war of jihad against the RSF and against the militias. It's like, okay, well, where were you for the past 20 years? Because these were your allies, in quelling the liberation movements.
I mean,
so Burhan is in a tight space, and he knows
it's pretty
it. He
hard
knows, like,
to
with
be
the amount
wrong
of destruction
about this,
Yeah. There's only so
the
much.
Sudan is just it's a rare war where both sides are equally just as shitty, where even the fucking PSL IRGC fuckers can agree with everyone else that like everyone sucks involved here. It's so funny.
It was very entertaining.
10 million people displaced, 25 million in need of humanitarian aid. It is the biggest humanitarian disaster on the planet right now. And he knows this, and he knows the only way that he can actually escape this is by, blaming it on the other guy, on his previous partner in crime, and taking the stance. Like, he did do a Eid, speech where he was saying, we're not going to go back to the arrangements that were before.
I love that framing right there. His previous partner in crime, right?
Yeah.
because they literally did a genocide together, and now they're fighting and bickering, so nobody will go to trial. Like, that's ultimately what this is about: is avoiding a genocide trial. Because don't forget, the last president of Sudan is on trial, or well, basically, I don't know if he was convicted or not. Bashir, he's fucked. You know.
Bring the RSF back into power again. He also said we're not going to go back to before October 25th, 2021, meaning that he's not going to get the Forces of Freedom and Change, the political parties, they're not going to be a part of it. And they're not going to go back to before April 2019, meaning that he's not going to bring back the Bashir government into play. It's like, okay, dude, so you want to, run the country by yourself? So it's really just moves kind of out of desperation from him. But there is also the sense of they're gaining some ground in like Durman. They're gaining a little bit of ground and trying to attack and liberate, Jazeera and stuff like that. So it just, it's to them, it's a matter of survival of strongmen, basically, of authoritarians. All the problems look like a nail because all they have is hammers. So they want to kind of duke it out. And to them, they don't care like how many.
Just like Ulalau doing the coverage on like the West Africa. It's like, we have a special if you want to hear our thoughts on Sudan, and it still holds up because nothing has changed.
No.
From day one of Sudan's war a year ago, fighting between the Sudanese armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces has ravaged Sudan's twin cities of Khartoum, its capital, and Omdurman, its largest. Millions have fled the metropolitan area because of the fighting. Some have stayed, however, either because they don't have the means to leave, or in a few cases, because they chose to stay and help. Momin Ahmed Abbas volunteers at one of Omdurman's last functional hospitals and refuses to flee the city.
I cannot abandon them, especially when they rely on my support. Thus, I remain to ensure that injured individuals have access to essentials like food, shelter, and medical care. Leaving would only exacerbate the situation for those in need.
He says the situation is desperate at the hospital, which lacks medical supplies and security, and is vulnerable to frequent airstrikes and fighting. Humanitarian groups and international journalists have found entry into Khartoum and many other parts of Sudan all but impossible. And as a result, the world's awareness of the country's troubles has diminished. Commentators and diplomats often refer to Sudan's conflict as the world's forgotten.
I wouldn't be surprised if those were Rhodesian remnants, those guns.
War, despite as many as 16,000 people estimated to have died because of the conflict and 8.6 million forcibly displaced. Analysts say pressure from the international community is needed to bring the warring sides to the negotiating table. But one doesn't see that happening anytime soon.
Sadly, I don't see this conflict as particularly ripe for any kind of resolution right now. Both sides think either that they can win or they have to win. And as long as they continue to be sustained by external actors, providing them weapons and intelligence, then they're going to continue this fight.
A recent US intelligence report says the longer the war drags on, the more likely Sudan will become a breeding ground for terrorists. One analyst who spoke to VOA echoed this view.
You got young people, and they have all the fuel. They have the anger, they have the ethnic division, and then they have whatever is the narrative about there is a just war happening somewhere.
Leaders of both warring sides are wildly unpopular among most Sudanese. Neither has ever been democratically elected. Yet Sudanese civilians are the ones bearing the brunt of the ongoing fighting. Abbas says Sudan needs external help and intervention.
We desperately need international support to address the crisis in Sudan. Awareness must be raised about the ongoing suffering and devastation.
Yet, after 1 year of fighting in Sudan, it seems clear that no substantial help is on its way. Henry Wilkins.
All you got to do is frame it like Christians are persecuted and the help will come. Worked last time.
Let's see if Reuters does anything different.
The UN Secretary General has warned of a full-blown intercommunal conflict in Sudan's Darfur region. Antonio Guterres was speaking on Monday, the one-year anniversary of the war between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. He said RSF-affiliated militias had attacked and burnt villages west of El Fasher, and that escalating hostilities on the outskirts of North Darfur's provincial capital were a fresh cause for deep alarm.
And let me be clear, any attack on El Fasher would be devastating for civilians and could lead to a full-blown intercommunal conflict across Darfur. It would also upend aid operations in an area already on the brink of famine, since El Fasher has always been a critical UN humanitarian hub.
Guterres also said that indiscriminate attacks, killing, injuring, and terrorizing civilians could amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity.
The main problem is clear. There are two generals that have opted for a military solution and have until now obstructed all serious efforts of mediation.
International donors met in Paris on Monday to pledge humanitarian support for Sudan. The UN has said nearly 25 million people, half of Sudan's population, need aid. Some 8 million have fled their homes. At the aid conference, French President Emmanuel Macron said $2 billion.
I don't care what Frenchie had to say.
Kind of racist.
Fuck the French. Did you like the meme that I sent you?
I too did.
That the baguette?
I'm looking at
Did
it
you watch
now.
that one?
I'm opening it now. Oh no, this is no. Okay, no. This is
one
the,
record.
Nothing. I was like, oh, it was the meme, this link you sent me, and it was just the YouTube thing that I told you to send me earlier.
Oh no, not that one. I sent this ages ago, like on Instagram.
Seizure after the other.
I'm supposed to remember.
This is the latest by Senegal's police. These black notes are fake money, worth 5 billion CFA francs, or the equivalent of about $8 million, found in the back of a car parked at a small guest house in Senegal's southern region of Casamance. This video circulating on social media appears to show how the notes are transformed into counterfeit US dollars using powder and chemicals. 4 men have been arrested, 2 of them foreigners. This comes days after 1 ton of cocaine worth nearly $150 million was found hidden in the back of a truck. Both of these record seizures come from tip-offs from whistleblowers. Senegal's new government has made fighting corruption a priority, a pledge made by its new young president, Bassirou Diomaye Faye.
I will promptly initiate a bold policy of economic and financial good governance by relentlessly combating corruption, penal repression of tax fraud and illicit financial flows, protecting whistleblowers, fighting against embezzlement of public funds, and money laundering.
Before the elections, Faye and now Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko were sent to prison after they denounced state corruption and the criminal activities of previous government officials. The court saw their claims as defamation. Faye and Sonko want to introduce a new law to protect whistleblowers.
There is a culture of fear. No one really wants to denounce legal activities because it's not easy given the reprisals. So to have a law that can protect whistleblowers, it can encourage others to break their silence and reveal crimes.
Senegal's new leadership is asking all those who have stolen from the state to return the money or face justice.
Yeah. Oh, the parent. All right. If you fess up now, you won't be in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's feeding time for Clark Longren's warthogs.
This is just one of the species the Canadian-born wild animal breeder is raising on his 70 hectares in Wedbila, a village near Burkina Faso's capital, Ouagadougou. Another is the Porta pig,
You're a
a cross
Ouagadougou.
between a Red River hog and a pig.
You're a cross
A male
between a
from
Red
this
River hog and a
species
pig.
mated with a domestic pig. She gave birth to mixed offspring, and someone from Calavi University discovered and preserved them.
Métissé. Et quelqu'un de l'université de Cavalier a trouvé ça.
But not all animals can breed. This female hyena is waiting for a mate, something Longren hopes to provide soon. The Wedbila demonstration
How
farm
cute it
was
is.
established in 1998 with the goal of providing breeding animals for farms and contributing to environmental education. Longren also hopes to reintroduce
Ostrich.
species that have
llama.
disappeared from Burkina Faso, like the critically endangered red-necked ostrich, also called the North African ostrich.
Les autruches, qui est la souche
It's a
sauvage.
redneck.
Red-necked ostriches are
It
the
just,
strain
it's
of
got a
wild
Trump hat, a
ostriches of
fucking
Burkina Faso.
40 and
They
a
disappeared
cozy, and,
about 50
and
years
like
ago. We want to
it's like
breed
ready to
them,
watch the
collaborating with
NASCAR
others
event.
in Benin, Niger, and more.
Et on collabore avec d'autres personnes au
It's like
Burkina
fuck
aussi
Joe
qui font ça.
Biden. Or
It takes
no,
about
it says
45
let's
minutes
go
to
Brandon
complete
because
a
it's
tour
a whole
of the farm.
NASCAR night.
Visitors can admire pythons, jackals, a martial eagle, and a waterbuck standing over 1.75
Beautiful
meters
water
tall.
buck, dude.
They
Look,
may
it's
catch a
Patrick.
glimpse of the horse-like hack beast. Amidou Nana is one of the farm's caretakers.
I feed them, and if they are unwell, I take care of them too. I came to work, but when I saw what was being done, I liked it a lot. And later, the boss trained me.
Now, pythons are cool. You can handle it.
The fighting between armed Islamist groups and the government has made it difficult for the farm. Food costs more, and fewer tourists are visiting. It has also affected the animals.
Le problème, c'est que j'ai dû réduire.
The problem is that we had to reduce the quality and quantity of their diet, but for some species, it didn't go well. I didn't have enough money.
Ça s'est mal passé. Je n'avais pas l'argent.
For Longren, relying on tourist traffic and selling his less endangered stock have not been enough to sustain the Wedbila farm. To cover expenses, he has established the organization, the Center for the Development of Wildlife Production, to help raise funds to keep his farm going and return some of these animals back to the wild. For Gildas Da in Wedbila, Burkina Faso, this is Jackson Bunganyi, VOA News.
Also, all these foreign journalists for VOA we could easily look up.
Yeah. Yeah. But what they're doing is like outsourcing the journalists to local journalists. That's pretty much what we want to do, except we're not buying their stories. We're going to give them.
Well, I mean, it's also
to be able to do it.
I mean, this is paid for by the U.S. government because if you think about it, at the end of the day, a well-established, free, and informed press is an export of U.S. agenda.
Sure.
Anything that tears down like authoritarianism is technically like U.S. agenda.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, because obviously they don't give a fuck about Saudi Arabia and stuff. They're not fucking putting out Voice of America there.
I mean, if you want to say it that way, sure.
Well, it's just because it's like it's literally a propaganda outlet paid for by the United States, right?
But it's not like the stories are outward propaganda. Like
exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Just like stories.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be because it's still within their interest to provide a free press to the world.
Yes.
And to not make it political like RT and Sputnik and those idiots, and to do it like actual human interest pieces and stuff like that, and like let people do what they want to do.
Almost, I would hesitate to say that the people watching will probably agree that the VOA stories are all very fucking interesting.
Yeah, and they also have like you like the dynamic that it's somebody from there who's making them.
Yeah.
It's not
and
like
also the
a
fact that it's like a break from the typical American politicking as well is also nice, as well as being able to coordinate it with the same kind of countries. It's just a good way to break news,
the tediousness and monotony.
News. Yeah, because I was saying this to someone the other day. I'm like, who the fuck wants to watch 5 hours of news? So it's
Fudge.
like, yes, apparently. But like, but I'm like, we have to do something to make news consumable. So it's like this kind of deconstructing it a little bit is a very
it might be only
idea.
5 hours of news for y'all, but boy, Jack's like, are you gonna watch the new Fallout show? And what did I say, Jack?
Only news. Where is that soundbite? It's up the top, I think.
I didn't say only news.
Patrick Sidi Kubwabu
I was going good for a couple days. I was
when his father and 3 siblings were
Fallout
killed during the 1994 Rwandan genocide. 30 years on, he says the memory still haunts him and is part of his story he can never forget. Another survivor, Jean-Claude Mugabe, was 9 when his father and uncles had to flee
I don't
their
know. Fiction
house,
just really
leaving women and children behind.
Games sometimes, but basically live service models made me hate gaming as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I just have really moved away from like fiction in general. I don't know. It just doesn't interest me that much.
Fair enough.
He says his relatives sought refuge in the village church, but were found and many of them killed.
I lost many siblings, close relatives, such as aunt.
We could look this guy up
cousins,
easily.
If I count it very well, they lead to 65 people.
So if we like
My
take
uncle,
notes
my
to write
brother,
these
my
names
mom.
down and stuff.
The people they're interviewing or the journalists?
This guy, anyone who has a nameplate identification and is speaking English, we could access.
Yeah.
They're going to have an email at the end of the day. Everyone has an email. I never check mine, but at the end of the day, people have them.
He died with her wife and his all children. So the family
That's why I run the email.
finished.
So this is me.
Mugabe later found his little sister and father had been murdered.
I participate.
I thought I was about to say, "Oh, that's nice," but the sentence ended with "murdered." He found his sister and brother. I was like, "Oh, there's a good silver." Oh,
the only thing I could remember is his jackets. Others will remain.
During a 100-day period in 1994, Rwanda's Hutu majority killed more than 800,000 minority Tutsis and Hutu moderates. The genocide in Rwanda was sparked by hate speech, mostly over the radio, by Hutu extremists against Tutsis.
and this is so important.
Mugabe says many survivors
Specifically,
were
the use of the
traumatized,
radio
grieved,
is
and
like why
radicalized.
I think that like the first genocide that you should teach about is not the Holocaust; it's the Rwandan genocide.
Yes.
It's so
I generally
textbook.
agree.
It's like, do you know about like have you seen the the basements and like there's a church basement
No.
where basically people went to hide in a church basement and there's an infamous massacre. Let me see if I can find it.
And at his age, he did not understand why his father had to be killed.
And sometimes I can say, if I can see the killer of my father, so I will do that. I will revenge as well.
The Aegis Trust, a non-profit dedicated to genocide prevention, has been running genocide memorial centers across the country with the goal of helping people heal and learn about genocide prevention.
We do it through peace education program by understanding the past, but also building up the skills and the values that helps people to be able to develop critical thinking, the empathy, personal responsibility.
Fair enough.
Mugabe has been part of the program.
Mugabe?
He says it's helped him heal. He has even met with some of his father's killers and forgiven them.
I understood better and more better. when I
Imagine
worked at the memorial. And I
forgiving
started also
genocidal
supporting others
nutcases.
from my community,
That
my colleagues, who have not
is
yet moved
impressive.
I need to bring this to the HD screen so I
UNESCO
can see how
cites a
big the
lack of
photos I'm
education
looking
as
at
one
are.
of the causes of genocide, saying people turned against each other through misinformation. They have moved to recognize 4 memorial sites in Rwanda as World Heritage Sites.
The sites have to be preserved because what happened here matters for
Interesting. They're preserving the buildings the genocides happened in.
Yeah. That's what I'm pulling up right now. This photo is crazy. And I'm just giving a heads up. It's not graphic, but there is human remains here, everyone, just so you know. But it is not a graphic photo. So check this out. This is like a church, basically. It's a church basement where people are hiding. Just bones.
That's how they found it.
Basically, just totally decomposed. It was 100 days.
Damn. Okay.
Like
in Africa in the heat. Yeah. Okay.
So, but also they like massacred them in there, I believe, as well.
Have to preserve the sites, so first as to fight against distortion or denial of history.
See, these panels are always devastating. The ones with the names on them, and it's even more so for genocides, I think, because it's got families, whole ass families, and you can see them without even needing to see the name. You can see the whole ass families that were just eliminated.
Rwanda is marking the anniversary of the genocide against Tutsis.
This website from Harvard is so old that there's no Manzula Flash to support it and stuff.
Period. Survivors are calling for more education and awareness to help combat genocide denial and misinformation, part of their healing journey. Sana Nutod, VOA News,
so it's like it's like these genocide sites or memorials, right? So like they have, see, there's like these are all the clothes and stuff, right? And then it's like inside there's still a functional church, but they still have the fabric of the people who were slaughtered there on the walls.
The fabric, like the clothes.
These are all their clothes and stuff.
Okay.
That were left over. So they still have them on the walls, but it's a functional church. Isn't that interesting?
It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy. There's like skull vaults and like bone vaults and stuff. Like, there's a lot of human remains that are like memorialized from this.
That doesn't surprise me. It's a good way to really remind you.
Oh, here we go. India's going to have elections. We obviously know how they're going to end, but might as well, it's the year democracy dies. Got to cover them.
A tiny violence-torn state in India's far east, a quiet, despite the world's most populous nation heading to a general election. Its 3.6 million residents will be some of the first to vote in the 7-phase election on Friday, but campaigning is being held behind closed doors due to fears of violence. Conflict in the state first.
Speaking of that, we got to look at the valedictorian
action rights available.
The what?
The girl who was banned because of safety.
To the Kukis people, who form 16% of the state's population, to the dismay of the majority Métis, who make up 53%. Residents like Francis Kashim are disappointed in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government over failure to end what critics have called a mix of anarchy and civil war. He lives in a refugee camp with his wife and 2 children, displaced by the conflict. And
we have specials on Manipur, right?
People have been killed since May.
What he is still doing now, right now? Is the Manipur is not part of India or what?
Look how far ahead we were with that, right? And remember, it's like that was one of the ones that was like took us a while to get organized. Like we wanted to do it for like a few months, or weeks or so, that we were talking about getting that one organized. It might have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I don't know.
It was a couple weeks, I think.
But yeah, it's still what foresight.
Once again, just like Sudan.
It's almost like if you actually develop the skills for journalism, you can have a really good analysis and grasp on what's going to happen in the world.
The fighting between the Métis and the tribal Kukizo people divides the region into 2 enclaves, separated by a stretch of no man's land, monitored by federal paramilitary forces. Modi's government has blamed the unrest on a refugee influx caused by the 2021 coup in neighbouring Myanmar, and recently announced an end to a decades-old policy allowing free movement of people living along the 1,000-mile border. While opinion polls point to a win for Modi, critics say Manipur, governed by Modi's own BJP party, is a rare security and image failure for him. Despite the party and its
not only that, we're like in our crash course
Manipur
thing
has little impact on
it's not even about this year. It was about how last year a lot of South Asian governments, and we touch on India and on that one too with the same person, and then follow that up with a specific India special.
Politics, and the BJP's manifesto does not even mention the state. That hasn't stopped BJP candidate Kunal Jim Basanta Kumar getting out on the campaign trail.
We have to look at someone, a candidate, who would be a part of the government in the center, and also convince the center that this needs early resolution. We need extra funds to resettle them back.
The candidate for the opposition Congress Party, Angomcha Bimal Akoijam, is promising to remove the BJP.
Wow, that's a mouthful, bro. Is that his name?
Must be.
Or the party name? What happened?
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi often says he likes to think big, dream big, and act big.
और मेरा निमंत्रण इस बात के लिए है, Make in India.
This is just trying to humanize him. Fuck this.
The world's biggest election kicks off in India this month, with nearly 1 billion people eligible to vote. Opinion polls predict an easy win for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Bharatiya Janata Party, or BJP. Still, critics point to concerns ranging from uneven economic growth and treatment of India's minority Muslim community to lopsided corruption investigations. Here's what you need to know about the vote that begins on April 19th. India's economy is expected to have grown by about 8% in the last fiscal year. That's the fastest among major countries. And over the past decade, India's economic position has jumped up to 5th in the world. Modi has vowed to bump it up to 3rd if he wins the election. But some say the fruits of that booming economy are more visible in major cities than the vast countryside. Inflation is on the rise, and Modi has largely failed to deliver on a promise to create tens of millions of jobs for young people. The BJP had also promised to double farm income by 2022. There's no sign of that happening yet. The BJP has tried to court women voters with cash handouts, piped water, and 24/7 electricity. And since the global health crisis, the government has been handing out free food rations to nearly 60% of India's 1.4 billion population. Some critics say the fact that the government feels the need to do that is a sign of uneven economic growth. According to the World Inequality Lab, by the end of last year, India's richest citizens owned 40% of its wealth. Modi's regular visits to Hindu temples across the country are broadcast widely on news channels. Political analysts say that bolsters his image of being the champion of India's majority community, which also forms the core base for the Hindu nationalist BJP. Many Muslims say government policies are not good for them. Modi's government has ended federal support for Muslim schools. He's also implemented a citizenship law that has been criticized as discriminating against Muslims. A government agency that investigates suspected money laundering has summoned, questioned, raided, or arrested nearly 150 opposition politicians in the past decade. It's investigated about half a dozen ruling party politicians in the same time period. Modi touts a zero-tolerance policy on corruption, but opposition politicians say he's misusing government agencies to target them. As for the vote itself, elections for 543 seats in the lower house of parliament will be held in 7 phases between April 19th and June 1st.
Wow, and you still 7 phases. I was about to say, wow, you think our elections are complicated? Then I was like, wait. On a few months, they figure out 7 different election phases. That's impressive. I wish we could move shit that fast. but I don't care. I'll milk the election.
Meanwhile, President Biden is hosting Japan's prime minister and the Philippine president today at the White House. This is the first meeting of all of the three together.
It's Fox business. This is just going to be awful.
Mm-hmm. There's the valedictorian still.
Yes.
After the University of Southern California speech here in America. Backlash tonight after the University of Southern California cancels this year's graduation speech by its own valedictorian. Asna Tabassum is a medical engineering student who is also Muslim, and she beat out nearly 100 other students for this year's top spot. But now the university says the discussion of her selection
should
took an
sue them.
alarming tenor. USC blames unspecific threats to safety as the reason for scrapping her speech.
Sue.
Joining me now is Asna Tabassum, University of Southern California valedictorian. Asna, thank you very much for
Try to get this
joining
girl
us.
too. We should message her.
My understanding is that this week you met with university officials to address security concerns. What happened in that meeting? Did they tell you about any specific threats?
No, actually, they did not tell me about any specific threats, and my request to ask for the details of such threats were denied. And so it leads me to consider whether the decision to revoke my speech was made on the basis of safety alone.
Do you have a sense of whether there was a concern for your safety or perhaps the safety of other students?
The safety, I think, is a priority for all students, including myself. And so it was made unclear to me because I received no details about what specifically the security threats were directed to.
So the university has said that this is not a free speech issue.
Yes, it is.
Do you view it that way?
I think there's a nuance here. I think, I expressed an opinion through a link that I had on my Instagram. The hate and the vitriol that was unleashed towards me after, I think, was part of the reason that the university caved in. And so when it comes to being a free speech issue, sure, maybe my valedictory speech is a privilege, and it's a privilege I do not take lightly, and other students and evidently people around the world do not take lightly. But at the end of the day, my views, the views that I have expressed and the views that USC has instilled within me as well, were stifled and were subject to hate.
You just brought up a link that was posted through your social media page. I do want to ask you about that since you did bring it up. One of the items in this post calls for the complete abolishment of Israel. Is that a position that you endorse?
Yes.
If you're asking me if I stand for human rights, if you're asking me if I stand for equality and unequivocal and unconditional right to life for all people, including Palestinians, then I'm not apologetic. I believe in what I believe, and it is because of the people around me that I've met at USC, the classes that I've taken, the professors that I have learned from, that have led me to look at the world in this way. And it's unfortunate that human rights is controversial.
The reason I'm asking is because that's what the link said. It called for the complete abolishment of Israel. Abolishment of Israel was in the actual language. Is that something that you endorse?
So the abolishment of the state of Israel, I'd like to clarify, is the abolishment of an apartheid system. It inherently is a system that subjugates Palestinians as dehumanized, and it subjugates Palestinian life as not worth the same as other human life. So when the link says...
is that a yes then?
I think a yes or a no would be an injustice to the issue, and I think that any sort of ideological debate or any sort of academic discourse is worth clarification and worth discussion.
You're in a university environment, and As a Muslim student, your experience is important and it matters. And as you said,
your voice matters. That's why we silenced
you.
you.
I wonder about your Jewish classmates.
Oh my God! Fuck this lady.
To speak at
Look at her. Her face.
She's
like this bitch.
Into an unwelcome and intolerant environment for Jewish students.
She's probably coming onto CNN like, this will be a fine interview. Nah, she gets Fox News shit.
No. But she's so smart. She's not going to fall for this bullshit.
No, she's doing very well.
Say to them.
I believe that every Jewish student at commencement deserves to be represented just as every other student at commencement. The position of having a valedictorian honor is supposed to be a unifying honor. And I believe that my commitment to human rights and my commitment to equal treatment should not be signified as, or not be manipulated into an expression of disunity. I think what I say to my Jewish classmates is that your feelings are heard, and I think that you're entitled to your own positions on an ideological or on the basis of academic discourse. But when it comes to human rights, and when it comes to the unequivocal and unconditional right to life, then I think that all USC students, because I have faith in my university that instilled these values in us, I believe that all USC students believe in that.
Did you plan in your speech to talk about Israel and its actions? And if you had the opportunity to give it, what would you have said?
That's a great question. So I actually had not started working on my speech at all. If I were to be able to give a valedictory speech, a message of hope. When it comes to me saying a speech, again, me taking a valedictory speech that is supposed to be unifying, I would definitely encourage, and I would challenge, and I would implore my peers to reconsider.
Is that her name there? On the left?
Consider the ways in which their education can allow them and offer them the responsibility to look at matters of the world and take them into their own lens, make their own decisions, and make their own I want to say, not be told what to believe, and then use those conceptions to make a change for the greater good.
Asna Tabassum, thank you very much for joining us, and I should say congratulations to you on being the valedictorian.
Very interesting. Okay. Let's do this one. This looks fun. I guess we're back to America to start rapping. We'll start sort of pulling together. Was there anything you wanted to hit specifically from here on?
I think there's still that Sam Cedar one that's kind of long, but it has a lot of good, funny things in it. We're going to loop back around to abortion as well. That one. But those Sam Cedar things we can also do on Friday. But one of them I wanted to look at.
Okay, we'll bring up, because at this point everything from here on is just closer. So just pick whatever. So you can do whatever, I guess. Or we can go to the streaming fun. We can look at I don't know. What does chat want to watch?
I did put some Hassan cringe in there that we will probably look at Friday. Where he's like watching somebody.
Yeah, I'll have a look through the fun.
Well, I'm going to Sam Cedar's channel to find the video.
Okay, can you pull that up?
Oh, I remember what it was.
Okay, well, you pull that up because I'm going to run for 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
You got to take a doo-doo.
Go take shit, yeah.
That is the oops my anarchy symbol is a pretty good one to add. I'll try to remember. The oops my anarchy symbol is a pretty good one. I'm looping my whole thing here. I'm looping the wrong screen.
Had the money that he wanted to spend.
Oh my God.
Let's put it that
Everything is
way.
going wrong for me
to
right now.
become vice presidential candidate. He did have the anti-vax bona fides that RFK found valuable enough to cite him as a potential. I mean, that's the way they do it. Joe Biden did the same thing to try and signal that he was progressive in some way when he was supposedly, considering Elizabeth Warren as a vice presidential candidate when she's like, "You never even talked to me. What are you talking about?" He did the same thing with Stacey Abrams this time around when he ran. He did that with Warren back in 2015 or 14 when he was like contemplating running.
Really?
Yes. And so RFK, when he does this, he's doing this because he wants people who follow Aaron Rodgers, and it's not because he's a football player alone. It's because he's also anti-vax. He's a true American who doesn't believe in vaccinations. He wants that value. I mean, so this is a political figure in this regard.
Yeah.
And he told the Nets that he would, Jets, that he would lay low. And so instead of going on a big podcast, he went on a small podcast.
I do. Now that Jack's not here, I do want to show you all a little something because this shit was so funny. No.
Great as of late, so I need to get in this feud and. Oh!
Sorry. We're actually having a major technical difficulty.
What?
Trying to sync.
Okay, one more rebroadcast item here. People have been sending me, what the hell is this goddamn stupid thing? What does it say? Grimes freaking out at her
Pendejo.
DG set. Oh man, I feel sorry for Grimes, but that's got to be a drop, right?
Oh, people want to give Grimes a hard time.
Because she was going like this. Look, man.
Hey, look, man.
Hey.
Look.
Look, man.
All right, look.
If you think we're going to sit here and make fun of Grimes, you're right. No, you're wrong. I watched a bunch of this goddamn, what is it? This music festival. You know, I watched the Doja Cat thing. I watched Gwen Stefani going like this. You know, even Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes 51 years old. How old is the Flip? How old is the Flip Mode Squad? Nobody knows. But yeah, you watch these performances, they're all flawless, you know. They're huge productions, like the Doja Cat thing, massive, you know, giant. You know, they're all kind of perfect. But Grimes' thing was the most relatable by far. She's just up there. You know, that's kind of what I do all day. You know, some USB connection keeps beeping, keeps connecting and disconnecting for no reason. You know, I'm just like,
dumbass piece of shit.
You stupid son of a,
always
you know,
beeping.
just all day with this. I mean, if this was a performance art thing from Grimes, she's a genius. Busta Rhymes, 51 years old, up there, absolutely nailing. Put your hands where my dad can see. Put your hands where my dad can see.
Yes, and liberal in a left-wing country.
Huh? What's that guy saying?
In a left-wing country, so people should have actually hated me, and the era was so great that they made me president.
We'll get to more on this in just one moment. First, let's be real. There's some people who pretend that cauliflower crust pizza is like actual pizza. It is not. That's nonsense. I'm not going to eat that.
Okay.
So then.
Okay, then you go to bed hungry.
Today, we're honored to host a figure who has not only captivated the attention of his nation, but has stirred conversations around the globe about the direction of Western civilization, economic freedom, and the power of individualism.
God bless you.
A figure whose meteoric rise in politics is matched only by his unyielding dedication to core conservative principles.
Okay.
Today.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. What is this? How many views on this? 122K. 122K views.
For one day.
Oh, man, this is a cool interview that this guy got. What's the guy's name? Ben Shapiro. Ben Pendejo. He got an interview with the new president of Argentina, Javier, his name is. He picked a good time, you know, to show what an awesome job this guy's
He actually
doing.
did.
What does it say here? Malay's austerity is devastating Argentina. Oh no! Wait, in a good way?
Yes.
Shock therapy
It's
is
actually
pushing more
going
people
quite
into
well for
poverty.
him right
Oh
now.
no!
It is a good
Does
time
not
to
sound
interview
good,
him.
Actually,
Actually.
days after taking office, Milei devalued the Argentine peso by more than 50%.
Uh-huh.
Oh Christ! And already sky-high inflation rates ascended even further. Oh Jesus! Since then, the cost of gas in Argentina has roughly doubled. Food prices have risen by roughly 50%. Inflation rate, blah, blah, blah. It's not good. It's not good. As the price hikes intensified, Milei slashed subsidies for services ranging from transportation to utilities. Okay, you might be thinking, why did he have this guy on?
I mean, like, the dude has been honest from the start that the transition is going to be painful. He's like, the policies that I'm going to implement, they're going to hurt when they first come out. But, you know, this is the Chinese thing, like, eat better, you know, eat better. It'll get better. Like, trust the government.
On to show, hey, look what a good job I'm doing.
Stop.
Some people are doing good in Argentina. What does this headline say? Milei gives himself salary raise. Backtracks after social media clashes. President Javier has rescinded a 48% raise for himself and his cabinet following a backlash over the increase, and his claim that it was automatic despite signing crap to give himself the raise. And then what? He tried to blame it on somebody else. Yeah. So a cool guest here. That this guy. What's the guy's name? What's the guys of his show name? Seems like a pretty cool guest. Argentina is in an economic disaster here, but maybe this guy can turn it around. He's an anarcho-capitalist who was in a Rolling Stones cover band. He has garage rock hair. Oh, and he seems to have given himself a 48% raise, despite being anarcho-capitalist who hates the government. Could be good. Could work out. Seems interesting.
It was a Rolling Stones tribute band. And basically, we used to cover Rolling Stones songs.
Okay. Ben, you want to hit him with what's your favorite? Hey, shut up, man. Ben, you want to hit him with what's your favorite Stones album? I mean, that's pretty much.
And the Argentine people have decided to mature, put on long pants, do things right.
Okay.
This means that the Argentine people have decided to espouse freedom, and that is the best message. And this is what drives us to keep going, because we know.
I don't know. He's probably a symptom of some bigger problems, I would imagine, but he's a really cool guy. He's a really interesting guy. He's an anarcho-capitalist. What does that mean? That means like there's no government. There's just private, or everybody has their own private army. The government's nothing but a pendejo. Everybody has a private army, but he gave himself a 48% raise as a public official. And what's this? On the campaign trail, he said that pro-choice Argentines are brainwashed by a homicidal policy. Oh boy. And vowed to launch a referendum to overturn legalized abortion in Argentina. Since the election, his rhetoric has not calmed down. Okay, that's a funny contradiction. No state. Also, I'm doing all this crap. Also, I want to do all this crap with the state. He's an interesting guy. So you got any original pressings of any of those Stones albums? Or yeah, cool.
Alrighty, folks. So today we're going to suffer through some of Bernie Sanders' podcast. Yes, boom. Bernie Sanders, a ridiculous figure of socialism and uselessness. You know how.
See, like that Grimes drop has more heat than I could ever bring. Like, it's just, I can't compete with that drop. And nobody tell Jack about it, okay? We've been watching Aaron Rodgers the whole time.
Fly podcast, which as of recording this has less than 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. But he's really, I mean, he wants his message out there.
They must have audio. They must get distributed somewhere.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe it's a
not on
Rumble
YouTube,
show or
maybe
something like that.
They've had Rory McIlroy on, the golfer, so it's not like he's their first big fish that they've got. But what I find instructive about listening to this guy is the quintessential Joe Rogan fanboy, the quintessential Joe Rogan listener. He says he's not a conspiracy theorist, but listen.
Now you're making him sound even cooler.
To what he has to say here. And he also says he's not a conservative. He doesn't believe in politics. But
hang on, I gotta ban this user real quick. He's gonna let out the secrets. How do I put this user in timeout? Okay, there we go. Okay, it's banned in their comments. I thought timeout. It was just like, oh, take a break for a week. No. Uh-oh. I hit Helldivers memes instead. That bro is
he's their first big fish that they've got. But what
yeah, hopefully you can reverse that. Not ban it.
I find instructive about listening to this guy is the quintessential Joe Rogan fanboy, the quintessential Joe Rogan listener. He says he's not a conspiracy theorist, but listen to what he has to say here. And he also says he's not a conservative. He doesn't believe in politics. But when you listen to what comes out of his mouth, you can make an assessment about what his politics are.
That's what I feel like Bobby can give us, is that hope that life can be different. And just the fact that I was mentioned, I'm sure people were like, oh, he has no, political experience.
You mean to tell me that's not Hunter Biden?
How's that worked out so far?
Yeah.
How's that worked out in our government? All these fucking bums who've been in government forever, who are insider trading like crazy and lining their...
You know what that means? When they say insider trading, do you know what that means specifically?
Nancy Pelosi?
I'm sorry, sir. Do I know you?
Nancy, it's me, Joe. Look, I don't want any of your jokes right now, Nancy. We need to find our way back to the White House.
Pockets.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to remind people that Donald Trump, before he became president, had never been involved in politics. And now his son-in-law, who also had never been involved in government or politics, who came in and basically became a de facto chief of staff in the transition and then became a special advisor, whatever that means, ended up getting a multi-billion-dollar bailout from the Saudis, just coincidentally. Never mind the licensing agreements that Ivanka got, et cetera, et cetera. So how did that work out?
Well, also, I'm going to be softer on his Kennedy assassination stuff the most, maybe. But what are the Kennedys known for? Politics.
Well, his assessment is different.
Sure.
And lining their pockets during their terms and post-career. How's that working out? Yeah. How's that working out for the average Joe, middle class or lower middle class like I grew up? How's that working out for those people? Not too good. How's it working out? Housing prices, cost of food, the inflation that's going on.
Healthy food,
chronic disease that we have in this country, homelessness, unemployment. How's it working out? As we give, billions of dollars to Ukraine to fight a proxy war. We have a southern border.
Sorry, like the housing stuff, that's all important, but the problem isn't that we're giving aid to countries.
Oh, hey.
I can still watch and
oh no, I already made that account a moderator right after.
Okay.
So it's
wait, is that a thing?
Yeah. So it can moderate. You can ban people from that account and stuff.
Wait, if I'm like watching YouTube,
mm-hmm.
I can just stick. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Cool.
Unless it still banned you, because it wouldn't give me the option to ban you on YouTube proper, but only on StreamYard it did. So,
well, I'll make another.
Countries overseas that real estate owns our politicians throughout every level of politics. Basically, that would be what I'd say. But sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure he'll mention Israel next, right?
To Ukraine to fight a proxy war. We have a southern border that's, being invaded.
Okay, that's
listen to Mr. Weinstein on Rogan. It's pretty scary. Some of the stuff that's going on, the different camps that are down there of individuals. Some people, Chinese nationalists of military age.
Are you filming under like an AC conduit? Is this a vent next to him? Is that what I hear in the background of your fucking podcast?
They're, South American, Central American people, kind of different ways of they're treated in their different camps, and a lot of scary stuff there.
Pause it for a second.
The countries in.
I just want you to contemplate.
Quiet.
What would be the age that you would imagine most people would emigrate to another country? Would you more often than not wait until you're in your 50s or 60s? Or maybe you would come if you were 5 or 8 and decided to leave your parents behind. Of military age, like what the F does that mean?
His family
he's a hysterical, like racist.
Yeah, well, I mean, but he's not political. He's not. He hates politics. And he's not conservative.
What is it that we're supposed to be concerned of? Like, there is a secret army amassing within our borders of Chinese nationals who are going to somehow secure weapons. And what are they going to do? They're going to take over. What are they going to do? Crash into the Capitol building? And threaten our politicians?
Or build another transcontinental railroad, because that's what...
He probably thinks that was a false flag. I mean, the reason like young men of military age are coming in are like, AKA younger men with less economic prospects in their country who are coming over to make a life for themselves.
Likely
God, AKA I could breathe, Emma. Okay, we get it.
With
Weekend at Bernie's,
you guys figured it out. You can barely
You
put
would
a sentence
have
together.
you would have to untime out me.
Yeah, there's
It
no
says
option
when I
to
try
do
to-
that from here.
No, you would have to do it on YouTube, I think.
It's even him.
I tried
It's
to
not going to
click
get better.
Pause it for a second.
Yep.
Whoa, if that's even him.
Yep, if that's even him. So it's like
a lunatic.
the Avril Lavigne, Paul McCartney conspiracy theories that they got
But
replaced.
you know what's so
halfway through
dumb
their career.
about this one is
insane.
this one's so stupid. It's like
Expires, we'll see
he
what
can barely talk. He can barely walk, according to him. If you're going to do a body double, right? If you're going to put in a fake Joe Biden, what would you like, you build in the critique? The way that we're going to let people think that this is actually Biden's, we're going to make him actually look worse than the real Biden.
Look, fake Biden, your impression is not up to scale. So what we need to do is plan B is act senile.
I mean, but the technology isn't there yet, so there are hiccups, right? I mean, that's why he's slurring his words. They haven't perfected it. It's
so it's not. It's a robot.
Well, I mean,
okay,
I
get it.
I
You
love
don't
that
have
Aaron
to explain it to
expanded
me.
on this thought.
I
but-
got it.
Barely put a sentence together, if that's even him. It's not going to get better.
Right.
I don't think with Mr. President Trump,
Mr.
who had 4
President
years
Trump.
to do it and kept Anthony Fauci in charge after his record on AIDS,
Later, Gator.
with AZT, with all these other ridiculous, supposed pandemics that he was in charge of.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And how the chronic disease level since he's been in some sort of office in the 80s has exponentially gotten worse. Autism rates have gotten worse.
That's
Childhood
funny.
diseases, comorbidities, just a general.
That taught us something about StreamYard. The bans are for the stream. So not multiple, like not over, like not period, but just that stream.
So if we do another stream, you can post.
Yeah.
Health and wellness of our
moderating
society. Look at old 1950s and 60s presidential fitness programs where everybody's fit. Look at pictures
Tucker
of the
Carlson
beach.
original.
We have healthy, skinny people, and now you have, a high percentage of kids are obese. High percentage of adults are.
I'm sure as much as Anthony Fauci set out to create an obesity problem that may have more to do with the Commerce Secretary in 1972. Nixon's Commerce Secretary basically saying we're going to subsidize corn so that we can help the economy by giving more money in people's pockets that they can spend, lower the cost of food. And how do we do that? By creating factory farms, by putting, essentially corn in one fashion or another, fillers into all of our food. You could probably This stuff is not conspiratorial. You could see a direct line to that.
Yeah. And obesity rates, if you look at states that were over like a fifth obesity in the 80s, it was like Mississippi, and now it's pretty much every state.
And also rates of cancer are down. I mean, life expectancy had been going up since that time period.
Until COVID killed a bunch of people.
Well, also,
I'm going to let out some chinchillas.
Okay. I'm going to find some fun stuff. There was a few things that I did see that I wanted to watch. But this. No, that's more of a Friday thing. No. I almost gave that away. Oh, that's an hour. So much choice. But let's do this one because we were going to do this the other day. We didn't get a chance to. Let's do this one. To some people, this is porn.
So Candace Owens is a Nazi,
like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
You know, liking tweets about Jews growing fat on the blood of Christians, like full on Nazi shit. No ambiguity. I don't even feel the need to argue this. It's pretty straightforward. So Candace Owens, as a consequence of being a Nazi, has been let go of the Daily Wire, which is run by Ben Shapiro, who is a Jew. That's
I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both
Owens
pretty good options.
I would like to debate Ben Shapiro on
most accurate time that's ever been used.
Definition of anti-Semitism. Can somebody make that happen? Now, Ben Shapiro is, of course, pro-Netanyahu, and he, you know, his infamous Arabs like to bomb buildings and live in sewage. Like, we know what his positions are on Israel and the Palestinians. Netanyahu is a fascist. Ben Shapiro is a fascist. Whatever. But Ben Shapiro is, in addition to being a fascist, Jewish. So there are some people whose support of the Palestinians, like Candace Owens, are motivated much more by hatred of the Jewish people than they are any kind of actual anti-brown racism, support for Arabs, or whatever else.
And also,
Candace Owens doesn't give a shit about Palestinians or anything Israel's doing. This is just another wedge that Nazis use to gain public appeal.
Yes.
So Ben Shapiro, insufferably, quote tweets rather than replies, making this all more difficult.
And another very, very similar trait to communists, Nazis also like to
quote tweet
inject themselves into and try and disrupt movements and groups and all of this shit. Just another of many traits that they share.
Difficult to follow. Sure, Candace, I texted you on the 29th of February. Already a classic debate mistake from Ben Shapiro here. That's not a real day, idiot. That's not a real day. Offering this very thing. Let's do this on my show this Monday at 5 p.m. at our studios in Nashville, 90 minutes live streamed. Great. We love our content. And Candace Owens says, guys, I know. Holy shit, really? Some of you have been around for 5 years and you can't tell? Jesus. I finally caught Vosh. He's been wrong about something. Please use tone indicators. No! Cure yourself. Anyway. Candace Owens says, I'm sure you can appreciate why I prefer to keep this off the Daily Wire platform, as well as the true reason why we were never able to make any discussion happen. Let's choose a neutral, trustworthy platform. I vote Patrick Bet David.
Oh my God.
Neutral of a platform.
Yes,
I think this guy,
please.
You know, and then back to Ben Shapiro. Candace, I can see why you'd want to hide behind a moderator, particularly one who said we should rename our company the Daily Jewish Wire just yesterday. No, one-on-one, Monday at 5 p.m., we can sit down and have a healthy debate like adults. We'll live stream it to Twitter and YouTube. Take it or leave it. The true reason you didn't respond to my offer to sit down with you and discuss these issues publicly or privately back in February, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about with regards to that. And this has 5,000 replies, 11,000 likes, aka he's getting mega ratioed. So there are a couple reasons for this. First of all, Twitter is packed full of Nazis, and people don't actually like Ben Shapiro that much.
Second of all,
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Move on, please.
You dislike both of them. Candace Owens is several times worse than Ben Shapiro.
I agree.
Ben Shapiro is a fascist. But remarkably, there's a pretty wide
He's
range
less annoying.
within fascism.
He's very milquetoast when it comes to his fascism.
Yeah, she's
unlike
less
his
annoying.
unlike the people that work for him, he's quite tempered
of how bad it can get. And Ben Shapiro is on a relatively light end of things. I'm not joking when I say that. You've watched his content a lot. You saw his debate with Sam Cedar. This guy? Is this the super rich guy? Oh, is this the really, really,
Are you
really,
not
really
value
rich
chained?
guy? That guy? Watch this clip in its entirety. 24.5-minute long video on Twitter. The rich podcaster from Miami.
Saying, I am so happy the two of you guys are talking, as well as agreeing to do a sit down. Obviously, the detail is the challenge where we're going to figure out. Let me give you a couple things I want you to be thinking about. One, Ben, let me address your issue about what I said yesterday with the Daily Israeli Wire. I even said the Daily Jewish Wire. If you haven't watched the entire context of what I said, I'm going to put the link below. You can go watch the entire thing on what I said from the beginning to the end. I highly recommend you watch it. Secondly, why
this guy is basically the exact same guy as Sam. What was it? Not Sam Bankman-Fried. Sam Lexman. What's that guy? What's the
Friedman.
guy? Lex Friedman. Yeah. In that they're empty suits who have sold out any principles they may or may not have had, so they can like grift by attracting the biggest possible people to them. They have no beliefs outside of that, none whatsoever. How self-aware is Ben Shapiro? I think he's more. I don't know. He's so embarrassing to listen to. It's hard to tell how self-aware he is. Candace Owens is perfectly self-aware. It's just she's kind of like empty, except for the Nazism, I guess. He's a big Ayn Rand stand. In a way, this guy might be a better version of Lex Friedman because at least this guy has an ideology that he owns up to from time to time, whereas Lex Friedman will just sit down and like he will say or do anything that gets him near power. He's just a brown noser. That's it.
I think you have to know where my perspective is slightly different. Is I understand where you're coming from because I lived in Iran as a kid from the day I was born till 10 years old, where we were bombed.
This guy is not a fascist, Vosh. He's just an ANCAP guy. ANCAPs are fascists, every one of them.
Yep.
167 times in one day, 500,000.
Why do you think Ben Shapiro, I was listening, was really fucking speaking to an ANCAP and calling him conservative? It's because ANCAPs don't exist. They're just conservatives. Most of the time, fascists.
ANCAPs are people who like crypto scams.
Yeah, they're the people who either fall for or go after or go in on crypto scams.
Ponzi schemes.
Yeah, they're dumb.
I was a Christian kid living in a nation where 98% were Muslim. We were afraid to talk about what we were all about. So I feel the pain of people living in Israel.
What does this have to do with you calling?
Honestly, kind of agree. You could specifically target that audience, 100%.
Calling it the Daily Jewish Wire.
Okay,
and I fully feel the pain of some of the folks.
The memes have sent.
Okay.
So our Christian folks maybe living in Palestine that don't agree with what's going on with Hamas. I understand both sides. And
those are the both sides. Christians in Iran and Christians in Palestine. Those are the two. That's the conflict. That's those two people. Those are the ones who are fighting.
Why did you send me the video?
That's why I understand what Candace is saying. And I also understand why you have the position that you're having said that.
I sent it twice.
There's a couple things I want you to be thinking about.
You pull it up by itself because it attached to a video file. Yeah. So I sent it again just to be sure.
Sure. I'll try and pull that up.
Number one,
didn't he say he was going to explain what he meant by Daily Jewish Wire? Has he done that? Did I blank out and miss it? Did I have a stroke? Didn't he say it was because that's an odd thing to say?
Who are Jewish? I think you're
no. That's the 24. That's the 24-minute clip. I'm not watching that.
From Burbank, California, if I'm not mistaken. You got 4 kids. I'm Middle Eastern, Armenian, Assyrian, born in Iran. I went to Glendale, California, and then we have Candace, who I believe is from White Plains, New York, with 3 kids.
Of course, she'd be from White Plains.
We're all family folks, right?
That's so funny.
When we come down and sit down and have the conversation together, we're in America today.
What does that mean?
Oh, just bougie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hilarious. It's very, very, very funny. Okay.
Right? It's not. That's how he. That's how I'm. That's how. Do you know it's an acronym?
Yes, you told me. Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not what you think. It's not what you think. It's
well, I
much
know
dumber.
one of it is entertainment.
Yes. But I know that value is only the first 2 letters. It's I can't even remember what it was because I was laughing at how dumb it was.
Someone might remember. Someone might
Okay.
know.
So this is my proposal to, because of what's happened. At least
everyone there are only 2 kinds of conservatives. There are the conservatives that say nothing because they're trying to give space to more ideologically informed ones, and then you have the ideologically informed ones who are all neo-Nazis. That's it. Those are the only 2 conservatives now. There are yappers and then there are Hitlerites. That's it. And the yappers' job is
bro, you should have said there's yappers and then there's the
Dave Rubin
clappers.
is just liberal who has questions about modern whatever, now here you go, here you are, Lauren Southern, let's agree on stuff. I'm just a moderate liberal, but I agree whites in the West are being replaced
This
by
is
a
low-key
protracted effort by a
shade at
secret group of
Destiny.
elites to display
this.
Just Lauren Southern, because like Destiny did that with Lauren Southern. The best platforming of Lauren Southern is still drag, though.
Yeah. Yes. He's so good.
My
So funny.
them. Yeah, that's true. I have questions about the elite cabal. I'm Dave Rubin, moderate liberal. Watch this clip in its entirety. It's 24 minutes.
Go ahead. He makes the argument for censorship. He calls it something else. Yeah, I forget the term. I have it in my phone. But I don't even think he's using the term right. But he's basically like, justified reason for firing people when you built your identity and platform not be critical, because he has no problem being very critical of America. Yep. Critical of the left in America.
And I sent Rob another video of Ben kind of contradicting himself, but he's 100%.
They're taking issue with the firing of Candace Owens for being a Nazi.
100% right. Like what? And by the way, that's
who are afraid that the cancel culture is coming for them. And cancel culture does exist. Okay, so what this results in very, very often is corporations looking to cram down a particular idiot.
And they fired her. So that's just proof that he's a hypocrite.
Thoughts on this?
So I've been very open that I thought that the Daily Wire managed the whole thing with Candace in public. Just
when I was.
Why would you call this, watch this clip in its entirety? We're never getting an explanation for him calling it the Daily Jewish Wire. Loved his delivery on cancel culture does exist. Yeah, it's so tired, man. This shit gets so boring. Who watches this? Genuinely.
Level of weight and impact to say, boom, we're out of here.
We don't know, but all I can do is tell you what we've seen online. Here's what I can tell you. By the way, 0.
Joey Manarino says, just earned an entirely new level of respect for you. Wow. Remind me, is this the pissing into his own mouth armband Nazi, or am I thinking of a different guy? Wait, what? Is this that guy? Or am I thinking of a different one? No, that's Joey Salas. Joey Salads. That's right.
Joey
Okay, gotcha. This is a different kind of fascist. I don't remember which one. Conservative populist. I'm not a DEI hire. Yeah.
For public office.
Owen's relationship with the Daily Wire has been rapidly
did.
deteriorating for a while now over anti-Semitism and the war in Gaza. She defended Kanye West when he posted that he would go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Owens responded the same day by posting cryptically, "No one can serve 2 masters. You cannot serve both God and money," with a response to something Shapiro said. Owens added a comment under his post in the exchange, "Christ is king." If anyone says Christ is king, by the way, Nazi. Literally, it's not even like whether or not it's a Nazi phrase or whether or not Christians can say it without being a Nazi. I've only seen
Christ
Nazis
is
say
king.
It,
you see how it's invoking
raising your arm up in a seat
above authority.
Yes. Yeah.
It's and that's what you like. Or the Shah of Iran calls himself the King of Kings. Gaddafi did this as well, right? Ethiopia is another one that did this King of Kings shit.
Yeah. And it's gone.
Kyle isn't a gesture that only Nazis can make. Literally anyone can do it. Yet all the people who do it seem to be Nazis. So, Yeah, I just think of it as like a Nick Fuentes thing. Christ wants you to lick cum of your roommates off the couch that you both share together, and little else. The king commands it. Last month, Owen's anti-Semitic comments grew more explicit. She claimed there was a sinister ring of Jews in Hollywood. In an online feud with a famous rabbi, she liked a post on Twitter asking if he was drunk on Christian blood again. Nick Fuentes was delighted. Man, can you imagine being Hitler and watching as your greatest soldiers in 2024 are a closeted gay trans twink, a black woman, and Kanye West, the most
you gotta
mentally
calm
ill
down,
human
honey.
being on Earth ever in the great history of humanity?
Hilarious.
You know? Truly legitimately though. Yeah, literally, it's not even a joke. Like they are the Christian anarchists, no king but Christ kind of goes hard though. I don't really think it.
No. You know what that is? That's a hierarchy. They're not anarchists.
Does, and I don't really think that Christ would have liked actually thinking of himself as a king. Like, I think the king there is allegorical, but when you actually say that, it's more like, you know, Christ owns you, because that's what the king did with serfs. They owned you. It's kind of weird. The whole point is that he doesn't own you. You're a free soul that makes your own decisions. Bad translation. Yeah, it's what it implies.
That's why I kind of prefer a term along the lines of like "we are gods." You know, putting you at the same level, and like erasing that hierarchy altogether is probably a better way to do it. Obviously, that's not a great way to say it because people are and probably would manipulate a term like that to be like, let's kill everybody. We are gods.
God complexes get to cult shit.
Yeah, that's why I like.
I don't recognize myself as a god. I don't recognize I just don't care. It's all nonsense.
Yeah,
I'm a human.
Exactly. It's just like, just stop, please. Just don't.
Today, he would, in the sense that he would be God. The whole point of free will on Earth is that we're supposed to make our own decisions, which lead to our final judgment. You know, that doesn't really work. Jesus outright rejected being made a king. It doesn't play. Call it a translation error. This whole article is about Fuentes. Jesus Christ. Undoubtedly, some of the backlash to Owen's firing came from people who are purely hateful and gleeful at sowing chaos. But the religious core of some of the backlash was visible in the response the Daily Wire's Andrew Klavan received after he spoke up against harassing Jewish accounts with Christ as king. When you use that phrase to mean God has abandoned his chosen people, the Jews, through which he came into this world incarnate, you are quoting scripture like Satan does in the Bible. You are quoting scripture to your purposes, and that to me is especially
Oh my
wicked.
God, these people are
You think
awful.
that Nazis are Christians? Andrew Torba, the CEO of Gab, and self-proclaimed Christian nationalist, responded in his newsletter. First of all, the Bible is very clear. God's chosen people are Christians, not unbelieving, Christ-rejecting Jews. Well, that's straightforward. The Bible isn't clear. They don't read the Bible. They don't care. They just want to give metaphysical emphasis to their fantasy Holocaust. I swear there used to be a mask. There did used to be a mask. Holy shit, this article's long. Doesn't also include very much about the damn debate. What does the Jerusalem Post have to say about this? Every time Ben Shapiro debates somebody who's worthy, he either gets washed or bare minimum in a stalemate. Schultz continued. I've never seen him win a debate against someone who's educated in the matter. True! Daily Wire co-founder Jeremy Boring stepped in for Shapiro as Shabbat began, and the latter could not respond to Owens, and reiterated Shapiro's initial offer to do it on his platform one-on-one in Nashville, with no ads in the video and no charge to watch it. No one cashes in. Owens replied saying she's in London and cannot commit to the Tennessee city, telling Boring that, you have known for months I was going to be in London this week. Daily Wire employees were initially slated to be here with me, so publicly pretending.
My biggest thing here is like, why does anybody give a fuck? This is internal work drama. Keep it internal. You fucking clowns. You want to be a media company and this is how you fucking have your PR?
They want to be they want to be right-wing Disney, bro. Haven't you seen their ripoff of Bluey Dog? That's chinchillas instead. I think who's the one guy? Oh my God, who's weird? The actor who's weird, who loves them.
All of them? I don't know.
No, the Adam Sandler actor. The guy who's in Adam Sandler movies, who's over there.
There's 5 or 6 of them.
No, this is one guy who's literally on Daily Wire.
Oh,
and will come in and like be on their shows all the time to talk his nonsense.
I have no idea. I've never seen that. To be completely honest, I couldn't even tell you most of the Daily Wire people.
No. They're not like they don't work for the Daily Wire. They're just like a friend of the Daily Wire that they appear on. They come
Yeah,
on
I have
a
no
lot.
idea.
But they're an Adam
Literally
Sandler
no idea.
Friend actor.
The fat one?
No.
The one that always does accents?
Schneider.
Rob Schneider.
Yeah. I think he plays one of the Chipchillas in their Bluey Dog ripoff show.
That's disappointing.
Are you trying to climb up there to fight? BB.
You guys are not aware of this, seems odd, but said she can do the debate virtually. Okay. Did Boring even say when the debate would be in person? How does that conflict? Boring responds saying he didn't know Owen's travel schedule, but the Daily Wire doesn't need to be involved at all, whether it's their channel, studio, or crew, but they will not agree to have a moderator or do it virtually. Owen's accepted. That they will not agree to have a moderator or do it virtually.
You think he can just
okay,
hop
so
up
it is
there?
going to be in
You
person.
think that's an angle
Why
that
is the dude's name Boring? Yeah, the thing here is that it's unfortunate, but Ben Shapiro is basically guaranteed to get washed on this because, again, all the people who are interested in this debate, the people who are actually invested in this beef, are Nazis and will side with Candace Owens. You know, the broad... Also, Candace Owens is taking the technically correct position here in the context of Israel-Palestine, right? Whether or not it's being motivated by her being a Nazi, if she's arguing in the defense of the Palestinian people, that is a position for which there is much more weight and momentum, even if it's being motivated by anti-Semitism. She's not, though. No, I know, but that's the position she's arguing from. Is this even going to be about Palestine? I would say best case scenario is that Ben Shapiro does a good job not getting angry, and Candace Owens lets the mask slip in a way that makes it impossible for even some of the more like open Nazis to defend her, I guess. Or the really open ones would anyway, but you know, she fucks up in some way. What I think is more likely is that Ben Shapiro gets flustered and angry because Candace Owens keeps dropping over and over and over again, like coded anti-Semitism. And Ben Shapiro does that, like, wait, you can't say Christ is king. That's an anti-Semitic dog. You're signaling against my Judaism. You remember? And like doesn't do a good job of responding to it, and it just makes him end up looking bad and ends up being a huge dub for Nazis. Kind of, she can't use good pro-Palestine arguments. Her position should lead her to support the ethno-state. That's irrelevant because Nazis will constantly say stuff that doesn't gel with their broader positions. She doesn't have to make a consistent argument, nor will Ben Shapiro hold her to it, because if he did, he would have to acknowledge how bad Israel has been in this conflict. It's a pretty unwinnable debate from Ben's perspective.
That's actually
like a direct
that's honestly
sense.
a pretty good analysis of what's going to happen with this debate if it happens. It's just going to be a shit show. Nobody's going to win.
What should he go for? Bad boy or intellectual? I think he should show up shirtless, you know?
I think he
Really
should show
throw
up
for a
shirtless.
loop. Okay, guys, I'm going to take the doomer position, and my guess for what's going to happen is that Candace Owens is going to spend 90 minutes just unrepentantly dog whistling about Christianity defeating Judaism or whatever, you know, just old style anti-Semitism. She's going to say that Netanyahu drinks the blood of Christians, but there's going to be one quote she says where she defends Palestinian people, and that's going to go viral on lefty Twitter, and all of the ambiguously progressive anti-American, anti-Israel types are going to be like, yo, based Candace Owens? Yo, even Candace Owens is waking up, because she's going to say something like, you people have been mistreating the Palestinians for too long, or whatever. or she's going to repeat like a Kanye argument. She's going to be like, and you can't deny that a certain group of people have been holding black men down in Hollywood, huh? And then all the lefties are going to go like, yo, Candace woke. She knows she left the Daily Wire. She can speak her mind and be progressive. So yeah, that's my guess.
I think he's probably not far off what would actually happen, to be completely honest. So, kind of interesting. But, I believe we are done. John is off doing something. Did you know the Great Barrier Reef bleached again?
Most of Australia's iconic Great Barrier Reef is suffering from coral bleaching, according to a report released on Wednesday. That's just days after climate experts raised concerns about similar damage to reefs around the world.
No.
Australia's Reef Management Agency on Wednesday said coral
Zapata was a little
bleaching
too excited to come out, right? And he's had like close calls before, so like I put my hand after I get him in the dust bath, I put my hand over the hole so he can't like come out. But he was so excited that he was able to push through my hand and just leaped out at max height and then landed on the divider and like cartwheeled down.
That would have been hilarious.
It's on, I got it all on camera.
Oh, did you? Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you can post it because I think we're done.
Observed on 73% of the surveyed reefs in the Great Barrier Reef.
How are they writing on paper underwater?
Coral bleaching is triggered by
What is
changes
happening?
in water temperatures, which cause corals to expel the colorful
What is
algae
happening?
leaving their tissues. This phenomena threatens the survival of corals as they rely on algae for nutrients. Roger Beeden, the chief scientist at the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, says the recent summer period was particularly challenging for the Great Barrier Reef, adding that climate change is the greatest threat to the Great Barrier Reef and coral reefs globally. On Monday, the world's top coral reef monitoring body, Coral Reef Watch, run by the U.S. government's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, declared coral reefs worldwide are suffering from a global bleaching event, the fourth in the last 3 decades. It says
Crazy. All right. Spider-Pug physics, yes. How the fuck are they writing on paper underwater? I'm so confused.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Okay. Good night. Thank you for watching. Pay us
Bye-bye.
money, give us Patreon. We upload
Bye-bye.
videos. New episode coming soon. Tomorrow probably on
No,
Patreon
literally
only.
like right after this. I'll show. We'll just put it out right after we stop recording. It'll
Yeah,
take a
well,
second.
new episode. It's Oklahoma gay stuff and emergency response, activism, anarchy,
activism, organizing.
bunch of stuff. Just organizing. Really, really interesting episode. And we were talking about libs of TikTok and Oklahoma, which is the state where Nex Benedict was killed as well. So all very interesting. And if you want to listen, it's only $1. Anyway, thanks for watching. Goodbye.